Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until very excited to be with you. Our final day here in West Palm Beach covering the Astros spring training. So I get my camera situated for those of you on the Twitch and the YouTube there. There we go. Good to be with you, man. It's been a hell of a week here. Big thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne, and today is Jose Altuve in left field day.
It's like we're seeing a young rookie.
Christmas.
We've already seen Cam Smith do well as a rookie
Santa's
so far.
delivering Jose Altuve and placing him underneath a tree with a big outfield glove on.
Yeah.
Christmas morning.
In a little baby outfit.
Yes. Astros colors, of course.
We had somebody yesterday ask, it was actually when I was on with Ron and Clint in the afternoon, somebody on the text line asked, I don't understand what the big deal is. He's a Major League Baseball player. Why couldn't he adjust to playing outfield? And I think the two big things are, one, he's 35 years old and he's never done it before. So it's not like a 22-year-old going out there and getting the old synapses firing. But two, it's his arm strength. I think it's not something that would be a huge concern because it's not like the left fielder is involved in that many critical plays in a game. But if his arm strength, he had the second weakest arm in the infield in Major League Baseball last year.
Yep.
And now he's in the outfield where the throws are much further, but he can load up and take a crow hop and do all that. But it's an unknown. It's an unknown until we see it in action.
And maybe I'm assuming this is a Houston sports fan that was texting their show. I didn't hear that part of your conversation with them yesterday.
It wasn't. It was. I just saw it on the text.
Oh,
line
okay.
Okay.
I thought they brought it. I thought you said they brought it up during. Maybe that texter is desensitized to it because we've seen it happen here before. We're a future Hall of Famer. Because my response to that was going to be, why is this significant? Tell me all the other times that you see a future Hall of Famer make this significant a position change.
Right.
This isn't moving from shortstop to third. This isn't going from being a position player to a full-time DH.
Yeah.
This is a second baseman moving to left field. Forget about future Hall of Famer. How often does that position switch happen, period, in Major League Baseball, let alone with a guy who's a franchise icon at second base? So I will give that texter a pass because I'm assuming maybe they're desensitized because we did see Biggio go from second base to center field.
Well, and Biggio had already, by the time he made that transition, he had played over 120 games in the outfield earlier in his career. So it wasn't like it was brand new to him. He had some level of experience doing it. Yeah. And Altuve is just brand new, and he's doing it at the age of 35.
Yeah.
So that's notable. I think it's also, I guess, confirmation that there are a lot of people that were in denial last year about Jose Altuve's declining defense at second base because they almost didn't want to acknowledge every time that he didn't get to a ball or made an error. They're like, oh, no, he's Altuve. He's fine. No, he's been declining the last couple of years.
It's the ball's fault.
So if you want to get excited about it, it's something that should hopefully extend his overall usefulness as a player and maybe be a little less taxing physically. You got to run a lot longer distances, obviously, but you're not seeing as much action when you're out there. So maybe it's easier on his body. But it's a big change. It's a really big change, and I'm excited.
Yeah, he's excited and he's having fun. That's the big theme.
Yeah.
The big theme is he's been having fun doing it. Here was Jim Creighton yesterday. They had a press conference surrounding the golf tournament. It was a prelude to the golf tournament coming up in a few months here that Jim Creighton obviously runs, the Houston Open. But obviously a lot of Astros questions at that press conference. Here's Jim Creighton on Jose Altuve and the outlook for the upcoming season.
He's a team guy. He's our anchor guy. He's going to be here for a long time, and hopefully he'll be in the Hall of Fame. But he's a team player. As soon as he heard the word, nobody had to tell him. He was out there taking fly balls, and he's a great athlete. That he'll cover the ground, and he looks good out there. I mean, he's been catching a lot of fly balls, and that just shows he's a team guy. And you look back at players like Biggio that made the adjustments. Great athletes can make the adjustments. I don't think he'll have a problem there, and he'll still probably play some second base. We're still working on a few things with the team, but it's gelling nicely, and our objective is to win the division. We think we can do that and get some of our pitchers back. We should be deep in pitching by the middle of the year with 3 or 4 guys coming back. So I like the way the team's set up. There's 3 things in baseball. I tell Joe Spada all the time, and Dana, pitching. You know, you get good pitching, you're going to be in the games, and we should have a deep pitching staff this year with picking up another guy from Chicago. We're ready to go. I think the team's looking good.
Wisniewski is the guy from Chicago he's referring to there. So yeah,
he's got to earn the right for Jim Crane.
I'm not going to refer to him by name right away.
He's going to do the old football.
That's right. So it really is a luxury to have a superstar like Jose Altuve that's just willing to go. I mean, we've been watching the opposite play out up in Boston.
Yeah.
With Bregman up there, not with Bregman himself, but with Devers clutching his third base position, you know, like it's a family member or something like that. I'm not giving this up. And you know, look, some of that is part and parcel to having a pride and a competitive streak and all those things. It doesn't necessarily make Devers a bad person or even that bad of a teammate, but it does make it easier for Espada and Dana Brown and the Astros as a team just to move forward with an extra plan. You know? So
I think and the other part about it too is because of the way this story unfolded, where initially it sounded like Altuve was willing to move to left field to make accommodations for bringing Bregman back. So that was kind of in our brain as the reason for the move. And then you find out through Altuve, or you got confirmation through Altuve, that they'd been talking about it with or without Bregman. It wasn't just that.
Since the end of the season last year.
So you got to look at it as, no, this is, in a lot of ways, it's for Altuve's sake. Because people have also asked, well, why don't you just, if you're going to have Dubon out there playing second, why don't you just have him play left field? Because Dubon's a better defensive player at second base than Altuve is.
Yeah.
Altuve's not a good defensive player anymore at second base.
Yep.
And one of the big changes in the last couple of years has been that with the absence of the shift, as Altuve has gotten older, they've also made it harder to play second base than it was before.
Did you have fun yesterday out at Port St. Lucie?
I did. Not as much fun as I have at Cacti Park of the Palm
Well, because
Beaches.
when they're there, they win, and when we go to Port St. Lucie, they lose. They lost 5-0 yesterday.
Yeah, plus I just didn't like the whole vibe there. I felt like I was at an actual Mets game in New York.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was very crowded.
It was a little
very
more intense.
Uncomfortable.
Yeah.
They're just New York accents all over the place.
Yeah.
Everywhere you go down here, you bump into a New York accent. The pool guy last night, I was talking to him because I had to do some pool. He showed me some pool maintenance I had to do. And somebody rolled. Oh, thank you, Parker.
That you had to do for the pool at our Airbnb?
Yeah. Long story, but the pool was good. The levels were getting low.
Yeah. So he made
and
you.
He was doing it in a New York accent, so I kind of felt like, hey, buddy, I'm
his assistant.
I'm just renting here, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm not like you're talking to me like I'm the owner or something.
See, I
kind of thought that like you or the owner was going to take care of it.
Sounded like he scared you into doing some work out there.
No, I wanted to get I did. No, I had to. I was trying to do some work out at the out
Your
next to the
laptop
pool,
out there? Yeah.
and he was just talking nonstop. Yeah.
Oh.
So I did it.
So you engaged
I did it. I grabbed the hose and pulled it out and everything just so I could get the hell
nice
out of
of
there.
you.
Yeah,
that was nice of you. No iguanas or anything. Okay, the iguanas are creeping into my dreams now. I had 2 dreams that involved iguanas last night.
Well, you did a lot of peyote last night, too. I think it goes hand in hand.
They might not have even been dreams. They were hallucinations. No, there was one where I don't know what house. I was in a house, and I'm looking out the window, and there's a tree, and I don't know who I was with, but I said, hey, there's an iguana on the tree, and the iguana heard me. Scurrying across the yard, and as the iguana got to the middle of the yard, turned around, shook his fist, and kept running. I did take peyote last night.
The baby iguanas are cute as hell. The big iguanas scare the crap out of me. The baby iguanas are delightful.
Yeah. So we got to see the audio.
There was a baby iguana, and I was going to go up and try to grab it, but then I thought of that scene from Something About Mary where the little dog went after Ben Stiller's groin. Cute little fluffy things sometimes can be deceiving, fierce, and ferocious.
Guessing the iguana might have a gear that it could get to with you, even the baby ones.
Yeah.
You enjoyed the automated strike zone yesterday.
Yeah,
I just want to tell the people right now.
Yeah, this sounds like the dumbest thing in the world to get excited about, but I didn't have any expectations, positive or negative. I was open to the automated strike zone, but it was such a seamless experience.
You don't want to be sitting around while they're figuring this out.
We saw two challenges in the first Mets at-bat, one by the batter and one by Caratini. And it's very, very quick. The challenge is immediate because they're not allowed to get any input from the dugout, the manager. They can't look at the replays or anything. The batter, the catcher, or the pitcher has to make the challenge within a couple seconds of the ball crossing the plate. And they go immediately. The catcher pats his head, means he wants a review. They put a graphic up on the scoreboard that's just the diagram that you see on television.
Yeah.
And within a few seconds, boom, the ball pops up, and they say whether the call was upheld or overturned.
It's like 10 seconds, the whole thing.
And it's fun for the home crowd. The Mets lost the challenge, so they booed.
Yeah.
And it was a really cool experience because it did not feel like it detracted from the flow of game at all. It's not like the NFL or not like Major League Baseball replay where typically the umpire's on the phone or the headset, then he comes out and does the call. Yeah, it's very, very quick.
You see it up there and you're like, it's so obvious. Why are we waiting right now? And you wait 2 more minutes? No, it was super quick. And you're right, like Caratini just boom, boom, tapping his head. Mm-hmm. Whole thing happens quick.
The Anthony Richardson, I call it.
Yes.
Yeah.
The tap it out. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Cam Smith got a hit yesterday. That was good. No home runs, so that was disappointing.
Boo!
I got used to him hitting 2 home runs in every single game. And we got our first looks at Jeremy Pena and Yordan Alvarez yesterday.
Yep.
So that was good. Who have we not seen yet? I'm trying to think.
I was hoping to see Soto yesterday.
I was too.
Just because we watched the Mets twice, and we haven't gotten a chance to see Soto.
I just saw a lot of people in Soto shirts. That's it.
Yeah.
So they're pampering him. All right, so that was we had a good day out of the yard yesterday.
We haven't seen Lance McCullers.
We've not. He's pitching a bullpen on a live BP, not a bullpen, a live batting practice. Pitching to live hitters for the first time in a couple of years on Saturday.
Adam Spillane did an interview with Dana Brown that we're going to play at 9:20, and it's a really good interview.
Yeah.
And Dana Brown, he said some really interesting things about Lance McCullers. So be sure if you're able to listen at 9:20 or download the Odyssey app and listen to it later.
That's right. There you go. All right, off and running here on a Friday. Let's circle over to the Texans. There's Stefon Diggs drama.
Yeah.
This Stefon Diggs lawsuit story happened in Houston in June of last year. How do we process this thing, man? And how do the Texans process this thing?
How do the Texans process it? And it's Diggs suing somebody else.
Yes.
We'll get into it.
It
could have ramifications for whether or not the Texans want to bring him back.
Or if he wants to stay in Houston.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sometimes when something happens somewhere, you're like, I just want out of that city. We'll get you up to speed on all of it. It's a wild story, and we'll do that coming up next.
Hey, you know what's wild? Not having a retirement plan. Look, hey, you're doing well. You've worked hard.
American flag. Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Exclusive Furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, number one trending story, most popular story on the Chronicle right now. Stefon Diggs files lawsuit alleging assault and extortion. This popped up yesterday afternoon.
Is it Jack Easterby? It's
not Jack Easterby. Okay. No. Spoiler alert. It is not.
Diggs. I was joking there. Diggs didn't have any dealings with Easterby.
He did not. Here's the story, and it says attorneys representing Texans wide receiver Stefon Diggs filed a 6-count lawsuit in Harris County on Wednesday night, per documents obtained by the Chronicle. Diggs' representation filed the lawsuit against defendants Mia Jones, who's probably better known to our audience, who's into reality TV as reality TV celebrity Mulan Hernandez.
Yeah.
1 million followers on Instagram. And Brianna Bree Mack. Those are the two defendants that Diggs is suing. The suit alleges that Diggs was punched in the chest by Jones, threatened with a deadly weapon, and that Diggs, this is the big one, is the victim of a tale of abuse to extort millions of dollars. Diggs now hopes to seek damages for defendant misconduct and the destruction of his property, including his gaming system. His attorney, Ken Schaefer, Diggs' attorney, said there were threats coming from Jones that he had to pay her money or she was going to go public and ruin his career. We're kind of at the point where the threats have to stop. That's why the decision was made to go ahead and file. At some point, it just has to end. The whole thing occurred back on June 7th. Diggs had a casual relationship with Jones in the months before the lawsuit's first alleged incident on June 7th, in which Jones and Mack allegedly destroyed Diggs' property and refused to leave his apartment. Filing documents state Jones went to a Houston hospital early that morning with nausea and vomiting after a long night of partying, was discharged within an hour after denying suffering physical abuse of any kind. Jones then made a second medical visit a week later, documents state, claiming she had been punched in the back of the head with a closed fist. That claim is denied by Diggs' representation.
Yeah, so I guess this always gets confusing because, one side will claim extortion, but then as best I can tell in my limited legal brain is that you're allowed to extort somebody as long as you have your lawyer doing the extorting, because then it's not called extortion. So I don't know exactly. Who knows with all this stuff? From her perspective, because that's the Diggs lawsuit, so that's his side of the story. On her Instagram, she issued a statement that says, on June 7th, I was assaulted from behind by Stefon Diggs at our residence, an incident that resulted in a concussion. Months later, when the mediation that his legal team requested did not pan out in favor, I was struck with this fabricated story publicly. This is clearly an attempt to try to get ahead of the truth that is to come. I will not be intimidated. Is very traumatic for me, especially in my time of healing. Domestic violence is something I do not wish on anyone, and everything that is done in the dark will come out in the light.
Okay, so this is clearly like one side saying one thing, the other side saying the complete opposite.
Right. And that when she was released from the hospital, she said that there hadn't been any harm done. So yeah. I'm sure Diggs is going to lean into that part. We know from everything we've learned that there's the times that women won't disclose it at one time because for whatever reason.
Well, then reportedly the incident a week later.
Yeah.
Like, there's the June 7th, and then there was the second one on June 14th where she went to the hospital making complaints, and she was treated and released the same day. Schaefer, Diggs' lawyer, says she didn't even see Diggs that day.
Yeah.
The second day, the week later when she went to the hospital, she wasn't even around Diggs, is what Diggs' lawyer is saying.
So, all right, we're not going to litigate this thing, obviously. It's a he said, she said thing, yes. And who knows exactly. Details will emerge, I'm sure. Maybe, you know what? Maybe details won't emerge because they'll settle it.
They'll figure something out.
But I don't. Does this make you feel like it's less likely that Diggs comes back?
I don't think so. It doesn't to me because I feel like I feel like now if Diggs did it, okay, now that would be. I'm just talking about the drama that swirls around Stefon Diggs. Let's pretend that there weren't allegations of him hitting somebody for a second. Right. This is just a lawsuit, and it's another thing out there.
Yeah.
Like, I almost feel like, when you're trading for Diggs, you're probably trading for a little bit of a circus to come with him, too. Yeah. Now, this is – if he were to have hit her in the back of the head, that's obviously very serious.
This isn't screaming at your quarterback on the sideline.
No. No, tabloids, things like that.
Well, I would say just logically, mathematically, yes, it makes it less likely he's going to come back.
Sure.
Because this is an allegation of domestic violence that was not out there before.
Yeah, and that's where I was kind of pausing and saying.
Even entering it into the equation means, okay, if she's correct, there's a chance that whatever percentage chance she's correct, then then there's a real good chance. Now, it also, depending on what if the Texans look into it, I don't know how much they're going to want to deep dive into figuring out what's going on. It could be one of those things that does scare some teams away without them even looking into it. They might look at it as, all right, if we're going to take an aging wide receiver who's been injured, we got Cooper Kupp here, we got Stefon Diggs. One's got a whole lot of drama swirling around him currently and in the past. Cooper Kupp doesn't have a whole lot of drama ever off the field. Let's focus on Cooper Kupp. So this might really reduce his value in free agency if he doesn't have as many suitors.
Yeah, and I wonder how much the Texans or people behind the scenes already know about this.
Yeah,
if they know about it and they're comfortable with Diggs' side of it, or if there's concern about it, or is yesterday the first they're hearing about this? Those are things we don't know at all.
Yeah.
So I think you're right, just in terms of all right, if we're just answering the question, how does it impact the percentage chance of the Texans retaining him? Is there a more likely, same likely, less? Obviously, it's less likely because there's an allegation here. Even if it's 0.5%, it doesn't. They're not looking at this going, well, now we got to sign him.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's definitely less likely. He said, she said things. My initial gut reaction was just that there was Diggs drama. I'm like, I think they know that Diggs is a guy who kind of carries drama with him. So I think it's less likely. I don't know how likely it was in the first place that they were bringing him back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know that they were down to the the 5-yard line on getting a contract done, and then this thing gets dropped in the middle of it. I don't know how it affects people wanting Diggs back. That's what I would be curious about.
There's going to be a portion of the fan base that's like, no, I don't want any part of this, regardless of it. It's drama that I don't want.
Yeah. So weigh in on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Does a story like this, especially considering Diggs is coming off an ACL.
Yeah.
And so now. Like all the things you do when you get some drama and some potential drama that involves either criminal or civil activity, the negatives tend to magnify at that point.
Yeah.
And he is coming off an ACL, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Whereas before you might have been, that's just an ACL. Guys heal. You're like, okay, now we got this, and he's coming off an ACL.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious what people think about that.
It makes me, just my gut reaction is, to me, it's, that's more drama, man. I don't need this, man. I don't need. I've got. And
there's other guys at age 31 who can get me 70 catches.
Yeah. And there's always that element of no matter what actually happened in the situation, it's kind of like I would say with Deshaun Watson is that there's sometimes the way you're living your life, whether you're guilty or you're living your life in a way that invites a whole lot of drama at the very least, and it's not good for business, you know. So it makes me less likely to really want Stefon Diggs back. And I honestly, and there'll be people that'll be angry at me for saying that because I don't know whether he did it or didn't do it or anything. I don't care, man. It's more drama. I don't care.
Well,
I'm unfair in that regard.
You're not convicting him. You're just saying you don't want to do business.
Yeah.
That's fine. Let's see. There are people weighing in on it. Let's see. Maybe that's why they took the cap hit and didn't re-sign him. I don't know about that. It sounded to me, we asked Caserio about that.
Yeah.
Caserio, when Nick was on with us, he basically said that the way that all played out was kind of how it was planned on from the beginning.
Yeah.
That they want to take a minimal cap hit in the year he was on the team. They knew the $16 million was coming. They knew Diggs wanted to be a free agent at the end of the year, and that's, he said there was a lot was made about that whole thing that was really a non.
Well, yeah, I guess, but I mean, by the other side of that coin would be Casario's not going to tell us, by the way, he's got this ongoing legal drama. Did you guys know about this?
Of course I'm not saying that.
I mean, the way Caserio said it makes sense, but it's also not like he was going to spill the beans on this scenario if he knew about it.
That's true. This is the second weird story about Diggs off the field. I'd go another direction.
What was the other one?
There was some stuff during the season that never really got traction.
Well, just that he was that part, I thought it showed an enterprising spirit in him. It was he was
I'm assuming they're referring. I don't know.
Is there another story texted in? I don't know of any other stories.
And then don't text in fake stories about Stefon Diggs.
Yeah. And we don't know if that was a fake story or not. That was probably just a rumor concocted.
I would thought of it as very, very entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
So one man's weirdness is another man's entrepreneurialism.
Rusty Harden would tell you there's,
What's that? Yeah, it's not a crime.
Yeah.
Actually, that may be. But anyways, so before the allegations on Diggs, I didn't want an aging wide receiver coming off an ACL injury. All right, so this thing doesn't do anything for you. You were already out on Diggs.
Right, no, and I think, or if anybody was on the fence a little bit, it might just be more, man, look, he was on his best behavior on the field and in the building and everything, but it was knowing that it was a one-year contract.
Yeah.
What Caserio said, which is that we approached that and looked at it as a one-year contract the entire time.
Yeah.
That made a whole lot of sense.
Yep.
And I thought it was more likely that Diggs wouldn't be re-signed before that, before he could void his contract.
Yeah.
And so it didn't surprise me.
Text message, Jim Adler, Texas Hammer text line. Let's see, I care about the price tag, age, and the ACL recovery. The drama doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
That was my initial gut reaction, and then I took a step back and said, well, the drama does involve allegedly maybe hitting somebody. But that's kind of my general feeling on Diggs, even before this. Is like, all right, I know he comes with some stuff on the field, off the field, whatever it may be. But, yeah, the ACL recovery, the age, I get that. Do you think it impacts other teams wanting to sign? About most interesting part is will we get down to the truth of the whole thing?
Yeah.
But the football most interesting part to me isn't so much with the Texans. It's is the league taking this lawsuit as a serious thing that impacts his value?
Well,
not the NFL. Although the NFL is interesting too, but what does it do to his market?
Right, that's what I was saying. There's going to be some teams that just flat out maybe don't even look into it all that much. Other than that, look, Diggs already has the stamp of a guy that comes with a lot of drama. He did a great job this year in the 1 year with him, and I think they'll take that into account.
Yeah,
but this isn't a guy that's never had drama that all of a sudden has drama. This is a long string of drama of a different variety in nature, but that teams are going to be concerned about it.
Yeah.
They're not going to – if you know nothing at all about Stefon Diggs other than just what you've read on Pro Football Talk through the years and everything, this is going to be one more thing that they're like, all right, well, so we got to have conversations about how he acted in Houston, and it looks like it went well, but now we got this other thing. We got to dig into this. And free agency's coming up very quickly.
Yeah, I guess being a little bit more specific, like even when somebody with baggage, there's always those two or three teams that are like, yeah, whatever. I'm anxious to see if there's any two or three whatever teams with this, or if it just kills his value.
Well, in creating your market in free agency, you always got to remember, for most free agents, realistically, there's only a few teams that really want a guy. So the price, and all you need is two teams to really want you to get a good price sometimes if you get into some kind of a bidding war.
Yep.
So if there's four teams that were really interested in Diggs, a lot less interested, then that drives his price down. Now, maybe the Texans have insight into this. Maybe they have been following it along, and if they've done their own private investigation, maybe if Diggs has done nothing wrong in this, then the Texans would be in a position to perhaps get him at a better value than if none of this drama existed.
Yeah, maybe so. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Let's see here. No, we hit that one already. Someone's asking, do I ever look at the YouTube chat? I do look at it from time to time. I got a lot of moving parts, man. Got a lot of moving parts here. But, I'll check the YouTube chat. I'll check you guys there in the YouTube. You can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Twitch. We'll be out at the Yard today watching Jose Altuve play left field. So looking forward to that today. This has been a great week, man. Big thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors for sending us here. Let's get you guys up to speed on headlines. The Astros play a game yesterday. We saw Jeremy Pena for the first time. We'll hear from Jeremy Pena. And then a big franchise tag in the NFL yesterday that maybe the Texans are keeping an eye on. So we got a bunch of stuff to get to here. In headlines, we will do that coming up next. But first, Academy Sports and
Beach with today's headlines.
All right, headlines, let's get to them. We were at Port St. Lucie yesterday for the Astros and the Mets. The Mets beat the Astros 5-0. We got our first look at Jeremy Pena, who after the game met with the media, Adam Spillane, and the media got to ask him a few questions. He talked first about Tony Perez-Chica, who is the new third base coach, and he's going to work quite a bit with the infield.
He works with the infielders in general, and base running coach as well.
Yep.
There's been very much of a theme of a return to fundamentals this year, discipline at the plate, and defensively, I think we've all been wondering, okay, what was going on with Pena last year? Why was he so inconsistent? So I've been really happy to see and hear Pena talk about some of these things.
Here's Pena on Perez-Chica going to make the infield defense better.
I mean, Tony is a person that has a lot of knowledge about defense, and he's very passionate about defense, and that's why I'm excited to work with him. You know, he's a person that brings a lot to the team. He is always willing to work. He focuses on the little things. He wants to perfect his art. Perfection is impossible, but we're going to shoot for it. We show up every single day and put the work in.
This feels like someone Pena needed.
Yes.
Perez-Chica feels like someone Pena needed after last year.
He can be his Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, paying attention to the little things.
Right,
man.
yeah.
If Pena's making errors out there, it's not because of a lack of physical talent. It's because, more often than not, it's probably a focus and a fundamentals issue.
Technique, you're right, yeah, because he still makes the spectacular plays.
Correct.
There wasn't any part of me where it felt like he fell off physically. But this next bit of audio and him talking about some of the adjustments he's made, it meets the eyeball test.
I'm loose as in relaxed, but I'm staying a little more compact, running to the ball with my arms kind of closer to my body instead of them flailing around everywhere. And I feel like I'm a person that I never see a ball I can't get to. And I'm a person that I'm on defense, and I feel like I can get to every single ball. But if we're a little more efficient, then those balls that I think I can get to will be a little easier because you get there a little more efficient. Kind of being more efficient.
Did you ever watch Pena last year and say, man, his arms are flailing all over the place?
Well, no, not specifically his arm. No, but there is a lot of I would say there's a lot of extra movement in motion.
Yeah. And
young guys will do that, especially young, energetic guys. Like Pena always hoofs it out to first. Like, he's got a lot of energy. So, yeah, I like that because if you watch the really good baseball players, there's an economy of motion. Everything's very crisp. It's the same as at the plate, you know, more motion, little movement as possible. So I think for Pena, as a guy who's got all this unharnessed energy in a lot of ways, it's a matter of refining your technique. And I know you were chuckling during that. I'm guessing you were envisioning him like keeping his elbows into his chest.
No. I was envisioning the flailing. I was thinking of those big inflatables at the car dealerships.
Yeah.
Like, here comes Pena for a ground ball, and his arms are all over the place.
No, it's always less is more. You know, especially at shortstop where everything happens so quickly.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I'm intrigued. I'm excited to watch him in the field.
I am too. Jose Altuve in left field today. That's the big thing. We'll be out there. It sounds like he's going to play 4 or 5 innings out there in left field. So we'll be out there keeping eyes on it for you. Follow us on social, the Sports Radio 610 social, and our individual socials as well.
You know what I'm excited about is that I think that you'll see today and in the regular season, early in the regular season, Altuve is going to get huge ovations for just simple fly ball catches. Simple, easy catches. People are like, yay, good for you, Altuve.
Dude, the first time he jogs out there to play left field,
he's going to
get a big ovation. Let's at least be out there for the ovation today.
Okay.
In left field.
What's the weather forecast?
It's blue skies.
It was kind of hot yesterday.
It was hot yesterday.
I might have to document it from the press box.
That's true.
Or at least from the shade.
The Astros ballpark has better shaded areas than the Mets ballpark.
It's a much more comfortable environment at the Astros ballpark than the other ones we've been to.
Oh, you're going to be fine.
We went to the Cardinals a couple years ago, and that was a cool setting because like this little city this little neighborhood has been built up around it. It was really cool, but other than that,
76.
Okay, I can do that.
It was 84 yesterday. So it was
bad job, Mets. Port St. Lucie sucks.
Yeah, control your temperature.
I'm going to do a Ross Tucker and give a bad Yelp
reviews on Port St. Lucie. Yeah,
Lake Worth is awesome.
That's the town next to West Palm Beach.
Yeah, where we were last night, and it's right near the water, but it feels just like a normal little town that happens to be next to the water.
Small town USA.
Yeah, it's cool.
We sat outside and ate pizza on Main Street.
Watched the guy try to parallel park for, I think it was at least 17 minutes.
Oh yeah. And he got out multiple times, looked at it, got back in, and tried again.
And ended up like in the exact same spot.
And he looked like a psycho.
I know. I think he was. He was either that or really high. I think it looked like a really high move where he was just second-guessing himself.
Maybe that's the guy that slipped me the peyote I had last night.
He was being hyper careful and kind of paranoid about how he was
That guy
parking.
definitely dreams about iguanas.
Yeah.
100%. Let's get to some NFL news. Seth, you have dreamt of Trey Smith as a Houston Texan at various times during the offseason. He is franchise tagged.
Yeah.
The guard for the Kansas City Chiefs. And here's the thing about the franchise tag for offensive linemen. It don't matter if you're a tackle or a guard or a center. It's just O-line. So Trey Smith right now, and all the highest paid ones are tackles.
Yeah.
He's a guard. He is if he chooses to sign the franchise tender, he will get a 1-year guarantee at about $24 million for 1 year if he signs the franchise tag.
I'm totally cool with this. For several weeks now, I've been saying, you know what, that Trey Smith is really good, but for an interior offensive lineman, this year there's plenty of free agents who are serviceable starters, and especially if it involves a trade for Trey Smith underneath
That's the game changer with the tag.
Yeah, no, I don't want that. They can spend their money if they're going to bring in a free agent, bring in a durable starter, and draft and build it that way, because it's the talent issue isn't nearly as big as it feels like it was last year. I think some of us are freaking out a little too much about the overall personnel on the offensive line. I'm much more comfortable in blaming a lot of it on Bobby Slowick and a haphazard plan and scheme.
Yeah.
So, that's fine. I never should have I got real bullish on Trey Smith right after the season was over, and I feel like it's like I said I like scrambled eggs, and now you're making me scrambled eggs every morning. You're dangling. You're like, hey Seth, here's your scrambled eggs. I'm like, no, that's cool. I don't love them that much.
Okay.
Trey Smith is like scrambled eggs to me.
Got you. So you're giving up eggs now, right now?
No, but I don't need them every morning.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
I'm not gonna pay current egg prices for them. Maybe this chicken flu is something.
Well, the Chiefs are about to pay current egg prices for him on the franchise
and
tag.
He's got the chicken flu. He was all banged up during the playoffs. He didn't
yeah.
play as well.
Yep. Report: the Raiders and Matthew Stafford have found common ground on a new contract. And you may be saying, Raiders? What? He's on the met with Tom Brady, and they met in Montana. Depending on who you talk to, it was either by chance or it was a planned meeting.
Yeah.
Depending on which side you're on in the great Nugget Hussey battle between Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz. Rappaport, coincidence.
Yeah.
Schultz, planned meeting where they skied.
These Nugget Hussies are such just disreputable little whores. I've read so many articles where they don't even mention that this looks bad and it could be tampering, but they certainly don't even mention the fact that Brady was already part of a tampering offseason meeting with the Dolphins, where the Dolphins got pinched for a first-round pick before.
He's a recidivist.
Yeah. Saying this is nothing, just a mild coincidence, go die.
But here's the story. The Raiders and Stafford's camp have found common ground on what a new contract could look like, according to the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Although common ground is not the same thing as actually agreeing to the terms of a deal, the report strongly suggests that if the Rams, Stafford's current team, and the Raiders can come to an agreement on a trade, then Stafford and the Raiders, the contract will come together very, very quickly.
So the Rams have allowed this.
Yeah.
So it's not tampering, but it's also not whatever Ian Rappaport was trying to say was just a
coincidence.
Yeah.
So either way, the Schultz and Rappaport thing aside, this whole thing, you and I were talking before the show about this. This thing is just weird to me that this might end in divorce with Stafford and the Rams over a few $1 million.
Because Stafford's getting money hungry.
Because they redid his contract last year. He's making $40-something million a year. I'm guessing he's looking around the landscape of the league and going, I'm better than that guy, I'm better than that guy, I'm better than that guy. They're all making $55 million. Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, $55 million a year.
Yeah.
And I've won a Super Bowl.
Right.
I'm Matthew Stafford. I want, and he reportedly he's asking for 50, so he's not even asking for what they're making. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying that if it were my team, if the Rams were my team, that I wouldn't be mad at Stafford for this. what's weird to me is that this is a head coach and a franchise that have won a Super Bowl with this guy, and that maybe it ultimately does result in some middle ground, and this is just extreme posturing on both sides. The Rams going, yeah, fine, go do your thing, and Stafford going skiing with Brady and reportedly coming up with a contract agreement. Maybe Stafford's going through it, so the Raiders come up with a number, and the Rams, it's almost like a thing where the Rams get a chance to match it or something like that. I have no idea. It's just that we watch other quarterbacks of Super Bowl contending teams, and you don't see this level of agitation from Mahomes. Josh Allen's like the 13th highest paid quarterback now or something like that.
Yeah.
He doesn't say a peep about any of this stuff. So it's just strange to me that
it makes me hate Matt Stafford. You're the second highest paid quarterback of all time in terms of career earnings.
Yeah.
The third highest, whatever it is.
Right, and it's the Raiders we're talking about here, which are clearly the fourth best team in their 4-team division.
Yeah.
Like that's
Until
a division.
They get Matt Stafford.
I think they're still the fourth best team in that division, even with Matt Stafford.
No, I don't. It just seems like a money-grubbing jerk move by Matt Stafford.
It does. Like, to wind up with the Raiders? What are we doing?
It's one thing to want it or expect it when your contract is up. It's another to just agitate your way out of there. And he spent over a decade in football hell in Detroit.
Yeah.
Now he finds himself in a place in the upswing, and he's trying to bend him. He's trying to force him to pay him more money.
He's willing to go somewhere else for a little more money. It looks like he's willing to go to a bad team, for a little more money. Rams are a good team. They almost beat the Eagles in the playoffs.
It's hard to, you get into the presence of Tom Brady and you smell his cologne and you look at that jawline.
Musk,
and it's hard. It's hard to walk away from that. In my mind, they agreed to a deal, and then Tom Brady, like they were on the ski slope, and then Tom Brady made Matt Stafford ride the ski lift back down. They're like, that's it, no more skiing for you, by the way.
Have you ever rode the ski lift back down before when you've gone? Do you ski?
Yeah. Well, I used to, not anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, why? No, why would I ride it?
It's always weird. I don't know. I had to ride it down one time because my ski broke.
Oh, okay.
And so I had to ride it back down. It feels very strange riding down on the ski lift.
Do you feel like everybody at the bottom is judging you?
No,
like you're scared to
probably.
Go
yeah, a little bit. But it's just weird going up. All the slope is behind you, so you're just going down. There's always this feeling like I could tip over and fall out.
You know why my brother?
Peyote again.
You know why my brother was one of the worst people, one of the worst human beings in the world. The first time I ever went skiing, I went with my brother and his friends. Bad move, Mom, because I was, they're 3 years older than me. They were in high school.
Yeah.
We go up, first chairlift I get on, he brings me up to the top of a double diamond trail. Never skied before in my life.
With the moguls and everything?
Yeah. And he's like, see ya. And he and his buddies took off.
And he'd skied before.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. Yeah. And
that might even be a good enough trick to play.
I spent like the next 2 hours trying to navigate my way. You can't snowplow through moguls, man.
No. Oh my.
My life.
Yeah. The life of a younger brother.
Wearing jeans, too, by the way.
Jeans on the ski slope?
He didn't have any. Yeah, so first time skiing.
Styling.
First time skiing, no actual good ski gear. I was wearing, like, work gloves, and I'm falling every 3 feet. I was just, by the time I got to the bottom, my jeans were soaked.
Oh, my God.
It was miserable, man.
Snow on them. Yeah.
I wish I had died. Just so my brother would have had to live with that the rest of his life. Problem is, he wouldn't have cared. He'd be like, that's on him. He was a horrible human being. And then he turned into an awesome guy.
Yeah,
but when he was in high school, he was a horrible human being.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. See, Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans both at the Combine talking about C.J. Stroud's offseason. We had made not a big deal out of this. We talked a lot about this leading into the end of the season, how different it might look in the offseason for C.J. It feels like the GM and the head coach are in lockstep with that. We'll hear from both of them. A lot of audio from the Combine that we've got coming up next. Stay there. Men's T Clinic. If I were back.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and exclusive furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Nice to be with you. You can text us on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. And yes, repeating what Voice Guy said there, exclusive furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. Big thank you to both of them for sending us here this week. It's been a fantastic, a lot of coverage of the Astros out of it. We're not done yet. We're going to be out there today, so keep following, keep listening all day long. We'll be checking in with the midday and afternoon shows, just as we've been doing all week long here on Sports Radio 610. Here was Nick Caserio at the Combine. This is a sit-down he had with Mike Florio and Chris Sims on Pro Football Talk, talking about C.J. Stroud's offseason. Take a listen.
He was very public in media appearances in the offseason last year. Is there a point where do you have a talk with him about that?
You know, I think players kind of have to learn some of this as you go. Right. And you've got to understand, these are young players, and they come in the league, and sometimes a lot is thrown at them. And they have to, look, in the end, you got to figure things out on your own. What works, what doesn't work, a little bit more of this, a little bit less of that. But ultimately, whomever the player is, the focus has to be on work and improvement in the offseason. And you can make a lot of progress and a lot of gains if that's where the focus is.
Saw a lot of people reading into that one yesterday.
That's a tough one, because he's speaking in generalities and saying something that's true for everybody.
A little more of this, a little less of that.
He didn't have the opportunity. He didn't take the opportunity to specifically say, CJ worked really hard and was focused and just needs to keep building on that, I suppose.
And by the same token, he also didn't say he did too many podcasts. He did too much of this. He did too much of that. I have to believe that both D'Amico, we'll hear from D'Amico on this in just a second. He did an interview with Cameron Wolfe of the NFL Network. I have to imagine that D'Amico and Nick both highly approve of the way CJ has been going about his offseason so far.
Yeah, and it's always dicey because it's not much of energy or time or anything, but I think in terms of the whirlwind of attention that CJ got last year, it's hard to balance all of that. And it was, he was off at the Whites party in the Hamptons and doing all of these other things that they're kind of mind-blowing for a young man, where you're meeting all these celebrities that you've looked up to your whole life, and to try to find the balance where you can maintain your focus and do everything that a quarterback needs to be able to do in the offseason. It's hard to do. And I think some of it's to be expected, and I think that CJ, just by virtue of the way he talked about it at the end of the year, where he said he didn't know what he didn't know. Like, he thought he knew what it took to be a franchise quarterback, but he really didn't know and understand, and now he gets it. So he's gonna work. Now he knows what the challenge is, and that there's a balance you have to find, and how do you go about doing that?
Yeah, I think it's more, to me, his offseason last year, Seth, was more – it was less about him actually doing the podcast and the interviews, and more so about maybe some of the things he was saying and the way he was carrying himself. And not that he was saying things that were, like, divisive or anything like that, but there were a few, like the one where he put himself third among quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah.
There were a lot of things you could pull from those interviews where if you were a longtime quarterback or you were a coach, you're like, this kid, he may have a comeuppance here coming soon.
Well, and I think part of it, too, is that with CJ – it does matter, and it's a good thing that he was kind of an underdog, that he wasn't highly recruited. So all of this adulation is kind of new to him, and that he had to learn how to handle. And there's some of that, like him ranking himself third on that power ranking, it doesn't feel true to who CJ, I think, is and who he thinks he is. So it almost, some of that stuff felt kind of forced. So I think that, and he alluded to that at the end of the year too, just kind of getting back into his relationship with God and all of these other things that I think are really the core of what he wants to be. I think he just had to kind of go out there into the wild a little bit and test his boundaries.
Yep.
And
now he's been basically invisible this offseason. No Radio Row.
Yeah, and I don't think, like, when he put himself third, I honestly didn't feel like, I don't feel like that's CJ. I almost feel like that's when you're trying to, people are telling you to have confidence and be this way and be that way, so you start portraying an image of what you think a confident, cocky dude is. There's some quarterbacks that, like, if they rank themselves third, okay, yeah, that guy's cocky, he's bragging, like, and that's just who he is, and it doesn't hurt him at all. I just don't. This year, if CJ's asked that question, he's like, well, okay, I'm not going to I think he'll say something like, well, look, I'm not going to, what I always advise athletes to do is never do a power ranking question, ever. It's just easy.
That's why you're a terrible person.
Easy fodder for all these clowns like us, Second, it's hard to do an accurate power ranking in the spur of the moment.
That's what makes it even better.
So, right. So you're not gonna give even what you think your accurate power ranking is.
Right.
And third, you never have to power rank yourself. Never.
No.
Never power.
I would say go ahead and do everything.
Yeah.
But of all the things, I would say, like, yeah, go ahead and do it, but just say, like, I'm not going to put myself. Who did that? Somebody. It might have been Hopkins. Anyways, yes, don't put yourself in there. That's a compromise I'll make.
Yeah.
You still must do power rankings, but if you need to not put yourself in there, I get it. I'll be okay with that. Okay with it. Not great with it. Okay with it.
I've never been able to vote for myself for anything, even like when it's a secret ballot for like just student council president, team captain, anything like that. I've never actually voted for myself.
Oh, really?
I always felt weird, and I was always nervous that if I was ever in the position for voting for president. When you go up and you cast your ballots, I'd be like, gosh, I can't go against the party line, but I also feel weird about voting for myself.
That'd be funny if you're running for president and you voted for the other guy.
I feel like CJ's a guy that wouldn't vote for himself.
He might not. Here's D'Amico Ryans. He did an interview with Cameron Wolfe of the NFL Network, and I think in some ways maybe echoing what Nick Caserio just said.
CJ he has to take a step back, right, and really dive into the offseason, right? And that's where your season is won. Like, how are you putting that work into in the offseason? Like, how are you hitting the weight room? Like, how are you detailing your craft and improving that and bringing other guys along with you? And I think CJ is going to be much better. He's going to have a much better offseason this time around. He's invested into being great. And you have a player who has that mindset to be great. We've seen his capabilities. We've seen the throws he's made all up and down the field. Any throw, any play we need to make him utilizing his legs to make play, right, to lead our team to that next step. Just continue to get those other guys around him to play the same way.
Okay, the first 25 seconds or so of that cut are, to me, much more direct than what Nick Caserio said in the previous cut.
Right. Well, he said much better.
Literally said better offseason.
Much better this offseason. He's committed to it.
Yeah.
And, when you go into that whole learning what it really takes to be I was worried that those guys didn't realize that they weren't actually a good offense last year in 2023. Like, they were a promising offense, but they weren't actually a good offense. And I felt like everybody was operating like, oh, yeah, the Texans' offense, they're good, and now they're going to be better. Like, no, they hadn't even established that they were an actually good offense in 2023. And CJ learned exactly what happens when teams have studied you the entire offseason, that
Caserio from the Combine. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. Caserio, this is on McAfee, on evaluating players for D'Amico. Nick's been steeped in the New England way for 20 years, and now here he comes to Houston, and now in comes D'Amico Ryans, and he's scouting out players.
I think the big thing, too, systematically, like defensively, like that system. So how you evaluate players, what's important, what you prioritize. So you have to maintain an open mind as you're piecing that team together. But I think the traits and characteristics and profile of the player, of what you want in the person when they walk in the building, that's remained consistent. So you have to have a certain level of discipline. You have to be committed to that. If you prioritize and say, this is important, their competitiveness, are they a good teammate, do they put the team first, do they have mental and physical toughness, if you say those things are important, who are the players that have those qualities? Like, that's our job and responsibility, and you have to stay true to that. If you start to veer off, well, these are important, but you know what? This guy ran 4.1, and he's not a good kid. All right, well, are you really staying true to what you believe in? So I think philosophically, D'Amico and I are aligned in that respect.
Yeah, it was interesting. The first part, you and I had a hard time hearing the first part of that cut, Seth. With Nick, he was talking about just he was scouting for a certain scheme for 20 years. Yeah. And now D'Amico obviously doesn't run the same stuff Belichick runs. But here they've arrived at this, D'Amico and Nick, where it almost sounds like it's more important that we find the right kind of guy. Yeah. And then we'll find a way to make him fit in.
Well, okay, so I was thinking about this morning. And I think game plan offense sounds great, and people talk about, all right, maybe with Nick Haley, he's going to be a little bit more of from week to week. You don't have to be this type of offense. You don't have to be an outside zone run offense. You don't have to be a power offense. I think really what I care more about is what I've heard from these guys when it comes to adapting the scheme to your players. And I think that's where the good offensive coordinators and the good teams anymore, because of injuries and because of everything else and the way football has changed, is that if you start thinking you're going to have a master plan for we're going to have these types of players that have this skill set and then this is the offense we're going to run, you're going to run into roadblocks along the way. So you got to be able to adapt your scheme to what types of guys you have, what types of athletes you have. But the one common variable is that if you've got guys that are just really good football character guys,
love football,
then you're going to be able to adapt that scheme a lot easier. If you got guys that have adaptability as players, if they have the personalities that have that swarm mindset, then that matters a lot. Yeah. And I think that, the type of guy, and obviously you want playmakers and you want guys that have extreme skills in some level. But if you happen to have more fast wide receivers than big wide receivers, you're going to adapt the scheme to that, as long as they've all got that swarm mentality.
Yeah, it was interesting. So that was Caserio's side of the D'Amico-Caserio dynamic from the McAfee show. D'Amico did his sit-down with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, and this was kind of fun because this is the same concept, but this is D'Amico's view of it.
When you look at building a team, it goes to – when I first started out, we had scouts and we had probably different schemes and guys were looking for different things. Right. There may have been things that were more important to other staffs that weren't so important to me. So I just love how, Nick and Lipford and the staff, the scouting staff, it's I see the language shifting in how we're talking about players. Right. Wow. Right. I see like that comes how we coach our players, what we're asking them to do. I start to see that show up in their reports and how they talk about player, or hey, this is a swarm player, this isn't a D'Amico guy, or this, and you start to see that, and it's like, oh man, they understand like what we're looking for. So it's so much easier now to know the type of players we want and know who to, hey, we probably need to stay away from this guy at this point in time. He's not the guy for us. So just seeing that come together so quickly, that's been the cool part about the team building. It's just such a more smooth transition, I would say, this year. Just in the interviews and everything, like it's just this guy's done an unbelievable job of just picking up the speed on how I talk, how I communicate to guys and guys I'm looking for.
That's really fun playing those cuts back-to-back because it's Caserio on a completely different platform with McAfee talking about his view of it, and it's D'Amico talking about it on a completely different platform with Texans Radio, and it almost feels like those two cuts are running alongside each other and meet at some point, where they are in lockstep on the types of guys they're looking for.
And that was one of the things that Belichick's philosophy was always – that you had to be sure your scouts and your coaches were speaking the same vocabulary, and that what agility means to one person might mean something completely different to somebody else. So you got to be sure that when you're using your vocabulary, that you've got the same meanings for everything. And some of that you can write down, but some of it's just got to come from working with people. When D'Amico talks about that, what I like forever. People in the scouting community have been able to say, oh, that player is a Ravens type of player. Or, no, that guy's a Steeler. Like those two teams especially, that it just feels like they go after a certain type of player. And those two teams, I think they're kind of similar types of players. But that amongst scouts, they'll even say, like, no, but there's a difference between a Ravens player and a Steelers player. That's why I think the Ravens feel so comfortable genuinely going for best player available and not caring about who the starters on their team are or anything, because they know that if they just follow their process and they keep getting their types of guys in the building, that you're going to have a bunch of good football players on your team. Don't try to overthink it.
Yeah.
And you can do that when you feel really confident in your scouting process.
That's one of those things that transcends the coach. You know, like you say that about Ravens players, and you said that before John Harbaugh was there. You said it when Brian Billick was there.
It really is Ozzie Newsome.
Ozzie Newsome is the GM. He's the common thread.
It's kind of Ozzie Newsome that I think probably also was really good at working with Harbaugh or Billick, but also just in those guys coming aligned to whatever a Ravens player was too.
Yeah, and obviously you got to win at a high level. Like once they win, the Texans at a high level, it'll go from being this is a D'Amico guy to this is a Texan.
Right.
You know. Yeah. That's the sweet nectar, man. That's where you want to get. Here was Nick Caserio. This is him. We're going back now to Pro Football Talk with Chris Sims and Mike Florio on the firing of Bobby Slowick.
Bobby did a lot of players. I think as we went through it, D'Amico felt in the end that was the right thing for our team. So it wasn't easy. I mean, D'Amico and Bobby essentially grew up in the NFL together. So to be able to make a decision like that was hard. It was taxing. But that was a decision we felt made the most sense for us. So you got to turn the page. So, I mean, it's a good opportunity for Nick. Has experience kind of a multitude of systems. So we'll kind of see how it goes. But, Nick's highly respected coach in this league. So, again, it's going to be a collective effort. It's not going to be specifically about Nick Caley. It's going to be about the offensive staff, the offensive players, how we play, how do we handle things in games. So all of it kind of fits together in the end.
My one wish, if I could just have one wish for the offense as far as something that gets improved, there's a lot of things. But my one wish, just based on what sounds like, and we'll see with Caley, like so far of all the things we're hearing, if it's the truth that we're hearing about him, that he's hyper-focused on fundamentals, spent a lot of time with Dante Scarnecchia when he was in New England, that kind of thing, that it seems like he'd be more dialed in on the offensive line stuff than Bobby Slowick was. My one reasonable wish is that we don't have any more, we minimize at least, the plays by the offensive line where we're like, what the hell is this guy doing on this play?
Yeah.
What are they doing? Like, where they just look completely uneducated.
Yeah, or just you've got one guy doing something completely different than the other four guys.
Yeah,
well, the biggest, some of the times where you had both an offensive tackle and a running back blocking an interior defensive line while the defensive end ran free. Yeah.
I can deal with guys getting beat on occasion physically. You get whooped, guys better than you get whatever the case may be. But just the stuff that is just such romper room, Keystone Cop stuff. Like, get rid of that. Get rid of that stuff. And that's a big step. That would be my one reasonable wish among many wishes that I have. I've got several for the offense.
Just clean it up.
Clean it up.
Yeah, just give me a clean operation.
Clean it up.
Don't, because it wasn't just Laramie when it came to, in the first half of the season, the pre-snap penalties. It was the entire operation, and then all season long. The one big thing that I think, that I know a lot of people have been thirsty for, is that the level of command that CJ has at the line of scrimmage in the modern NFL, you're just way better off if your quarterback is really dictating pass protection and all of that. And it takes you can only expect a young quarterback to do so much, but I mean he's just got a better vantage point than the center.
Yeah.
He can just see things, and if he should be able to, as he gets to that level, be able to identify who the actual blitzer is, what are the tells on that defense, all that kind of stuff. And it just didn't feel like there was any urgency to try to help CJ out in that regard at all. I mean, Bobby Slowick specifically said that they don't worry a lot or work a lot on diagnosing things pre-snap. And that's one thing if you're just working with a younger quarterback, but they weren't even given the opportunity to learn how to do it because of the operation where they're getting up to the line of scrimmage with only a few seconds left on the play clock. So you don't expect a third-year quarterback to be out there directing traffic like Tom Brady in his prime, but I want to see him working towards that.
Yeah. There are odds out right now, Seth, on where some of these guys who've requested trades may end up. Jonathan Allen. Houston Texans tackle.
It makes
Jonathan
sense.
Allen.
Yeah. No, and look, we know already from going back 2 years ago when D'Amico was trying to get from the 49ers the defensive tackle, Eric Armstead. They were trying to get Eric Armstead in here, and they weren't able to. And they got guys that could fill the role, but they weren't necessarily difference makers at defensive tackle in Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi. So either through free agency or through the draft, I'd expect D'Amico, who calls the defensive line the engine of the defense. He's always going to be trying to add to the defensive line. And right now it doesn't make sense. You've already spent a lot of resources on the edge rushers. The interior defensive line this year, they didn't address it really last year because it didn't work out with Eric Armstead. I would expect them to do it this year.
You'd be getting a motivated guy, I would imagine.
Yeah.
He's in the last year of his deal. He signed a big deal. He's making $15 million this year. It's the Lions, number 1 at 3-1 on the odds board. Chicago Bears, 5-1, and then the Chargers and the Texans are 7-1.
And I had seen a report yesterday afternoon, but I couldn't track down the initial source. It was a Texans aggregator that said, I can't remember, that Danielle Hunter is looking for an extension this offseason.
Oh, I didn't see that.
But I didn't see it from the primary news source, and he didn't link it. So let's just speak about it hypothetically. If Danielle Hunter wants an extension,
yes,
I would happily give it to him, and it could be part of also creating cap space for all this other stuff. I'm always expecting them to do something with Danielle Hunter's contract.
Yeah, I think it's a win-win.
He was 100% healthy. He played really well. He likes it here. They love him. And so, he's getting up there in years, but he's still, I think, in his prime. So I think that works out for both parties. Danielle, you can extend him, have him for a year or two more, but also you can get some salary cap relief this year.
Tack 2 more years. Yeah, because he's in the last year of his deal, so he's $24 million or whatever it is on the cap. I don't know. Maybe they did some void years with him. Yeah, I don't know. But I would be all for that. I didn't see that yesterday, so yeah, I'll keep an eye out for that. Getting some text messages here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Going back to the story of your brother taking you up to the top of the Double Diamond slopes.
When I had never skied before.
Never skied before. For those of you who never skied, I don't know if there's an analogy. This getting dropped off in the Double Diamond slopes is like never having driven before, and you're getting dropped off in the middle of the Indy 500.
It's like going cliff diving for your first time diving.
Yeah.
It's like, here, get on one knee and put your hands over your head and dip. That's what it feels like. It looks like you're standing at the top of a cliff. Those things are so steep, and there's moguls all over them.
Yep.
And they're narrow. Yeah.
Text message. I bet Seth's brother looks back now and is proud. He probably thinks he had a big hand in the man that Seth has become.
He probably does. He's like, yep, that was character building for him.
He probably does, and Seth is not happy about it.
No, I think he doesn't look back at all.
That's funny.
He just doesn't. The oldest child just generally, if they're that kind of an oldest child, they have the best version of every memory.
Oh, man, that's pretty good.
That guy nailed it. Now, I think he's probably right.
I'm the oldest, and I never took my brothers up to. Ooh.
They used to, man.
You've had some stories, brother.
They used to. One time we drove to Myrtle Beach in the back of my dad's Ranger pickup.
Yeah.
We rode in the back. We had a cap on it, and it was hot. We were going down for our high school spring break, and my brother and stepbrother just decided to put me in one of the sleeping bags and trap me in it. And to see how long I could last.
In a sleeping bag? Like zipped it up?
Yeah, like in a heavy-duty sleeping bag, like one of those really big, thick ones. Yeah. It was awful. Like that was my life every day. I got just absolutely terrorized.
You got bullied in your own house.
Yeah, I was terrified all the time.
That's awful. Oh, my God. Let's see. Didn't we hear all this same crap from Bill O'Brien? Game plan, offense, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I've pointed that out before. I've pointed that out before, the irony of going from a Kubiak-Shanahan-style scheme to Bill O'Brien game plan offense. Yes, and this is the whole thing about the scheme stuff. That's why I don't care about game plan offense. I care about good offense because there's 1,000 different ways to skin a cat. My brother tried all of them on me. And we don't know. We don't know if Nick Haley's going to be a good offensive coordinator or not. We just flat out don't know.
Yeah.
But if it does work out, this is what it'll look like.
I think it's an indicator of just how frustrating the offense got under Bobby Slowick, that we've actually gotten very little of that text since Haley became the offensive coordinator. He was very open about being a game plan offense, and that
excited about it because Kubiak's scheme, they don't tend to adjust a lot from week to week.
I was, every time he was saying it though, I was like ducking. I'm like, oh
yeah, I thought a lot of people,
I thought there'd be a lot of O'Brien PTSD.
Yeah, I've brought it up way more than people have brought it up to me.
Right.
And yeah, I think it is. People just have that appetite for it that they don't. And it's neither great nor bad. It all boils down to, all right, this is great, and you can kind of see what they want to do. But until he goes out and does it, you just have no idea. We've never seen him as an offensive coordinator.
All right, let's check in on a couple places around the AFC South. The Jags and this Gladstone guy. We'll get to him in a second. This was Tony Baselli, the new executive vice president of football operations in Jacksonville, former Texan, but much better known as a former Jag, Hall of Famer. He was smitten. It was love at first sight with Liam Cohen.
I'll never forget, Liam walked in, and within 30 minutes, I'm like, this is the guy. This is the guy for the job. He needs to be our next head coach. And the way I look at it is, the tape is his resume as a football coach. I don't need to know whether Liam Cohen can coach football or not. I mean, just turn on the tape. Look what he's done, whether it was at the Rams, the Kentucky Wildcats, or at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The dude knows how to coach offensive football. And so what I wanted to know, what kind of guy is he? And could I project him? Because in our model, the head coach is the voice of the football organization. He's going to set the culture. He's going to coach those players. He's going to manage his coaching staff. And he's going to lead us to victory on the football field. So it's not just being a great offensive coordinator, but can he be a great leader? And it just jumped off the page that he was that type of guy.
Duval. I knew it, Ben.
All right.
Good job.
I don't know. Tony kind of sold me on Liam Cohen.
Well, you actually said that, I mean, we had fun with the Duval, and we will continue to have fun with the Duval hotkey.
Duval.
But you said that, I mean, you watched the whole press
conference was pretty good.
Was it you can see what Baselli is saying there level?
Yeah, because he had a way of, all these guys get up and there's going to be certain buzzwords and everything, and they're trying to lay out their philosophy.
We're about to hear some.
Yeah, I think that, with him, it didn't feel like he had just taken notes from whatever book he was reading that morning and slap them into a speech.
Yeah.
He sounded and felt like a guy that's been around football a long time, and a lot of his philosophies that you might read in a book or something somewhere, it's ingrained in him working with players. So I do think there's a youthful vibe to him, but also a relatability that rings true. So I was impressed with his press conference.
What's your concern level as a Texan fan that he is the guy Baselli is describing there on a scale of 1 to 10?
5.
5, so 50-50 you are.
Yeah.
Coin flip. Yeah.
I guess since I was impressed with him at his press conference, maybe I'll up it to a 6. I look at these coaching kids at Combine. They all suck until they don't.
Yeah.
I'm not impressed with any of them until they actually get in. Yeah.
Start with an F.
Prove that you can actually play football or coach football as a head coach, and then we'll worry about it. But I don't think it was an abomination of a press conference. And I think people are I think they're misled by his youthful look.
Yeah.
When I started to listen to him speak, he sounded more like an actual football coach.
Yeah. All right, so here's James Gladstone doing one of several interviews at the Combine this week.
So James Gladstone is the new general manager of the Jacksonville
Jaguars.
You've listened. You've gone down such a Gladstone wormhole that I don't think you realize that almost nobody knows who Gladstone is.
I was going to say who he was.
Okay, well, you've mentioned him a few times where you have and I'm just talking because I do the same thing. You've been obsessed with Gladstone. I'm telling the listeners how obsessed Sean has been with Gladstone. We'll be driving to Port St. Lucie yesterday, and out of the back seat, I just hear this guy, this bleeping guy.
I hate this guy.
I'm like, what, Sean? Gladstone.
So here's James Gladstone, GM of the Jags, with more annoying buzzword talk.
I think I view it as a key strength because really,
hang on, Ben. Pause. I should have set that up better. Seth set me off. He was asked if his age is a detriment or is it an asset. He's only 34 years old, for those who don't know.
I think I view it as a key strength because really, I have a fresh perspective, and I think that's also the case for both Liam and Tony. And through my own experiences, I feel like I have a deep understanding of that are revolutionizing the sport. And so I don't ever view the number of years that I've had on planet Earth as a limitation, but just my preferred way of moving is one that I think can bring a dynamic asset and an edge over the competition.
I'm like, there's only 3 seconds left. He won't annoy me in these 3 seconds. And he drops dynamic asset.
He's already learned how to not actually answer a question. His age is a strength. And I guess what he was alluding to is that because he understands what type of mechanisms are they?
They're
modern mechanisms.
They're revolutionizing the sport.
Yes, and they're revolutionizing the sport. I mean, maybe he's saying that because he's younger, he's open to those and understands them in a way that the olds don't.
Shad Khan is I'm easily sold to.
Yeah.
Shad Khan is way more easily sold to than I am.
Yeah.
That he let Trent Baalke snow him for that many years, and then he has this guy come in and just pepper him with 13-letter words and makes him the GM.
He's got a dynamic it's one of his dynamic assets. Is that what he said?
At the end, he said, yeah.
I couldn't read my old man handwriting.
Dynamic
Sorry,
asset.
Gladstone.
Yeah.
I don't understand these modern mechanisms.
Yeah. You're a dinosaur. Your handwriting. Oh, God.
He's acting like 45-year-olds don't know how to use a computer.
Dude, yeah, that's what he is.
I can use my smartphone much more adeptly.
I would love to know what the other GMs think of Gladstone, if they agree with me on it. Look, I'm all for using the new tools and analytics and stuff. I'm definitely not somebody who's like, got to do it the old way, where let's see what this guy's moxie is like. My gut ranking on this.
Dan Riley was the original strength coach with the Texans, and he was awesome. And he was legendary in a lot of ways because he was one of the very first full-time strength coaches in the NFL and in college in Division I football as well back at West Point when he started out.
He was with the Redskins, right?
Yeah. He was with them through their Super Bowl runs and everything. Yeah. So he had visitors all the time. People would want to come in and learn his methods and everything. And every now and then you'd get some guy that was coming in and he'd be asking questions and he would start saying things like instead of just saying, like, where should the arm be, he should be like, well, what is the placement of the humerus on this exercise? Riley, he would lose it. He'd be polite, but you could just see him like, this son of a bitch.
So what do you think he'd take a Gladstone?
He started using, like the specific, proper anatomical terms for everything.
My God.
Yeah.
Let's check.
I don't think he'd like it. I don't know. I'll have to ask Dan. Dan listens to our show, so he might be listening right now. He'll text me if he is. What he thought.
What he thinks of Gladstone?
Dan's one of the realest guys alive.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's not a Gladstone guy.
No.
Yeah. All right, one more from the AFC South. The Colts are going to have a quarterback competition. How about this?
Yay!
I thought Anthony Richardson was picked 2 picks after C.J. Stroud. I thought he was the anointed one. Here was Chris Ballard yesterday. Indianapolis Colts. I don't know, it was yesterday. It was earlier this week at the Combine. Chris Ballard, the GM of the Indianapolis Colts. There's going to be a QB competition in Indianapolis.
Look, it's got to be the right guy to create real competition, but we want to create real competition. I think it's good for the team. When we drafted Anthony High knowing it was going to take some time, all right? And we knew there's going to be some hiccups along the way. And it's I know we all want a finished product right now. I do. You do. Fans do. We all do. But I think as he continues to progress in his young career, us adding competition, I think will help up everybody's game.
This is not where you want to be heading into year 3 with a top 5 drafting.
No, and look, I think I saw a lot of people yesterday say, whatever, that's bogus, because if Anthony Richardson doesn't start, then Ballard's losing his job. I could see Ballard very clearly thinking, no, this guy genuinely needs competition. If he doesn't get this competition, then he's not going to develop, and I'm going to lose my job.
Yes.
That's how the way everybody in Indianapolis, including the veteran offensive lineman and Chris Ballard himself and others have talked about Anthony Richardson, was that he was extremely immature. And not in a jerk way, not in the way where he was treating people poorly or anything like that. It's just like he just flat out didn't get it. It still bothers me that it's not being reported this way. When people talk about him being tapping out of that game, they need to understand that it was third and goal.
Yeah.
In a game in which they were trailing by a touchdown in the second half.
Against your division rival.
It wasn't just a random play where maybe, for one, quarterbacks just don't tap out because they need a blow. But even then, it was a very tap out like that. And then when they talk about doing things like taking notes in meetings or just caring about doing all the things that every quarterback should do, he just sounded like he was way out of his element.
Yeah.
Ballard keeps talking about it like they knew it was going to be a 2 or 3 year deal. And I'm willing to listen to him because I could totally see Irsay. I mean, I think Irsay was the one that came out and said Richardson was going to start immediately. Yeah. That it's so owner-driven here. I mean, Ballard might want to get fired by now. The way that Irsay's been operating the last couple of years, it's probably not a whole lot of fun.
I think he'd get another GM job fairly quickly.
Yeah,
Ballard would. Like I don't know. I know they haven't done anything in Indianapolis of substance. They've won one playoff game in the 7 years he's there.
But they haven't. It's one of those things where it's because they haven't found a quarterback. But at the same time, all right, you're the GM. Go find a quarterback.
Right.
That's the double-sided sword there. But otherwise, he's put together really good rosters.
Yeah.
And I think they've done some really good things. They're a competitive football team without having an actual solution at quarterback.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you live in West Palm Beach. Again, thanks to Exclusive Furniture, Academy Sports and Outdoors for sending us here. Our last few hours here in West Palm Beach, we'll be headed out to the yard today to go watch Jose Altuve play a little left field for the first time for the Houston Astros. We'll keep you up to speed on all that throughout the day here on Sports Radio 610. Up next, mock draft injection time. Luke Easterling of Athlon.com. This is a 3-rounder. I don't know if we'll hit all 3 rounds. But there's the Texans make a move that I like in this mock draft, and we'll take a look around the. We'll do that coming up next. Stay there.
If you have been.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and exclusive furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Yeah, you can tell 410. That is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. All right, let's get to from a hammer to a syringe, the mock draft injection for the day. Athlon, Luke Easterling. I'm familiar with his work. I believe he used to write for NFL.com, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds a little too close to Easterby for my liking.
A little bit. Let's see how good he is. Let's see if he's better at drafting than Easterby. Although, legend has it that, the Grenard pick was the one Easterby pick.
That's your pick, Jack.
That's your pick, Jack.
That's your pick, Jack.
So maybe he's as good as Easterby. Grenard is he was like number 82 on the PFF 101.
Yeah.
He's one of the top 101 players in football, according to the nerds. So let's do this one here. This is Athlon Sports. We do this each and every day. It's draft season. Combine is kicking in. No Kenneth Grant workout yesterday. We spoke that one into existence, unfortunately for him.
Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle that I'm very intrigued by the University of Michigan, we were kind of hoping. I was worried that a really good workout was going to vault him up into the first half of the first round, and he won't be working out because of a strained hamstring, or at least he didn't do the field drills. So now, I don't know. I think he's going to go way higher than 25.
He's just going to work out at his pro day, dude. The same thing he would have done.
Oh, yeah.
He'll get a chance to work out.
He's going higher than 25, I think. If he's at 25 and the Texans get him, I'd be very excited.
It's just kind of funny that you and I were jokingly yesterday saying, if he just tweaked the hammy and he couldn't work out, nothing debilitating where it kills him in torpedoes. Just 5. He can still make life-changing money. And then it happened. I'm like, oh, wow, the powers that we have.
All these scouts will claim that these drills don't matter all that much, and yet they continue to do them.
Yeah, it's
amazing. Interesting, isn't it?
It's really weird.
We send our entire staffs to Indianapolis to watch and monitor and measure these times that we don't actually care about. No. Nothing to see here.
All right, so let's do this Athlon draft here. With the 25th pick in the athlonsports.com, Luke Easterling, not Easterby, mock draft. The Houston Texans select second straight day, Luther Burden III, wide receiver, Missouri.
So, just a recapping of what we've talked about every time Luther Burden, who frequently gets drafted, mocked to the Texans in these.
Well, he'll work out tomorrow. So the fun positions start working out tomorrow.
Yeah, and you'll be impressed with him when he's working out and when he's doing his position drills. He's very quick, has been used for short routes a lot, but that's more because of the nature of that offense. 75% of his targets have been 10 yards or less, but he can run the deep routes. He's just needs some polish like just about every young wide receiver does. He's not huge, but he's not tiny. And I guess the big question with him is he's played mostly in the slot in college. How does he project to playing outside? And he's not a big guy. That's not the barrier that it used to be, but it's a little bit more of a projection.
Yeah, how does Kaylee see him? Just to put a bow on the Texans part of this, I'll say the names of the other two picks. I don't think we need to do a deep dive on either one, but it is a 3-round mock. With the 58th overall pick in the 2025 Luke Easterling Athlons, Jonas Vanea, offensive lineman, Arizona, who we've in multi-round drafts in this exercise, he's gotten picked before.
Yeah.
So they go O-line in the second round, and then in the third round, they are picking in the 80s somewhere where the Texans, they are picking 89th. The 89th overall pick, they select Jamari Caldwell, D-lineman, Oregon. So there you go.
There we go.
Yep.
I guess the one thing that people are really wondering about right now is what did the Titans do with that number 1 overall pick where Abdul Carter has some kind of a stress reaction issue.
You want to know what Luke Easterling has him doing?
Yeah.
With the first pick, In the 2025 Luke Easterling Athlon.com mock draft, Tennessee Titans select Abdul Carter, Penn State.
Okay, I like Abdul Carter a lot. I think it would be a good pickup for the Titans. It doesn't worry me as much this year as other guys might, but the Titans, we know their defensive tackles are really good. They treated the Texans' interior offensive linemen like their playthings, like their least favorite dolls. That's how they treated them.
It was their sisters' dolls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They threw them up on top of a bureau and then forgot about them, and the Texans' offensive linemen got
Shaq Mason
eaten by
doll.
rats. Yeah.
What a horrible
Rag
Christmas
dolls.
gift.
Oh.
Yeah.
So that would be a good addition for the Titans. I'm kind of hoping. I have a dream that
I think you and I have the same
want
dream.
Travis Hunter in this division. I want it just for the excitement of it. I think you want Shadur Sanders in the division.
Well, you get them both.
Because the Jaguars could take.
The way I was envisioning is where I thought you were going. Shadur goes first to the Titans, and then Travis Hunter goes fifth. Both. Have it all, Seth.
Okay, do you want Travis Hunter to go to the Jaguars or the Titans? I want Travis Hunter to go to the Titans because then he's in the division, but I don't think they can do as much with him.
Yeah.
And they won't be as scary a team as if Travis Hunter would go. And this is the other part of it. We talked about it a little bit yesterday about, okay, how are teams looking at Travis Hunter? Turns out it's all over the place because the Titans are looking at him as a defensive player. The Browns president or GM came out and said that they're looking at it as an offensive player.
Yeah.
So there's that element, too. So are the Jaguars looking at Travis Hunter as a guy who would be a receiver or a defensive back? I would think that, it all comes down to what those individual teams are. As a Texans fan, I don't necessarily want to see Trevor Lawrence have a plethora of weapons.
No, but do the again, you're right. Like, I almost feel like we need to make all 32 teams weigh in. And it needs to be signed in ink.
They need to declare before they draft him that this is how he's going to be used.
They need to declare now so we can do analysis on it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, we can sit here and talk about being scared of the Jags getting him. If it turns out the Jags are one of those teams that sees him as a corner, then whatever.
Yeah.
Then that's then the Jags have a good corner. It's another good corner in the division. Him and Tyson Campbell. That's a good tandem right there.
Yeah.
It would be. If Liam Cohen is who Tony Baselli just said he is in the previous segment, we played some Baselli sound where Liam Cohen, if the tape speaks for itself, the guy's a great offensive mind. Then getting Travis Hunter as a weapon for Trevor Lawrence along with Brian Thomas, that's a problem. Yeah, it's a big. So yes, I'd rather he go to the Titans.
And then where's that leave Shadur though? I thought you wanted Shadur in the division.
Well,
Shadur would go with one of either the Titans or the Titans, and then I got you. Shadur would go to the Titans.
Yeah, and then if to get them both in the division, then Travis Hunter would go to the Jags.
For you, which one for pure intrigue and excitement and notoriety? Is there anything that makes you want Cam Ward more for the Titans? Just
No,
he might be a better quarterback.
Well, just because he's a quarterback, I'd rather Cam Ward than Abdul Carter just for intrigue.
Yeah.
When CJ got drafted into the division, the Texans were not in a spot where we were worried about competing for Super Bowls or anything like that. So I was all about, let's get as many of these young quarterbacks in the division as we can, and it makes these divisional games a whole lot more fun.
Yeah.
And they did that. The Colts drafted Anthony Richardson. The Titans drafted Will Levis. The Jags already had Trevor Lawrence. None of those guys have held up their end of the bargain.
The only thing about Will Levis was that was a complete draft guru creation that he was ever going to be a top quarterback prospect.
Right.
So Will Levis's brand name appeal was way higher than I think NFL teams were looking at.
As it turns out,
remember,
yes.
I was so confused about all of these people that thought Will Levis was going to be a top 5 pick because I would watch and watch and watch, and I'm just not seeing it from his college film. And then I would go, and any of the former NFL quarterbacks or coaches that broke down his film that actually sat down with it, almost unanimously were like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly why teams would think he's a top 3 pick. So I never looked at Will Levis as one of those marquee guys.
Here with the 14th overall pick in the Athlon mock draft. The Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State. I'm telling you, every mock draft has Tyler Warren going to the Indianapolis Colts. It's incredible.
I had him sitting. I had you pull up the photos of The tight end that I hate from the
Kobe Fleener.
Kobe Fleener.
You're spot on with your assessment of that one.
Yeah, with who we compared him to? We compared him to
Jake Myers.
To Jake Myers. That's right.
That's what we were doing in the press box yesterday.
Yeah. I was trying to get myself to hate Tyler Warren, and Tyler Warren doesn't look like Kobe Fleener, but Jake Myers totally looks like Kobe Fleener.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Tyler Warren's got a good face.
We were upset with Jake Myers yesterday.
He struck out again.
Jake Myers and Chaz McCormick they've performed for Sean T. Pendergast and Seth C. Payne twice now, and nobody's bothered to get a hit. Neither of them yet.
Chaz at least got a couple walks.
He walked twice yesterday.
Yeah, he at least got a couple walks, so we'll take that. Jake is just not good. He's just not good. He's not good. He's never going to be a good hitter.
Got to give him time, Sean.
You
don't know baseball.
You don't know baseball.
Sometimes it takes a while for guys to develop.
It's a good lead-in. So we're doing our Take-A-Mania a little bit earlier today at 8 o'clock on a Friday. The defending champ in our weekly Bad Take, WrestleMania, is still Angelo Cataldi on Andy Reid. We'll reset that. Angelo Cataldi, former host in Philadelphia on Andy Reid. This is where we take the bad takes of the week. I will give society credit. Not nearly as many bad takes out there this week. So Cataldi may reign supreme again. But we've got 3 that we'll play here. We'll let you guys be the judge. Take-A-Mania, bad take of the week is
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and exclusive furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yep, Payne and Pendergast. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Great to be with all of you on a Friday morning. Headed out to the yard a little later on today. Hey, make a note, in about an hour and 20 minutes at 9:20 today, Adam Spillane had a really good conversation with Astros general manager Dana Brown. They talk about everything from Cam Smith, a lot of Cam Smith talk in there, Jose Altuve in left field, Lance McCullers, how they feeling about that, Fromber, and a possible extension, that gets discussed, the alignment between ownership, manager, and GM, some really, really good stuff that Adam Spillane got Dana Brown takes on that we will we'll play for you. We'll run that at 9:20 today here on the show, so make a note of that. So Dana Brown had a lot of good takes in that interview. You and I have been privy to it. He would not wind up in this segment that we are about to do here, Dana Brown.
Yeah,
he had good takes.
Yeah, he had good takes. Good conversation.
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
He didn't sound evasive at any point.
No, he didn't. He never does. I think he's very forthcoming.
Yeah.
He's which is nice. We do this every Friday just to highlight the folks out there who may need to kind of recalibrate their takes a little bit. Not so good. Now, it was harder this week to find people that are on Angelo Cataldi's level. Angelo Cataldi, the reigning, defending, bad take champion.
And we'll play this, and then I've got a lot of comment on this take because I realize this might be the champion bad take for a long time.
Yeah.
And every time I hear it, I get just newly either enraged or incredulous, and I just can't stop talking about it. So I'm just going to let it run, and I'm not allowed to talk for more than 15 seconds about it.
We'll go straight into the next takes. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. That you're framing it that way, I think, shows what a stout champion this is.
In terms of bad takes, this is like Hey Ya, is like a song that you can listen to over and over again. So Hey Ya, great song by Outkast, and I never get sick of it. I've yet to get sick of Hey Ya.
Yeah.
I could listen to it 3 times a day, every day. Likewise with this bad take by Cataldi, I never get sick of hearing just how bad it is.
How bad it is.
So it's similar but also opposite from Hey Ya.
All right, so here is Angelo Cataldi. We do this every week, Take-A-Mania. Angelo Cataldi, former WIP and Philadelphia host. This is the day after the Eagles walloped the Kansas City Chiefs. Keep in mind, Andy Reid, coach of the Chiefs, coached many, many years during Cataldi's career in Philadelphia.
Let me let your audience in on a little secret, all right? Because most of the country will argue this to the death. Andy Reid is way overrated as a coach, all right? Andy Reid was in Philadelphia 14 years. He won 0 championships. Doug Peterson was here 5. He won 1. Nick Sirianni's been here 4. He won 1. The only reason Andy Reid was winning big games in KC was because Mahomes making up plays on the run and doing brilliant stuff. The only reason Mahomes didn't do that yesterday is he had no time to do it. And Andy Reid could not figure out a way to give him time to do it. And the truth is, Mahomes is a stud. Mahomes is a great player despite yesterday. Zach, no argument. Reid, the all-time fraud of American sports is Andy Reid.
American sports.
All-time fraud.
Of American sports.
I like it. I like that he speaks in the past tense about how Reid was winning games with Pat Mahomes. Like they just lost. Yeah, they like with all the games they won on their way to the Super Bowl. Yeah. Like, okay, that's it. I'm done. That's it.
I have one thing.
All-time fraud of American sports.
So that's the reigning defending champion right now. We've got 3 here that I'm going to try to put up against this. But, boy, Cataldi is he looms so large in this thing.
Yeah.
My one thing on that, Seth, that I've not really commented on, there's something about he had this mastermind, Mahomes. And I'm like, Mahomes is really good. And I think Mahomes is a smart football player. Mahomes doesn't strike me as the dude that's like walking up to the line and that has like the Goodwill Hunting equations all going around his head at the time.
Yeah. Well, and there's also
a lot of physical talent there with Mahomes.
But he was also still a very young quarterback when they won their first Super Bowl. He wasn't mastermind level yet.
Yeah.
So
it's mastermind Mahomes.
I think we've gone over our 15 seconds.
We have. All right, so let's do this here. All right, so I'm going to try here. This is Louis Riddick of ESPN talking about the Ram Matthew Stafford are in right now.
I remember sitting and talking to Sean McVay about Matthew after he traded him, and then after he had him for a year, and how effusive he was in the praise for this guy, and some of the colorful words. You know how Sean can talk when he starts going about football. The praise he had for this guy, like I can't imagine that he's sitting there going right now, hey, let's just see who's going to blink first. Let's just play a game of chicken with a guy who's going to walk right into the Hall of Fame when he's done.
Okay. My problem with that is Matthew Stafford a guy that's walking into the Hall of Fame when he's done playing?
Yeah, and I don't know walking into the Hall of Fame.
Walking into the Hall of Fame means
you
are first ballot, no-brainer Hall of Fame.
When they won their first Super Bowl, I remember asking, that was one of the big talking points was, okay, if he wins this Super Bowl.
When the Rams won
a
couple years ago, yeah.
Okay, so that's your issue with it. My issue with it is that Matt Stafford's the one that's demanding more money in the middle of his contract as a 38-year-old quarterback.
Yeah.
So it's not the Rams playing chicken with him. It's them not just bending over and taking whatever Matt Stafford's going to give them.
I agree with you on that. You agree with me on the walking into the Hall of Fame is a little much for Matthew Stafford?
I haven't thought about it much, but I wonder
walking into the Hall of Fame?
that would suggest he's going to be a first ballot
guy.
Yeah.
You don't walk in on the fourth ballot.
Especially given what we just saw with the Hall of Fame induction.
Right.
Where Luke Kuechly deserved to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he wasn't. So
that was 22 seconds worth of audio, and he had 2 bad takes in there, and yet.
No, not even close.
Not even close, yeah. So Cataldi, 1, 2.
Can he do it? Cover!
Cataldi's out until the champ. All right, next one up. I don't even know if this is a bad take, but this is about 45 seconds of audio that's just bad. It's James Gladstone, general manager of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who this is one of his answers at his press conference. He was asked, how are you cutting edge?
I think that, I have a fresh perspective, I'd say. A deep understanding of really the modern tools and mechanisms that are revolutionizing the sport. And so, that'll certainly be something that we leverage here, while at the same time, I mean, we're walking into the combine this afternoon, right? And so the current mode of operation is in rhythm. The cadence is in place. So my intent here through this initial spring is to really calibrate my own mode of operation to the current mode of operation, insert some specific efficiencies that'll help me better understand our group's insights and perspectives. And then assess at the end of this spring what types of things we can roll out into the future. But we'll certainly, put the pedal to the metal on a lot of advanced sort of modes of operation.
Oh,
he used modes of operations 3 times.
This kid's so impressed with himself. He really is. What was the question?
How are you cutting edge?
How are you cutting edge? And he didn't bat an eyelash about exactly how he's cutting edge or anything.
Watch as the Magic Gladstone uses 20 14-letter words.
He's not a magician.
Presto!
He does. The magnificent Gladstone.
Dove flies out of his pocket.
Oh, my God.
He's pulling hankies out of his sleeve.
Oh, he's totally
slicing Tony Khan in half in a box.
He's got an assistant that he's totally sexually harassing.
Yes.
And she's still, not even, he's failing at sexually harassing her because she's, making fun of him to his face. Right. Yeah. Oh,
the Magic Gladstone.
He's doing a little gyration.
Got a turban on his head. Holding a card. Oh. Who is Travis Hunter? Oh, okay. So the question, though.
Sequin shirt.
He's the Magic Gladstone. That's what he is from now on. But the question is that a worse take than Cataldi? I know it's a kind of a different neighborhood. It's not really.
It's not even close.
It's a take on himself.
It's not even close. It's something that if he grows into his role as
it may turn out to be a bad take.
He's going to be incredibly embarrassed by it, but it's not a bad take.
Do you think, or does this guy stay that guy?
Oh, God help us if he has success. No, he's got his memoirs drafted already, Sean. This guy talks about his life and his journey.
Oh,
he is looking back at a long military career or something.
Yeah.
Look, he's won 3 wars.
Yeah. All right, so that's number 2. All right, so Cataldi. Cataldi kicks out again, man. Cataldi kicks out again.
Sorry, man. You're
Mode of operation got used 3 times.
Oh.
Efficiencies.
Yeah,
it's revolutionizing.
Modern mechanism.
Modern mechanism.
Even Ben's chiming
What
in.
the hell is the modern mechanism is fascinating.
Modern
New
mechanism.
thing.
That's
I love that Ben hates him as much as we do.
Where on earth did you ever think it was a good idea to say modern mechanism?
He thought it was great.
The odd thing about that is it sounds like something people would have said back in the 70s or something.
Yeah.
It's a modern mechanism.
All right.
Mechanism.
All right. Well,
who the hell even talks about mechanisms anymore?
If Gladstone was not able to pin Cataldi for the win, then I don't think this one is going to pin him for the win because this is going to be me reading the take. It's a written piece, but it's about one of our favorites, Doug Gottlieb.
Yeah.
Doug Gottlieb, host on on Fox Sports Radio, and also happens to be a Division I basketball coach.
He's got 2 jobs. Like many of us struggling to make it in this economy, he's got to work 2 jobs to buy eggs.
Right.
Yeah.
So CBSSports.com did an interview with him. I'll go find the author's name in a little bit. They did an interview. They did a piece on him.
Yeah.
His school right now, University of Wisconsin Green Bay, is 3-26.
It's by Drew Lerner.
Drew Lerner.
So they're 3 and what now?
3-26. The Phoenix are.
I don't follow college basketball much. Is that good?
It's 3 wins and 26 losses is what that means.
But that doesn't put them like midway through the conference.
It's not
or
good,
anything.
Seth. Yeah, just to give you an idea in the standings, that's not a good record.
Gotcha.
3-26 is not good. I've not listened to his Fox Sports Radio show. I'm assuming it suffers because he's got this other job. So maybe he was at Radio Row a week ago. His team's playing games.
Saying it doesn't sound like he's spending much time at his basketball job.
So maybe the show's doing great.
Yeah.
Who knows? He did an interview. He wants to get his side of things out there because his team sucks so bad.
Yeah.
And it would appear he's not a very good coach, at least early on. He thinks people are jealous of him.
That's why they're critical of this?
Quote, jealousy is really hard for people to process. I've been given great, not good, great opportunities despite being a very good, not great player at a very good, not great, not connected school, Oklahoma State. So people become inherently jealous and they can't process it.
This one thing, Sean, have you noticed?
That's why everybody's hating on him. They're jealous.
I feel like that's one of the biggest projections out there is when people accuse that when people's explanation for why people don't like them is jealousy.
Yeah.
I feel like that typically comes from a very jealous person. It's never made sense to me about there's plenty of reasons to hate people or that people might hate you that aren't jealousy. So I've never really understood the explanation of well they don't like me because I'm jealous. I'm like, no, I think there's actually some valid reasons they don't like you. And maybe
he's not a likable guy.
Right. Yeah, it's because sometimes parents will tell that to their children. Well, they're just jealous of you. I feel like it's a bad thing to tell your kids because a lot of times no, it's either no, but the people might be jerks. Yeah. But there's plenty of reasons to be mean other than jealousy.
Yeah.
That and
according to Gottlieb,
are people jealous of his 3-26 record?
I think he's saying they're jealous that he has these 2 great salaries, I would imagine.
Yeah.
But that's I'm not jealous of somebody who's not good at either of the jobs.
No,
you know what I mean? I'd rather get paid a nice wage to be good at a job than 2 nice wages to be bad at 2 jobs.
Yeah, let me tell you something, Doug Gottlieb. You know who's got 2 jobs sometimes? Shohei Ohtani. Please point me to the massive waves of hatred that have been directed at Shohei Ohtani for having 2 jobs. Are people?
That's good.
Have I missed this?
That's
are people
good.
jealous of Shohei Ohtani? Well, sure. If I'd grown up in Japan, of course I could play both. I could be both a hitter and a pitcher in Major League Baseball.
A little jealous of the $700 million. I'm not going to lie. But bad take by God. I don't think anybody's jealous. Well, I'm not saying anybody, but I think that he's portraying it as the hate is all coming from jealousy towards him.
Well, yeah.
Which I think the hate could be coming from hate.
Is there a lot of envy out there for being the head coach at University of Wisconsin Green Bay?
Not at this table. We got 3 people sitting at this table, and none of us are I
can't tell you guys how I spent. I've got 45 minutes marked down in my calendar today that I can sit and seethe about the fact that he's got the University of Wisconsin Green Bay job.
Oh, you won't shut up about it.
And he's got 3 wins.
Yeah.
I totally could have gotten 5 wins if I'd gotten that job.
I would be 5-24. All right, so the question, though, is Doug Gottlieb saying that everybody's jealous of him a worse take than Cataldi?
If we can track down audio of this, then maybe it could be in contention, but it's just not. It's not the same.
It doesn't pop. Yeah, I didn't think it would. It didn't pop, but we were light on Canada. candidates this week than they ever have, I guess. You know what, Ben? Let's play.
Are they order people distracted by actually working instead of scrolling
I
in their phones or something?
I guess the combine's got them. So yeah, Ben. You know what? Let's play the one where we call the pin 1, 2, 3 because I choose to picture Cataldi pinning Doug Gottlieb after a spear and a suplex. Then and still take a Mania champion. And still take a Mania champion, Angelo Cataldi, pinning Doug Gottlieb right in the middle of the ring. Little worm. All right. So weigh in, 713-572-4610. All right, speaking of, boy, this is I didn't mean for it to be this way. A lot of belligerence in this hour so far because I want to revisit the little dust-up at the Combine yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
This got a lot of attention across sports. Schultz v. Rappaport. The two Nugget Hussies going after each other. That's been the biggest story from the Combine so far. But the latest of that, it crossed over sporting lines last night. One of the most popular TV shows out there in the sports world weighed in on Jordan Schultz versus Ian Rappaport, nose to nose at a Starbucks. So we will get to that coming up next. Daly and Black, if you're
Sports Radio from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Exclusive Furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, about an hour from now, Dana Brown and Adam Spolane. Conversation, you won't want to miss it. Really good interview that Spo did with the Texans, the Astros GM yesterday. So that'll run at 9:20. So about an hour from now, be tuned right here on Sports Radio 610 to hear that. Text coming in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Gladstone's answer was on point and culture establishing. His bandwidth is obviously in tune to the job ahead. Definitely a guy who will bird dog that organization moving forward.
Okay, I started off getting agitated, and then I got where they were going with that.
Yeah.
That is some nice buzzwording right there.
If you want to send in buzzword text defending James Gladstone, we're here for those.
Yes.
If you want to send those into the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text lines for defending the magnificent Gladstone, as we call him now. Gladstone the Magnificent.
The Magnificent Gladstone sounds like the magician.
Yeah. So
Gladstone the Magnificent sounds more like a
dictator.
Yeah.
All right, so Magnificent Gladstone it is. Let's see. A lot of people saying word salad with all caps on the text page. Text message.
It is. Well, you know what? It's a specific type of word salad, though, too, because I think there are people that just talk too long at times to where it feels like it's a word salad, but they're actually saying something. It was 29 buzzwords crammed into a 27-word sentence that didn't really say much at all other than that we're going to use analytics and a lot of, modern research or something. He's just trying to cram as many buzzwords as possible into it.
Yeah, the text message, the take on Andy Reid cracks me up every time I hear it.
It's hey ya.
You're going to be hearing it for a long, long time, it would appear.
I never get tired of hearing that awful, awful, awful take.
It's going to take a monumentally bad take to unseat that as the reigning champion.
Yeah.
It's been champ for 3 weeks now. I mean, in the world we live in now where there's a lot of bad takes out there, that converts to like being an actual boxing or wrestling champion to like 4 years. 3 weeks to have the best bad take out there?
We might have to make it a little shorter somehow, I guess, just if we're going to play it every single week.
I don't know.
Or at least put a bed of hey ya under it.
Okay, we'll try that next week.
Taldi sounds like a big Outcast guy.
Spice on, yeah, big time. All right, so the big story from the Combine this week, and this gives you an idea of what kind of Combine it's been, is not a player or a workout or a 40 time. To be fair, the only positions that have worked out are D-line and linebacker, I think. So a lot of them, more positions are going to work out over the weekend. The big one is tomorrow where you get wide receivers, quarterbacks, and running backs. Those are the fun workout days. The big story has been the confrontation at a Starbucks at the JW Marriott in Indianapolis between Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network and Sports.
Yeah.
Jordan Schultz had a report earlier in the week that Matthew Stafford and Tom Brady met at Brady's home in Montana, actually did some skiing, and sounded like it was a planned visit. It would appear there were a lot of constructive talks that took place working towards Stafford becoming a Raider, because the reports now today are that there's a framework of a contract in place if the Rams and Raiders can agree to a trade, because Stafford is still Rams property. Ian Rappaport a few days ago poured cold water on that and said, "No, it wasn't planned. It was they just happened to meet up there."
Yeah, which is weird because now more.
Then they decided to go skiing. Apparently,
more reports are coming out that there is actually a framework in place and everything for So Rappaport is saying
hey,
no,
while we're
it's
here,
just a coincidence.
While we're here, I know I just bumped into you, but while we're here, let's see if we can agree to a contract.
So I'm believing more and more that Rappaport was just doing the bidding of some agent or something. I don't trust that little fella as far as I could throw him. Now, to be sure, I could throw him a long ways. He weighs about 93 pounds.
He's 5'5".
Yeah.
They did a tail of the tape on the McAfee show yesterday of Schultz versus Rappaport, like side by side with the height, weight.
Yeah.
They said net worth, and it was Jordan Schultz unlimited, Rappaport unknown. Jordan Schultz, for those who don't know, is the son of former Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz. So he's got resources. To his credit, he's climbed the ranks of the Nugget Hussies seemingly on his own.
Yeah, it's one of those things. He's got the normal advantages of being a rich kid, that any of them would have. But it's not like it's not like a big leg up when you're trying to report NFL news.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. So this was a big topic yesterday. Both guys at one point on Twitter.
Yeah.
Schefter tweeted out a Starbucks logo, and it just said "head on a swivel," because he would be the third man in if it turned into a triple threat match.
There's one, Aaron Nagler, who's an NFL blogger type. He just posted a picture of that Starbucks logo in the JW Marriott.
Yeah.
Said avoiding eye contact with all media members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people were making it. I saw Daniel Jeremiah, I think, on McAfee, kind of poking fun at, like, well, the last place I was going to go was to the Starbucks.
Right.
That's the dangerous place to go.
I'll tell you what, this Jordan Schultz, he's taking a smart tactic. I told you, it's the Hemingway approach, which is like, listen, you want to be the tough guy in a group of writers. It's not so hard. It's a very low bar. So, you can come in and big swaggering and stuff. I think Jordan Schultz is going to be that guy. He's going to be the man's man amongst NFL writers or Nugget hussies.
Yeah.
And they'll all be scared of him, except for Jay Glazer.
Except for
he's not a writer. Glazer's not a writer necessarily.
He's not a writer, but he's. I think of these guys. I think of them all as newsbreakers.
The newsbreakers.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Like that is the thing. Like Jay Glazer kind of looms over the whole lot of them. Like, yeah, okay, whichever of you becomes the champion of all these little worms.
Yeah. But Glazer also doesn't – listen, this is the thing about Glazer. Glazer doesn't feel like a gossipy little hoe the way a lot of these other Nugget hussies do.
Yeah.
These other Nugget hussies get very snippy and territorial about who got it first and all of that. Mm-hmm. Glazer seems more like a real person, that he gets this stuff and he gets information, he puts it out there, but he doesn't seem overly concerned with he had it first or all of that.
That's fair. Here's Rich Eisen introducing Ian Rappaport yesterday on his radio/TV show.
There is one other member of our broadcast team we've got to bring in. And he is the Jake Paul of NFL Network. Lots of buzz. He's trending with no punches thrown. Ian Rappaport. Rap sheet?
Thank you, Rich. Yeah, I would say I'm
he looks a little under-caffeinated, actually, to be honest.
No, I'm properly caffeinated. A lot of great coffee brands. Dunkin' does a really nice job.
Nice.
Reese actually is a fantastic coffee brand. I could go on and on about the coffee brands that I love. That's not for right now.
Duncan does a really nice job. Shot at the bow of Starbucks.
Yeah, I don't know, like
family business.
But the Schultz's dad isn't the CEO anymore.
No, but he's got they got that Starbucks.
Was he dumped
money.
or was he? Was not like the founder of Starbucks.
I don't know. Starbucks has been pretty successful through the years. I can't imagine that they.
No, they had a rough stretch where they had grown too big too fast, and they kind of had to get back to basics.
Maybe he was overseeing that. I'm not sure. I'm guessing. Modern CEO, I'm guessing he came out of it okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was a golden parachute somewhere.
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't know if he's got any actual emotional ties to Starbucks.
You know? Rappaport clearly thinks he does.
Yeah.
So this was on Inside the NBA yesterday. These guys were actually talking about this. Charles Barkley, Ernie Johnson, Shaq, and Kenny Smith.
I'm in a good mood, man.
Why is that?
Well, because I was at Starbucks today.
And?
It's dangerous in there, Ernie. Those fists flying everywhere. I was like, see, I don't normally go to Starbucks because that's where rich white folks go. I just don't.
Got a place with it.
Yeah, that's
apparently it's where a lot of reporters go.
Apparently,
$2 coffee is where you have to be rich.
Ain't no $2 coffee. They should be drinking Folgers like the rest of us do.
Oh my God! Hey, you know we're in the presence. Hey, Jordan Schultz of Fox verbally accosted Ian Rappaport of NFL Media at an Indianapolis Starbucks on Wednesday afternoon.
Jordan.
The report was made to NFL security.
Shaq, you see that kind of word they use? Accosted.
Yeah,
accosted. Whooping his ass. That's what happened.
Yeah, Jordan.
Yeah, you'll stop talking now.
Jordan.
Get that Frappuccino thing right next time.
Hey, you know we're in the presence of royalty tonight. What?
What's that?
You know what's funny about that story? What is?
I've been knowing Jordan for a long time. Of course, his father's Howard Schultz. He could have owned all the franchise, but he decided to go a different route. I've always respected Jordan for that. But yeah, Jordan, hope you got it. Ian, I got Ian in this one. May 19th. Let's do it. Hey, we'll let them go first as a warm-up, then me and you can go.
Okay, so that was Charles and Shaq there. Two things, Seth. One, zero surprise that Shaq has a relationship with the former CEO of Starbucks.
Howard Schultz was like there when they first got big, and then he came back to rescue them from that doldrum that they were in too. So yeah,
he's good.
He started working in 1982 at Starbucks.
Okay,
so there is a definite connection there.
He's
like
an
emotional connection.
Yeah, he's a Starbucks hero.
Yeah.
It's zero surprise that Shaq is friendly with him because Shaq is the ultimate corporate networker among athletes. Number two, if we're doing winners and losers of this whole thing in the last 24 hours, Jordan Schultz is the big winner, man.
Yeah.
There are so many more people that know who Jordan Schultz is now because of this hacker thing like that.
Yeah.
If anything, it's people kind of making fun of two reporters going at it with each other.
Yeah.
But like the way, like if you didn't know anything about it and you just listened and you were just an NBA fan and you were watching these guys comment on it, you would have thought by the way Charles was treating it that there were fisticuffs, that there were fists thrown.
I know. Which, look, having been involved in an argument at a big NFL event once myself, not as big as this, obviously, in terms of notoriety, but it went pretty viral.
Yeah.
And it was actually it was a talking point for a few days when Josh and I got into it. The most annoying thing is that having been in this argument with Josh, the people like framing it as a fight. And the headlines are "fight" at Radio Row, and you're like, we had an argument. What?
It's pretty loud.
Oh yeah. Oh no, it was an entertaining argument.
I mean, there's different kinds of fights.
Right.
Fights,
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah.
It's definitely a yelling match.
Yeah, but there was a party like, all right, it's okay. Yeah, it
was never going to get physical.
We had a disagreement publicly. Yeah. We probably could have been handled better if we had done it elsewhere.
Yeah. But that, like, you listen to Charles there, and you're like, if I hadn't heard anything about it, that was the first I was hearing about that. I'd have been going straight to Twitter to find the video of hands being thrown.
Yeah.
Charles made it sound like there was fisticuffs.
I also like Charles presenting himself as just the common man.
$2
coffee.
coffees?
Drinks Folgers and doesn't.
I bet he. You know what? And you know I'm easily sold too.
Yeah.
And I love Charles Barkley. He's my favorite athlete of all time. Going back to literally the day he was drafted by the Sixers. I've told this story before, but this is just one story. But this is one of many stories you hear about Charles out and about.
Yeah.
Man of the people. I was at a function at the Atlantis in the Bahamas back in the early 2000s, and Michael Jordan's celebrity golf tournament was taking place that weekend.
Yeah.
So you had a bunch of NBA guys there. You had actors there. Man, I played blackjack at a table with Cedric the Entertainer. At one point, it was like a $100 table. Most of the athletes were playing behind the velvet rope, $1,000 hands. Nobody could get near them. And so we're just kind of looking at Michael Jordan from like 100 feet away. Oh, there he is. And then all of a sudden behind you at a $25 table of the people, you hear loud cheers and a big crowd, and there's Charles Barkley in the middle of the whole thing, buying drinks for everybody, playing the $25 tables.
And there are all kinds of stories about him just doing things for, people that a lot of celebrities of his stature wouldn't have done, or like actually travel. Do you remember traveled to the funeral of that one person that was?
I don't remember that.
Oh yeah, there's some really cool
story.
No, so he definitely, obviously,
he's a man of the
people. He's got a touch, but acting like he can't afford the Starbucks money.
Right.
Plus, I feel like painting an unfairly segregated vision of what a Starbucks is actually like when you go in there.
That's true too. Yeah, it's all white people.
Yeah, that's not what. At least in Houston, that's not what it's
very
like.
Diverse Starbucks.
Yeah.
Houston is known for its diverse Starbucks. That's what we're known for.
That's what they're known. Yes,
we have the number one diversity at Starbucks of any city in the United States.
It's true.
Look it up.
Yeah, it's 100% true.
Look it up. Or just have the magnificent Gladstone hold a card to his head. He'll tell you. I Payne and Pendergast with big doings at the Combine this week. Schultz v. Rappaport. I'm guessing we'll get some more juicy stuff coming over the next couple days where we get some more of the prominent guys working out, we hope. All right, Astros, we are here in West Palm Beach. Big thanks to Exclusive Furniture, Academy Sports and Outdoors. Our last day here, really excited. The last day, we're saving the best for last. Altuve in left field. We'll hear from Jim Creighton on that and the outlook for the season with the Astros owner. That's coming up next.
Kirk Holmes was the 2024 Southern Living Builder.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Exclusive Furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
A reminder, 9:20 today, Adam Spillane, Dana Brown, they sat down yesterday, talked about a lot of stuff with respect to the Astros today. Get our first look at Jose Altuve in left field in a game against the Cardinals. We will be there in just a few hours. Here was Jim Creighton, the owner of the Astros, yesterday at an event for the golf tournament in Houston, and was asked about Altuve in left field, and kind of morphed that led into his outlook on the entire season for the team. Here is the Astros owner.
He's a team guy. He's our anchor guy. He's going to be here for a long time, and hopefully he'll be in the Hall of Fame. But nobody had to tell him. He was out there taking fly balls, and he's a great athlete. That he'll cover the ground, and he looks good out there. I mean, he's been catching a lot of fly balls, and that just shows he's a team guy. And you look back at players like Bijani that made the adjustments. Great athletes can make the adjustments. I don't think he'll have a problem there, and he'll still probably play some second base. We're still working on a few things with the team, but it's gelling nicely, and our objective is to win the division. We think we can do that and get some of our pitchers back. We should be deep in pitching by the middle of the year with 3 or 4 guys coming back. So I like the way the team's set up. There's 3 things in baseball. I tell Joe Spada all the time and Dana, pitching. You get good pitching, you're going to be in the games. And we should have a deep pitching staff this year with picking up another guy from Chicago. We're ready to go. I think the team's looking good.
Yeah, Wisniewski. Someday you'll be referred to by your actual name.
When he said that, I thought he was referring to something that was in the mix. And
I did
thought,
too.
This should be bigger news, should it not?
Right.
But no, he was talking about Wisniewski.
Yep.
Whose name is Wisniewski.
Yeah.
I think there's 2 things about this. One, we do continue to get people asking, hey, why is this even a story, or why is it a big deal? Shouldn't it be easy for a guy who's a really good baseball player to go out and play left field? Yes, there is that part in terms of learning how to play the position and all of that. Yes, in theory, but Altuve is also 35 years old, and the big question is, all right, is his arm strength going to be an issue? And, initially, everything they said sounded right and good. Plus, you can crow hop and load up. It's more of an over-the-top delivery, so Altuve's weakening arm strength shouldn't be as much of a big deal. But then you also learn that, Jeremy Payne has to set up deeper in the outfield on relay throws because Altuve's arm is so weak. That's a little bit of a concern, right? Is it faster for Altuve to just run the ball in?
That'd be funny. I heard he still has speed.
Or throw it to Myers, and his weak arm can throw it in.
Yeah, like a lateral. Yeah.
Then the other part of it is just that there is a lot that goes into it above and beyond just catching the baseball. It's keeping track of the game situation and everything else. It's a different type of throw in, and he's 35 years old, and as great an athlete as he is, it's an old dog learning a new trick. So it's intriguing.
It's intriguing. To me, it's about expectations.
Yeah.
What are we expecting here? I hope none of you out there are expecting him to look like he's an above-average left fielder.
We don't need him to be a Gold Glover. Really, what we need, and this is the thing that I think a lot of people don't like saying out loud. What we need is for Altuve to stop being a liability at second base.
Yeah.
He's not a liability at the plate. He's a liability defensively at second base.
Yeah.
So this is a way to get the best out of Altuve without some of his fielding deficiencies hurting you.
Yeah, his bat being in the lineup is non-negotiable.
Yeah.
So now you got to find a place to put him.
Yeah.
And left field is they're not putting him out there because they think he's going to be a stud out there. They're putting him out there because this is a place where there's an opening. B, diminishing defensive skills hurt the team less than they do at second base. And Dubon, and we should point out Dubon, who at least as of right now appears to be the replacement at second base, at least the one who's going to get the most time there. We'll see what Brendan Rodgers does during spring training. Maybe somebody else shows really. If I had to bet, it's going to be Dubon. Dubon is an elite defender.
Right. So that's a big change.
And rather, I'm at second base than left field.
One of the big themes that emerges, not by them stating it explicitly, but because Espada has talked about it so many times, is the various fundamental parts of the game that it seems like they're really emphasizing. The defense on the infield, the discipline at the plate, all of that is getting back to the stuff that the Astros were really good at. Aside from having great players, when they were in their heyday, they had incredible plate discipline. They led the league in home runs, but had the fewest strikeouts. Like, that's the kind of extreme
Those were the days.
Professionalism you had. And likewise, defensively, they were elite fielding, and there's still good fielding, but it's not as much of a strength as it has been at times.
I think Jim Creighton appreciates Jose Altuve from this perspective, but when you think about, it's not just Jose Altuve's willingness to change positions, do what's best for the team. Creighton described it right there. We suggested it to him, and he was out there fielding balls the next day or whatever it was he said. Jose Altuve, the closest thing he's ever done to being disruptive was when he was agitating for Bregman to get a contract.
Right.
He never agitated for himself to get a contract.
Right.
Jose Altuve, in terms of being a high-level part of anybody else on this team, he's been here longer than anybody else. The fact that his contractual journey was signing a lowball deal through his arbitration years and then signing early a deal that was decent market value for a guy who at that stage was an MVP level player. It was a reasonable deal. And then signing this deal at the end of what presumably will be the end of his career, where it's a reasonable deal now and then it's sort of front loaded so the back end is not nearly as punitive on the competitive balance tax. And doing it with nary a peep of there's issues we're negotiating. There's not a single – I can't remember a single time an Astros GM has had to ask about Jose Altuve's contractual situation.
Right.
Maybe a little bit before he got this last extension possibly, but never to the point where it became the A topic on any show like ours.
Yeah. Well, no, and then going to the sign stealing scenario, to being better than everybody else.
And taking the bullets for everybody.
Right, and just refusing to even remove himself from it when he easily could. It's
really incredible.
He's the ultimate team player.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so disgusted with Matt Stafford.
Stafford, you could have been the Jose Altuve.
Matt Stafford's trying to force his way off of a team that was very competitive in the playoffs last year because he wants $7 million more than he's making.
To go to the
right
Raiders.
Now.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I wonder if his wife's involved in that at all.
I think she's involved. I think she's involved in so much as she's part of the package.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, the whole thing is, though, she's got her podcast and everything, but there's no better place to be for that if she's into that stuff than L.A.
Well, exactly. Well, Vegas is pretty good.
Yeah.
Vegas, no. But it ain't Pittsburgh, is my point.
Yeah. Sorry. In my mind, I thought you were saying Pittsburgh was the epitome.
No.
No.
Vegas and LA are up here, and Pittsburgh's way down here. I get what you're saying. How much is she agitating? How much is she gassing him up on this?
She's like, they're not going to pay you what
you're
worth
$50 million. You look at this long-haired freak in Jacksonville getting 55.
Josh Allen can't make it out of to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He can't beat Pat Mahomes.
Yeah. So
you beat Tom Brady.
That's right.
Yeah.
Did he beat Tom Brady on the way to that?
No. That was never mind.
So she's part of it in that I think anytime you look at Matthew Stafford these days and you're like, all right, what does the entire package come with?
Yeah.
Her very outspokenness on podcasts and whatnot is one of the things that does bubble to the surface for sure.
Yeah.
How much does she have to do with this specific tete-a-tete going on right now with Stafford and the team?
What is her podcast about? Is it like a lifestyle?
I have no idea. I only
thing?
see the clips where she talks about him and how the team's doing him wrong.
Well, when was she? Was it on her podcast when she talked about how she had been dating the backup quarterback? And
that might have been. Yeah, that was a whole separate topic.
Rescued her from the scoundrel that was
the backup quarterback.
Some guy that we don't know who it is.
No, I think we ended up knowing who it was.
Everybody speculated. I don't think we actually knew.
Yeah. So we'll see. But yeah, man, we're just a few hours away from getting back out there today and seeing the Astros. Here's Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena said that it's been fun watching Jose Altuve work in left field.
Altuve is really to say that everyone knows that he doesn't lead by words, he leads by actions, and that's an action that he took upon himself. He went to left field, not complaining. He shows up every single day, and it's like a kid with a brand new toy. He shows up happy with a smile every single day, putting the work in, running. You see him diving out there, and it's fun to see because he still has that good spirit with him.
Don't dive too much.
I don't know. I want him to dive a bunch.
You do?
I want it to be like Jim Cotta out there in the outfield. Just
Jim
like,
Cotta.
like this little parkouring it up his way up the wall. Like that kid that ran and climbed up the wall in the outfield.
Oh, yeah.
Way back when. Like Altuve's got that ability. He can scale walls like a ninja.
Like an interloper.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what that kid was, right? Wasn't he getting chased by security when he scaled the wall?
He didn't streak. He just ran onto the field.
Yeah. Have you seen Jose Altuve's offseason workouts? This is a text message to the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. He's a beast. I would assume so. I was thinking that yesterday, watching video of him just walking back in with his backpack full of bats from the far field in there. I'm like, man, if you didn't know he was 5'7", if you just looked at, you'd be like, man, he's a pretty yoked dude, man.
Is that guy making a point about anything specifically, or just?
Did we say anything about his workouts? I don't know.
I've never doubted that he's in shape or anything.
Yeah.
He's always been way more muscular than people realize.
Yeah.
Like when you see him with his shirt off, you're like, oh crap.
He'd just be a big Altuve.
Yeah. No, he works out hard. Yeah, great. Nobody doubts that.
Yeah.
I mean, we weren't sitting here like, fat lazy Altuve about time to put him in the bull, lazy SOB. I'll tell you one thing I'm sick of, lazy asshole Altuve.
I don't think he's taking a run at us about anything we said.
He's accusing me of accusing Altuve of not working out
he likes Altuve, all right? All right, okay, 9 o'clock hour. This is big. Dana Brown and Adam Spolane coming up at 9:20 today. We've been here all week long. Up next, Seth and I will go back and forth. The things we like most that we've seen, kind of giving you an encapsulation of what we've seen in these 5 days in West Palm Beach. That is coming up next.
Underdog is one of the leading
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and exclusive furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610 on a Friday, our final hour of coverage here in West Palm Beach. Big thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors once again for sending us here for a trip that I would say, Seth, even superseded our trip from 2 years ago.
Oh, way better.
Yeah.
I think there were more intriguing things about this Astros camp to begin with, and then also we wanted to partake of the experience like fans, and we did more of that this year. So it was really everything about this camp and this spring training, and just I think the way we took it all in, it was a lot of fun.
It was just more interesting, too, from a baseball standpoint for me, which sounds weird to say because when we were here 2 years ago, that was a team that just won the World Series. And I'm not saying it was uninteresting 2 years ago, but really the only thing I can remember us showing up being like, all right, I need to see this, was Jose Abreu. And I don't remember being as completely and utterly upset with him in that spring training.
No, we were impressed with him in spring training.
Yeah, he was
we were impressed that you see him in person for the first time. Yeah. The first thing you notice is, oh, this guy's huge. And then he was out there all the time.
He got some hits and
He's
whatever.
this older player. There's nothing to be upset about.
This camp, I feel like we're getting a window into the future a little bit more with this team. There's just more spots that are up for grabs with this team. The opening day lineup is far from etched in stone right now with this team, whereas the team 2 years ago, very much etched in stone, I would say, if I have to look back at it.
No, and I think
that had a team with Tucker and Bregman on it.
Well, yeah, for the first real sign that the Astros are in a different mode and moving into a new era was the Kyle Tucker trade. So you got to see all the elements involved in that trade right in front of you. So that was really cool. And then the fact that Cam Smith had such a great debut, and then in his second game yesterday had a hit. So he's batting 600 right now.
Yep.
That was an unexpected surprise. I went in thinking like, all right, I know people think a lot of Cam Smith, but it's spring training, doesn't matter. He is still just a prospect. But then he exploded.
Yeah, like in Thursday's game in Port St. Lucie, when they left him in to bat again in the sixth inning, I was legitimately excited about that.
Yeah,
you know, we get to watch him hit again. I'm with you on all that. All right, so let's dueling piano this thing then now, because we saw a lot of things that we got excited about that I think through the lens that we've been providing people all week, we can get the people excited about.
Okay, so what's your number one? I already did Cam Smith.
Yeah.
So I would say John Singleton and his physique, and this is another one that I shouldn't be this excited about it, but it's such a great story individually, much he's been through, to the point where last year was the first year he'd ever spent an entire season on a major league roster after being such a promising first-round pick and then out of baseball completely. But usually you hear guys talk about how they've come in the best shape of their lives, and you kind of see it and maybe whatever. No, this guy is in probably the absolute best shape of his life.
Yeah, he's transformed himself.
He looks completely different, and I don't think the pictures really do it justice, because when you see him in person, he's got the shoulders that are just as broad as ever, but then he almost looks like a cartoon version of a baseball player, and you think, okay, well, what does that really matter? I do think that he looked more athletic or more spry or nimble at first base. I thought he had a couple nice plays defensively that I'm not so sure he would have made last year that he actually made look pretty easy. And hopefully if he can get the bat going and maybe having a little bit more of a fluid swing without that extra 25 pounds on him, as a pinch hitter, maybe he brings something this year.
Yeah, no, Singleton, I'm happy for him. You know what I mean? That's the big thing. And you're right, the baseball uniform doesn't do him justice. The picture that got everybody going on the internet was him just getting done with the batting cages where they had the workout T-shirts on, like, ooh, yeah, no belly. Yeah.
Yeah, but when you can notice somebody's physique through a baseball uniform because they're so baggy and everything, it's not like football or basketball usually.
That's right.
You can see he's just put together completely differently.
That's right. Hey, quick reminder here, too, in about 15 or 20 minutes, about 9:20 or so, we will be running Adam Spollane's interview with Dana Brown, which is an excellent conversation with the general manager of the Astros. So stay tuned for that. Seth and I are giving you the things that we saw that we liked. I really enjoyed the automated strike zone on Thursday at the Mets facility there in Port St. Lucie.
It was way smoother and quicker.
It's the dorkiest thing I've ever said. It admitted to enjoying. I really enjoyed the automated strike zone.
I didn't really have any opinions about it one way or the other, and I know a lot of people are against just adding any kind of technology. You're not going to notice it. It's like in tennis where it's immediate because they're using all the tracking. The computer's making the decision. The umpires aren't going to make a phone call or anything. There were 2 challenges in the first at bat of the bottom of the first inning yesterday.
Yep.
And it was actually made it more exciting.
Yeah.
Because first you see the batter challenges. The first one, the batter
challenge by tapping on their helmet.
They pull an Anthony Richardson.
To do it right away. Yeah.
They're like, I want to come out. I'm tired. Anthony Richardson.
That's
except
right.
that this is to signify they have to do it right away. They're not allowed to get any input from the dugout or anything. So there's no discussion. The batter says, nope, that was a ball.
Yep.
He challenges it. They put the graphic up on the scoreboard, and within a few seconds, so it's the graphic on the scoreboard is just the strike zone that you see on TV, and then the ball location pops up, and they say whether it was overturned or upheld.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yeah. So we had one on each side. We had a batter challenging one, got overturned from a strike to a ball. And then on a pitch that would have been a 3-1 count, Caratini tapped the helmet, challenged it, made it 2-2. He won that.
Yeah.
Made me think that they did it so bang quickly, and it was in the bottom of the first. It almost made me wonder if both teams are doing it almost like as a service to the crowd. To see this is how, because I don't remember one getting challenged the rest of the day.
No.
That I was watching. I mean, I can't say
but it happens so fast that if you're not really paying attention, you really wouldn't notice it. It didn't feel like it disrupted the flow of the game at all.
Got to pay attention to it.
So and then if you win the challenge, you get to keep that challenge.
Yeah.
So you can, if you do a good job with it, you can get to the end of the game still with a couple of challenges.
You can the way I read the rule is you can keep challenging until you get 2 wrong.
Right.
You get basically 2 mulligans. So that was cool getting to see that. What's your next thing that got you fired up?
In advance, I'd say Altuve in left field. I'm excited. I'm excited in advance to see Altuve in left field today.
I'm every emotion. I'm excited. I'm nervous.
Yeah. I'm not nervous about him making any mistakes because he's going to make some mistakes. I just don't want him to make a humiliating mistake.
I heard you saying that with Clint and Ron. Don't do anything viral.
I don't want a baseball to hit his forehead or something like that. I don't want him to forget how many outs there are. I don't want there to be something that's really, really bad. I think he's probably not going to get a great read on every batted ball at first, but and then watching to see how he throws the ball in when the ball is
That's
in play.
The big thing for me. Like and you guys, you listeners will hear this when Adam talks to Dana Brown. They go pretty deep on Altuve playing left field.
Yeah.
And Dana kind of gives a reminder, like, you got to see how he throws.
Yeah.
How he does it, like in games with regular batters.
It sounds like they're trying to treat it as casually as possible, and it's one reason that they're not coming right out and saying he's going to be the starting left fielder.
Yes.
Is that you don't want to put a lot of pressure on him or anything. But I think Altuve, every single report and every time anybody talks about it, is that Altuve is fully embracing the challenge of it.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably fun. You're 35 years old, and this is something new. You go through the drudgery of 162 games every year in postseason
Spice
runs.
it up, man.
Yeah, spice it up. A little change.
Yeah, I would say if he did something that went viral, he's pretty high up the list, I would think, of players who are going to get piled on by opposing fan bases.
Oh, yeah.
If something goes viral. I mean, they still boo him, and he didn't even cheat.
Right, yeah.
So I would
sons of bitch.
Yeah, now he's also high on the list of players who probably don't give a flip about getting.
Oh no, he definitely
piled on
doesn't. I don't think
virally.
he sees any of it.
Yeah.
That was one thing about yesterday was the Mets ballpark. There's so many Northeasterners down here in Miami that live here as snowbirds or what have you. It was a really full crowd. And it feels like you're in a tropical version of New Jersey. Like all the accents you hear around you are Northeastern accents. They're either from Long Island or New Jersey or New York. And it annoyed me yesterday. I had a great time with Mets fans when they were at the Cacti Park a few days ago.
Were you surprised how few Astro fans there were at Port St. Lucie yesterday?
I guess no, maybe a little bit. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. If I was here on a spring training trip, I would make that drive. It's an hour. I would make
those fans. Some of the people I talked to earlier in the week said that they were going like one of our listeners was going on a fan boat excursion.
Yeah, you know what?
On Thursday.
And they've been at Cacti, which is the name of the ballpark now, all week long. Even on Wednesday.
Yeah.
That game, even though they were the road team, they were playing there because they share the facility with the Nationals. I could see that then, where they played home game Tuesday, rain out Monday, home game Tuesday, home game Wednesday. They have another home game today, obviously.
Yeah. So they go. So a lot of people have just kind of gone on off and done something touristy on Thursday.
Yeah.
And it's a pain. The traffic's not so awesome down here.
It's not.
It's Houston like.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to claim superiority over South Florida because they've got awful traffic.
It's just so fun at these ballparks.
I know.
It's so fun.
It's a really cool environment.
Yeah.
Even just the people you meet. And I'm joking about Mets fans because everybody you meet is for the most part super laid back.
They're all cool.
We were messing around with some Mets fans before the game because we took a picture on one of those big, huge beach chairs.
It said Mets on it.
So this guy asked if he would, if he wanted to, if this guy took a picture for us, and I stood up in front of the Mets logo, and he's like, "You got to show the Mets logo." And I was like, "No, I'm from Houston."
Yeah.
Instead of them throwing beer cans at me, they laughed.
They laughed. That was
it was
nice.
a nice moment.
That was nice. You know what else I liked? I like that the two guys that they're bringing in, the two, I would say the two most prominent players that they brought in, one via trade, obviously, in Paredes, and I'm saying prominent in terms of contributing this year.
Yeah.
Cam Smith is obviously the crown jewel of in terms of 2025 contributors. The big thing, and Dana Brown talked about this with Spolane too, Paredes and Christian Walker were last year 1st and 10th in number of pitches seen per at bat.
Yeah.
And I think there's that played out these few games.
They had competitive at bats.
Competitive at bats. They walked a few times, each of them, or collectively they walked a few times. I don't know how many for each. But it really sounds like to me from what Dana was talking about with Adam, and you guys will hear that interview here coming up in probably about 10 minutes or so. They're hoping, I think, that permeates throughout the rest of they have not had a lineup that's been that way, and especially last year. They were last in the league, if I'm not mistaken, in pitches seen per
That's
at
one
bat.
of the things that Spada talked about coming into spring training was that they got to get back to being that team that's got great plate discipline.
Yeah.
So, yes, Walker and Paredes are both known for that. Walker had a couple hits yesterday that weren't as impressive as the box score would suggest. I mean, one was a fly ball that was just hard to field and should have been a foul ball, but I think it hit somebody's. I couldn't tell from what
Everybody
we were
in the press box thought it was a foul ball.
Yeah, so I think it hit somebody's foot before it went out. And then he had a bloop single later on. So it was soft contact on both of them. I was
putting the ball in play.
It's not like I'm alarmed or worried about this at all because Walker is a very good fielder, but he didn't show his best fielding version of himself in the couple of games that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I thought I'm holding him to a Gold Glove standard.
Right.
Like Thursday game against the Mets. Yeah, there was a potential double play.
Yeah.
That I think a Gold Glove first baseman comes up with.
Right. It was. He had been talking about how it's hard to maintain your focus for 3 hours. We're like, this is in the bottom of the first.
Right,
it was 3 hours.
Yeah,
it's the bottom of the first. I tried to get angry, but I couldn't.
No, not yet. So I
saw Bryce Matthews at shortstop yesterday too.
Yes,
nothing notable. He didn't really have any opportunities to do anything special, but he got a hit. And did he get a hit or did he walk? He got a hit. Yeah.
Bryce Matthews.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Not sure. And then the pitching. I thought, as far as good, just and obviously all these guys that are coming in are pitching 1 inning, maybe 2 innings at the most. But I thought Wisniewski did more good things than bad. Mm-hmm. It looks like there's something to work with there. There better be. He's penciled in as your 5th starter right now. Framber did Framber things.
Yeah.
No hits. Got a double play. Induced a double play, as they like to say.
Wisniewski, I thought he looked good, and he gave up a solo home run in the game we were watching, but he also was working on his curveball. He's added that curveball to his repertoire.
That was the only run he gave up.
Right, no, and that's exactly what you want to hear. We've seen so much success of pitchers coming into the Astros, and just by changing their pitch selection and adding a pitch or here or there, it's made drastic transformations in how they operate as pitchers. So, yeah, I'm bullish on Wisniewski. you right
Spo.
now.
Am I pronouncing that right, Spo? Van Way? Van Wy. Oh, I'll know his.
Van Way is more
That's
pummable.
disrespectful by me.
He'll be Van Y when he has a bad outing.
Yeah.
Because we'll play the Y, Brock, Y.
Yeah.
Van Y, Brock,
Van
Y.
But that's Spo's boy, man.
But when he's good, he's Van Way to go.
We asked.
I'm wearing my Hokas. I got complimented. An old man complimented
You're making jokes for somebody who's wearing Hokas.
An old man complimented my Hokas yesterday.
Because he had on the exact same shoes.
The exact same ones, except his looked
He had to be
nicer.
80.
He kept them clean.
He was cool. He caught a foul ball.
I know. Yeah, was it? Did you actually see the catch? Or did
I
you
didn't
just
see
the
it. I know
aftermath of
Parker, our boss, came over to me in the press box. I had my head down at the time, and he was sitting I was gonna say the young man, the old man, and his wife, I assume, or significant other. They were sitting right along the first baseline, probably about 8 rows back.
Yeah.
And Parker kind of nudges me. He said, "Is that the guy we were walking in with?" And I looked down there, and he's holding the ball and holding court and talking to everybody. I'm like, "That is him." That was cool.
That's the thing I like about these spring training ballparks is that a lot of them, they feel like the Little League World Series where if there's a home run hit, that was a foul ball that you were just talking about.
Yeah.
But if there's a home run hit, you've got a reasonable chance at getting to it.
Yes.
So especially if you have your kids out there, but you keep, you can wear your cleats and you can get to it and then give it to your kid without having to elbow out some other toddler or something on your way to it.
I did my hit with In the Loop yesterday while standing next to the left field foul pole during Cam Smith's at bat. He got a base hit.
Yeah.
But I was really hoping he'd line and catch a home run ball.
Oh, yeah, you'd be having that icon.
While on the phone.
On your phone, catch it with your left hand.
Because I'd totally catch it.
Yeah, of course you would.
I would totally catch that. I would shy away from it at the last second. It looks like it hurts.
You and I, our attention was waning at the end of yesterday's game, and you and I, we realized we probably a ball went up into the suite right below us.
Yeah.
But if it had gone into our stands, one of us would have gotten hit in the head.
Yes.
We weren't paying attention. We were chatting about something.
Man. Yeah, it's a grind. Probably some of that Long Island iced tea in a can still residual from Wednesday.
Yeah. That's the other big thing that Sean and I discovered is that Long Island iced tea in a can, just like Long Island iced tea in a bar, is really, really strong.
Strong.
Yeah. Sean Pendergast, an Irishman, noticed it even after a few sips.
2 sips.
Yeah.
Crazy.
You were like a college freshman. All of a sudden, you're like, oh, I feel so happy.
Ripped my shirt off.
Yeah. Guys, isn't this awesome? This is awesome, isn't it? Boy, this is awesome.
Everything was awesome, and everybody was my best friend. All right. Coming up next, a great conversation that Adam Spolane, our Astros reporter here live in West Palm Beach, had on Thursday with Dana Brown, the Astros GM, touches on everything from Cam Smith to Altuve in left field to Lance McCullers to the question, has Jim Crane ever said no to you on anything? Adam asked that question. So we got a whole lot that Spo is going to get to here with Dana Brown. That is all coming up next, live from West Palm Beach. Stay there.
Early returns on new Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and exclusive furniture. Here's Payne
and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. All right, let's throw to it right now. You've heard us talking about it. Great conversation between Adam Spillane, our Astros reporter, and Astros general manager Dana Brown.
2 weeks into camp, has there been anything or anyone that has really caught your eye?
That's easy. Cam Smith. Yeah, Cam Smith caught my eye because he's just, he looks to be a disciplined hitter with some power. And so it's kind of exciting right now. I hope he continues to progress and grow, but he's been the guy that really caught my eye. It's been very exciting to see Altuve in left, because of how much ground he's covering, because he still has really good foot speed. That's been exciting. The fact that Christian Walker and Paredes looks like they're going to see a lot of pitches, as demonstrated when they were in the lineup together the other day. That looked pretty appealing to me and good. I think that could be contagious in our lineup. And then, the pitching, the starting pitching looked like it's going to be, pretty good. Framber started yesterday. And then our other guys are looking pretty good too. So, and the last thing I would say, the energy has been outstanding out on the field. I think Perez Chica has been a kind of a standout, and getting the boys in all drills and things that we do defensively. So there's a lot of good going on.
With Smith, you saw him before the draft. Now, kind of getting to know him and getting to see him every day. Is there anything that you maybe underestimated with him?
Yeah, the human being is special. And that's where I always say, when you nail the human being on a draft pick, that's when you usually see special things happen. And so I know he wasn't our draft pick, but we got a trade, and we like the tools and the ability, but just getting to know him and how dedicated he is to his craft, and how competitive he is, but yet humble. It's a treat.
He obviously, after the trade, you talked about him maybe playing one of the corner outfielder spots. He said the other day he's been working with basically just the infield guys. So what do you envision for him this season? Yeah,
I think depending on how fast the bat comes, he's played some outfield as an amateur in the past, like in the Cape Cod League. So, we felt like he can run fast enough to play right field, and he could really throw. And so if the bat continues to come and develop, we may get him some outfield reps, knowing that, look, you got probably a clearer path to get into the big leagues faster as an outfielder. We knew when we traded for him, there was a chance that he could end up in the outfield because he's such a tall third baseman. And, you don't really see a lot of third basemen that tall. And so, just getting some reps will probably depend on, how fast the bat comes. And the bat, so far, looks pretty good.
Do you know where you want to start him?
No. We're going to let him continue to, play it out. Sometimes the players will let you know where they should start, and I think that's the big point. The players let you know where they should start, and I think if you continue to watch this guy, you'll get an idea of where he should start.
Altuve in left field, you were pretty bullish back in January, and it seemed like that has only increased. You haven't seen it in a game yet, but is anything that you have seen make you think that he won't be able to do it? Is there a world where he's not your opening day left fielder at this point?
Well, the whole thing with Altuve is whenever you have a position change, you have to treat it very lightly. You cannot be dogmatic about this is definitely going to work or it's definitely going to happen. I think you have to tiptoe into it. You have to inch into it. And so part of me being bullish is like, you know what, let's see him take a few fly balls, how much he's and the big thing is how well he goes into the gaps and how good his foot speed actually shows up in the outfield. We still have to see him make throws and things like that, and we have to see him play in the game, but it's been pretty exciting to see the energy that he brings to the outfield.
McCullers. Now he's going to face hitters here coming up this weekend. You still haven't seen him throw. You haven't seen him face hitters since you've been the GM. But it has felt like over the last month or so that between you and between Joe and even between Lance, the optimism is maybe higher than it has been since he came back in 22. At this point, what can you really expect from him? Is it like anything you get from him is gravy at this point, or are you really expecting him to be an important contributor for you right now?
Yeah, I think it's still too early to tell, but the fact that he's up to 91 is very, very encouraging, and the fact that he's working so hard is very, very encouraging. And the fact that he hasn't had any discomfort or pain, suggests that he's climbing in the right direction. And so I really feel good about this one. There comes a times where some of these arms, when they get hurt and they really get to the point where they're coming back, when they have those setbacks, it's discouraging. But when they continue to progress and we haven't really seen the setback, that's very, very encouraging.
I know he's been frustrated, but what have you just thought of his, mental toughness going throughout start and stop so many times the last couple of years?
Yeah, I think that's a warrior. He has the warrior's mental toughness. It's a calm, steady climb to get back. And even when you slip and fall on some of those climbs, he continued to press on. And I think the fact that he's pressing as hard as he's pressing to press on, I think it's really encouraging to see that. Because, look, ultimately he's under contract. He's made some decent money in his career. A lot of guys would have just said, hey, enough of this, But he's continued to show that, look, I'm that same guy that you saw in the postseason, dominate major league hitters with my breaking stuff. And so I think he's committed. I think he's very committed to coming back. And how beautiful would it be if he could come back this year and give us a real huge shot in the arm in the postseason.
I got a couple more things for you. Yeah. The Tucker trade, it makes sense when you're probably not going to be able to re-sign him. With Framber, you're kind of in that same position. By not trading Framber, did you feel like you've got a shot at bringing him back after this season, or was it more of, if we trade him, then we really have no shot at being competitive this year?
No, I think ultimately it's this. It's like whenever you have a guy in-house still, you always have a chance of signing him, right? That's just a given, regardless. If he's here, you have a chance. You could talk to him. You could work with his agent. You can continue, right? Now, in terms of, postseason and all that without him, sure. If you lose a guy that's been, 200-plus innings for multiple years and he takes the ball 30 times plus a year or 25 times plus a year, and all of a sudden you pull that out of your rotation, the fact that his second half last year was so strong, you don't want to pull that out of your rotation because you can't win without pitching. So that would have made our climb a little bit tougher. And so, I wasn't interested in pulling that piece out of a rotation. He's the anchor. He's our number one. Between him and Brown, it's 1A, depending on what Joe decides to do. It's Joe's ultimate call, but he's a top of the rotation guy. And you don't want to lose the top of the rotation guy if you can carry him in that year. If you lose him by free agency, okay, you understand that. But if you just move him by trade and it's hard to get that same number one or two or whatever he's going to end up being, it's very difficult to get that. And so I was not interested in trying to go get pitching because every team needs pitching and no one's giving up pitching really.
Have you spoken with him or his representatives about an extension?
Over the past 2 years, yes, but ultimately nothing new. But I got a really good relationship with him. I have a really good relationship with his conversations.
All right, last thing. We talked in this office a couple years ago. You had just gotten the job. You're trying to learn all the names and all the stuff that came with it. Does this feel like it's more your roster now at this point?
Look, I always feel like the roster belongs to the team and the front office and ownership because it's a collective group. We make acquisitions here. We don't make any acquisitions without talking to our owner, keeping him in the loop, talking to our manager, collectively collaborating in the front office. So it's like, it seems like it's my roster, but it's the group's roster, And so I think we've all worked hard to make the adjustments we've made, whether it's signing Walkers, trading for Paredes, or what have you. But we've all collectively, or trading Tucker or whatever. We've all collectively come together and said, let's continue to think about what's best for this team in the present and what's best for this team in the future. Between you, Jim, and Joe, how in line have you guys been over the last year or so? Totally in sync. There's a special oneness of what we do and talk about, and we all get on the same page. And it's not that you always have to agree, but you all get on the same page to try to do what's best for the organization. Jim said no. Look, he will give his opinion, but ultimately he'll let me make the final decision. I think that's pretty much how I would describe him. He'll always give his input, but he'll always say, look, it's your call. What do you want to do? Here is my opinion. And he lets me make the call, which I think it's been great. And when you don't have a president in between the two, it's just the GM and the owner. And the owner tells you, hey, he gives you his opinion, and he says, look, you have to make the call, but this is my opinion. David, thanks for doing this. Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah.
Man, what a great conversation with Adam Spolane and Astros general manager Dana Brown. In fact, we'll spend the final segment of the show, Seth Payne and myself, breaking down the things that we liked that we heard in that interview. There's two things in particular that I liked. Towards the very end of the interview, much more comfortable with, I think, how things are structured with the Astros, and also something that reminded me of the Texans, believe it or not, in this interview. We'll get to all that coming up next. Stay there.
Nick Caserio at the Combine. Sports Radio 610 presents live from West Palm Beach. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Exclusive Furniture. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back in. Final segment of the week in West Palm Beach. Again, huge thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors for sending us here for what's been an amazing trip to West Palm Beach to kind of start getting that Astros excitement tamped up. I was already excited for the season. I'm even more excited after being here for a week watching this squad.
I'm really excited, and we kind of went over all of the things that we were excited about. I thought that Dana Brown, and the way he talks about Cam Smith, it had already been really positive, but to hear him talk to Adam about it and to just gush about his personality and his energy and all of that, it honestly feels a little bit like the way they talked about Will Anderson with the Texans.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up. I teased that into this segment. I actually wrote that down on my notes. You and I were taking separate notes on the Dana Brown.
Like one of those mentalists.
Dana Brown, yeah, Sean the mentalist. But you're right. No, well, Cam Smith, when Adam's very first question off the top, where what's caught your eye this spring training, Dana Brown, literally his words, that's easy, Cam Smith.
Yeah.
So he's very excited about Cam Smith. And it's funny, the follow-up to that from Adam, he said the thing that not surprised him, but that he's learned about him that he didn't know is how special a human being he is.
Yeah.
He's just a great kid, gets after it, works hard. And that's where it's so funny you say Will Anderson. I wrote down, Dana Brown said, when you nail the human being part of the evaluation.
Yeah.
And I said, man, I wrote down, this is very Texans-like.
Yeah, well, and
this is very Texans-like.
You know what? Yeah, not to turn this into a Texans segment or anything, but it reminds me of the way that coaches look at the combine, and D'Amico talked about this on the coaches show this week. It's that, look, you're not going to be able to draft every kid that you like at the combine, but you're identifying the ones that you like and all of that. So Dana Brown's evaluation of Cam Smith, in this trade goes back to all the work that he did on him beforehand. So when he was a prospect in high school, or in college. So this is confirmation that he thought he had a good character, a good baseball character.
He even called him a draft pick a couple times. He's like, I know I didn't draft him, but
I would have.
But like in parentheses afterwards, but I traded for him as fast as I could.
Yeah.
And so that jumped out at me too. I'm like, man, this are doing with these prospects at the combine.
You know what? It makes me feel even better about our appraisal of Cam Smith's mom when we met her.
Thank you.
We thought she was awesome.
She was delightful.
We were really happy for her. We got to see her after Cam Smith's 2 home runs in his debut for the Astros in spring training, and she was just over the moon. And she and her friends were really, really cool. We talked to them in the parking lot afterwards.
Yeah, how did that not wind up in our list of things earlier this hour that we loved about West Palm Beach?
I don't know.
Meeting
I
Cam
think
Smith's
I put it
family.
in there. I felt like we talked about it too much at the time.
Screw that.
But no, because look, you got to credit the parents.
Yeah.
If the kid's got a great personality and does things the right way and everything, then man, they must have done something right raising Cam Smith.
I wish we ran into her after Spo did this interview with Dana Brown, because I would have loved to have shared these quotes with her, about what a great human being he is.
Maybe
she
we'll
knows
see her
already,
today,
later today. All right, so, Cam Smith was a big topic. It was about a 12-minute interview. About 4 minutes of it was Cam Smith, and it was mostly because Spo couldn't stop Dana from gushing about the guy.
Right.
Altuve in left field was a big topic in this interview, and the Dana Brown said getting into the gaps, using his foot speed, these are all positives right now, we think. Just the little detail of, quote, still have to see him make throws and play in a game, end quote.
Yesterday when I was on the afternoon show, and then you joined me at the end of it, one of the texters asked, I don't get why this is a story. Why shouldn't an infielder, a major league infielder, be able to play in the outfield? That's a very valid question. I think there's 2 things. One, it's his age at which he's an old dog trying to learn new tricks.
35.
So getting a read on the ball and everything, more of a challenge for somebody that's never played the position before. But really, the big obstacle is his arm going to be a liability?
Yeah.
Is it going to be too hard for him to effectively throw in crucial situations? Not that those situations come up that often in left field, but it's a consideration. And they've already talked about how Pena has to set up a little deeper in the outfield on relay throws, and so that's if I'm worried about anything, we joked around earlier that I just don't want to see Altuve make a bad error or something. Really, I just want to see that he's got viable arm strength that will throw back into the infield.
Well, I mean, those are high. Those throws are high leverage plays out there. You're usually trying to keep a guy from getting to third, which puts him in position to score, or you're trying to throw him out at home, which those are runs.
Yeah.
So Altuve in left field, but Dana Brown seems legitimately excited about Altuve in left field. And more importantly,
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and more importantly, Dana Brown loves to talk about how excited Altuve himself is.
Yeah, Altuve's really embracing the challenge. But I also think that he shed a little light into probably the way that the Astros have been talking about this and presenting it as a possibility, is that he said you have to take position changes lightly. You don't want to put too much pressure on a guy, I think. And maybe they also didn't want Altuve to feel like he was being forced out there. So from that standpoint, they've handled it really well because Altuve's embracing it fully.
I never would have seen this coming.
I thought it was a fake report when I saw it at first.
Yeah.
Remember, whoever reported it, at least the first report I saw wasn't from a Houston reporter, and lo and behold, he was not a clown.
Well,
I was the clown.
The first report, I feel like the first big public reports of it even being a possibility were in conjunction with them circling back with Bregman.
Yeah.
And it was positioned as Altuve. It was I know this. Like the first time it became a big public story, it wasn't like this. It was definitely not positioned as something that they've been working on in the offseason. It was much more about this is what Altuve is willing to do.
Yeah.
This is the sacrifice he's willing to make for that mercenary Bregman.
Yeah, and Altuve himself cleared that up this week that they had talked about it anyway. And it does make a lot of sense given that he's declined in defense over the last couple of years, and he's just not been the same guy at second base. Plus, with the shift has made it harder to play second base too.
Yep.
Or with the absence of the shift.
Yep. So Altuve in left field. All right, the Lance McCullers part of the interview. And I thought Spo brought up a really good point. Dana Brown has never seen, since coming here in early 2023, March of 2023 or February, whatever, about this time 2 years ago, I guess it'd be February of 2023 when he became the GM. He's never seen Lance throw a pitch with a hitter in the batter's box.
In a baseball game, or with a live BP. Right. Yeah, he's never done a live BP.
This live BP he's doing this weekend is the first chance he'll get to see that.
So there hasn't been any setbacks or discomfort or pain since the last setback. I guess that's when he was saying that. I thought, well, yeah, but with Lance, it's been okay. There's no setbacks until there's a setback. But so far, it's been a long stretch of it. I like the point he made about how Lance had made a bunch of money already. And I Googled how much he's made in his career. $83 million.
He's made $83 million? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So he's 3 years into that extension that he signed. He's got $17 million coming to him this year and next year. Then he'd be a free agent. Warriors' mental toughness is what he said. And that was the file. I wrote the same thing down, Seth, where he said a lot of guys would have basically cashed out at this point. And he's right. Look, I feel like the fact that I'm excited about Lance this year, and I understand the injury history. I get it. I'm not a moron. But the fact that I'm allowing myself to get excited, and the fact that when I get excited about it, it feels like there's so much pushback from Astros fans that listen to the show. I feel like I've evolved into this apologist for Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
And not for –
What, are you working for the team, Sean?
Not for performance reasons, obviously, because he hasn't performed in 2 years. But just for the fact, none of these injuries are his fault. It's not like he lives an irresponsible lifestyle and got injured.
That's true. You know what? That's a really good point about it because he's played through injuries before. He played with a partially torn UCL.
In the playoffs.
I don't know how many modern major league pitchers have that kind of mindset.
Right.
Where they're because the other part, because it's not a matter of the pain, it's the fact that when you go out and pitch with a partially torn UCL, it's the fear of embarrassment.
Yeah.
That you're going out there against the best baseball players in the league, on the best teams in the league, and pitching while you're compromised. But he did it because that was what was best for the team.
Yeah.
And he was one of the heroes of the 2017 World Series. Right?
He was, yeah. And so that's where, for me, I love that Dana made that point that, man, a lot of guys who've made, I think what he called a decent amount of money, as you point out, but that a lot of guys would have cashed out and go sit on a big pile of – he'd go sit on a $100 million pile of money and play with his daughter.
Broadcasting or something.
He'd be a great broadcaster. Yeah, he absolutely could. That he's out there rehabbing for 2 years. Mm-hmm. You've rehabbed from injuries before.
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine rehabbing from an injury for 2 years?
Well, I think that's when Dana was talking about his mental toughness. That is, when you're having extreme setbacks like he has, it is hard to just not get disheartened and to stay focused and just keep plodding along. Because this was like when you have like a 3-week injury, it's hard to stay focused sometimes and not get a little bit depressed because you're not out there and you've got no way to test yourself.
Yeah.
So for him to steadfastly stay focused on coming back and being a starter, it is impressive.
It is impressive. All right, there were two other things that I thought were interesting in this in the interview that Adam Spillane did with Dana Brown. If you missed it, it's in the previous segment. It'll be up on the podcast. I'm sure it's going to get played throughout the day here on Sports Radio 610. There were a lot of really good nuggets in this thing. Do you feel more positive, less positive, or the same amount of positive that Framber Valdez is signing an extension with the Houston Astros?
And I felt like the answer was whatever was in the middle there.
Yeah. Same.
Adam did a great job. He asked him about whether Dana's talked to Framber's representation, and Dana said, well, yeah, over the last couple of years we have. And Dana
no
and Adam
bleep,
was like,
Sherlock.
Adam was like, so nothing new. And basically, no, nothing new. Nothing. So it doesn't sound like anything of substance recently.
No. And I too. But the funny thing about that part of the answer, like, have you talked to him? Well, over the past couple of years, you've been the GM for 2 years.
Yeah.
So that basically means, yes, I've talked to his agent. At some point, I've talked to his agent. But Adam asked him about trading Framber. And they traded Tucker, and they got some guys back in return. You know, why not Framber? And it's very clear between Dana, and I saw a quote from Jim Creighton this week, too, at some interview that he did, that they view pitching differently than they view position
and
players.
Especially when he's an ace.
He's an ace.
And he's your number one guy, and it's hard to go into a season without that guy right there. And I think there is that part of it, too, where, you know, to steal from D'Amico's jargon again, like I feel like Framber is more swarm than Kyle Tucker. Like whatever the Astros version is of swarm.
Yes.
Going back to when A.J. Hinch had to tell a young Kyle Tucker that he had to get on board with the way that Astros players operate, that there needs to be a level of urgency. Framber, for all of his faults that he had as a younger player, I never sensed a lack of urgency with Framber. If anything, Framber was too urgent. He was too swarm to the point where it would implode his brain.
If we're doing cross-sport comparisons, kind of like we did with Cam Smith and Will Anderson a little bit earlier, Framber's Aziz. He's Aziz Al-Shire. He's got that sixth gear.
So you got to figure out a way to dial it back a little bit at times.
He's Aziz. So I mean, obviously they love Framber. Dana loves Framber. I do not feel optimistic there's going to be an extension coming anytime soon.
I don't.
And I wouldn't say he's probably the guy that needs to worry the least about injuries amongst all these guys. Like he's a total workhorse, you know. All right, the last thing. This is the part that I really like too. Is Adam asked Dana Brown about the alignment between, you know, from top to bottom, straight down, between Jim Creighton, the owner, Dana Brown, the GM, Joe Espada, the on-field manager. And he said, we're totally in sync. And Adam asked Dana, has Jim Creighton ever said no to you on anything?
Yeah.
And he didn't really say yes or no either way, but what he did say was that the final decisions are his, and that Jim always gives his input, but the final decisions are his. This made me feel a whole lot better that we aren't operating with this five-headed monster running this thing anymore.
Yeah.
GM is being the GM is not being Bagwelled. We know he's not being Reggie Jacksoned because Reggie's out of the building now. I don't know how much input Biggio had. You know, like remember, I mean, it was
but that was a concerted move they made in the offseason to kind of pare down the input group.
And it sounds like Dana gets to function on his own.
Because Adam had asked whether it felt like it was Dana's team, and I think Dana, you know, he has to give a diplomatic answer there. He doesn't want to act like this is my show.
Yeah.
But I think the term that he used in the next question in answering it about the relationship between Espada, Crane, and Dana Brown was a special oneness.
Yeah.
So like it feels like you smooth out some of the rough edges and trying to figure out how you're going to operate. And I think feel a lot different than it ever did with James Click as the GM.
Oh yeah.
I think Jim Crane's he vibes with Dana Brown a lot better than he ever did with James Click.
Well, look, this franchise, this roster is at a stage where they need a guy like Dana Brown.
Yeah.
They got to restock the minor league system. They're going to be. Who knows if they're maybe Framber gets flipped at the trade deadline. Who knows? There's going to be more. The evaluation of young players is way more important now than it was during the golden age 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So let Dana cook is what I'm saying.
Let Dana cook.
Let Dana cook.
Except we don't need a T-shirt because we feel like he is being allowed to cook.
He is.
So it's not. You don't have to go. You don't have to start a fan website and sell your T-shirts on.
There you go.
Wherever they do those.
This is a fun week, man.
It was.
This is a fun week.
This was one of the best vacations I ever took while actually working.
And we thank Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors for sending us here.
I might have to get to Academy and buy a kayak. Now that I've just after
you like that kayak?
I like that kayak out there. It's a badass kayak.
It is.
Whichever version Academy offers, I'm getting it.
All right. So we got to get to the airport, so we can't even do any crosstalk here. We're going to toss it to
get to a game and then the airport.
Game in the airport. So we're going to get to get to the break here. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and a splendid rest of 2025 to you.
Thank you. In the Loop is up next.
How close are the Texans to a Super Bowl? Ask Nick Caserio.
We've done enough things. We just got to finish games. We got to execute a little bit more consistent in addition, keep knocking down the door. Eventually, it's going to cave in. We got one of the best head coaches in the league. We got one of the best quarterbacks in the league. We feel like we have some really good young players. So just try to continue to build and take advantage of our opportunities and be smart about it.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, it is indeed a Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. John Lopez.
Hey, man.
Back in tow.
You dang right.
Missed you, kind of. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Hope you're having a good one.
I saw Figgy in that fishing shirt yesterday. I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Oh, I bet you did.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club.
Yeah, he had a confession where it seems like he is ready to go all full bore. You might need to fully reel him in to your side of the thing.
Heck, I see what you did there.
Thank you. I thought I was being slick, but apparently not too slick. Just being slick. Maybe I think I might have pushed too hard on the churro thing because I think the guys were like, "We're not talking to him anymore about these damn churros."
Who, me?
No. Sean and Seth. They were like, "We're not handing off."
Oh yeah.
Like,
hey, airport calls, man.
I guess I pushed too hard on the churro because I just really wanted to set to get a churro, but apparently he fessed up. There was no churro involved. He just wasn't listening, which is fine. I'm always okay with that. I just hate that he took it so hard. All right. Yes, happy Friday to you indeed. 832 on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
Texas Hammer.
Thank you, Jim. 713-572-4610. That's how you get involved with the program. Also, appreciation to Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for
we
giving
keep
us the
it 100.
That's right. The live stream brought to you by them on both on YouTube, Sports Radio 610 and 610 Houston on Twitch. And how are you doing? Is everything good?
Oh, man, I'm good. I got a story for you guys. I definitely got a story for you guys.
Biggie.
Tell me a story, OG.
Oh, man, I'll tell you a story real quick. So I was out yesterday. I'm sure you guys covered this. I had a couple of texts, listened a little bit, but I was really running around, and you'll see why.
Yeah, we left. We covered the broad strokes, but my thought was it's your story, or at least your family's story to tell. So I'll let y'all tell it.
Yeah. So here's the thing. This was wild. So Wednesday afternoon, evening, we're doing our normal deal, and my daughter-in-law calls, and I don't want to embarrass her. Anybody would do this, but my daughter-in-law calls my wife, and kind of agitated and Jacob's not here, and nobody else is answering the phone, and my water just broke.
Time to go. Time to go.
But That's normal, right?
She probably should have said that last part first.
All right, don't waste no time. Look,
by the way, my water broke.
Yeah, we'll figure out the other stuff later.
Okay.
Like, the most important thing is what we need to get to right this moment.
So that happens, every day. But here's where it got interesting. So my son was actually in Katy. Long story short, a friend of his passed away, so he delivered some food. Okay, but he was in Katy. They live down here, in town. And so he had...
That's a nice little 50-minute ride.
Yes.
If it's traffic.
And yes.
Oh, it was traffic.
And there was
the
a
week.
lot of traffic. I-10 has been ridiculous this week. I'm sure most of our listeners can attest, maybe even right now as they're driving. So we go, don't worry, we'll be right there, et cetera, et cetera. So we get to the house, and her contractions are already 2 minutes apart, which means...
That seems pretty...
It's happened.
Okay.
They usually start at 20 to 30 minutes and go slow. He's driving like a bat out of hell from Katy. We get there, and again, I don't want to just be delicate here. It was a wild scene in that kitchen, man.
Okay.
Oh, God.
In the kitchen, though?
In the kitchen. It was a wild scene, and I'll leave it at that. And then...
I can't look at her the same now, man.
He says, please don't. She's a sweet girl. And so then it was like something out of a movie because I'm standing there, and I'm like, oh, that's not too bad. And then I turned the corner around the island in the kitchen.
A lot of yelling like in movies.
Oh, yeah. Then,
did you faint?
No, I was good. But
that'd have been the most cinematic.
Give me your hand.
But then the other part, the baby wasn't due until March 6th.
Wait.
Oh,
so
man.
wait, hold on.
Yeah.
So what I did divulge, because you had already put it on social media, so it felt like it was fair game. This is not a small child that was born.
And we'll get to that part too. Sorry, but this is funny.
A week early?
Almost 10 days.
Almost 10 days early at 9 pounds?
9 pounds, 1 ounces, and 22 inches, 21 and a half inches. It's a monster baby. But anyway, so he barrels into the driveway. We start getting him into the car, and then they're all nervous and everything. And he's like, and she's like, well, I want to go in and get this. And we're like, no, just go. The contractions were 90 seconds apart in the car. And
goodness gracious.
And so we're thinking that we might have a West Loop baby here, man.
Where were you born, West Loop?
between the Kirby and whatever exits. But anyway, they get there. They have the baby. But this baby was an absolute monster. And so I end up, what I was going to get at is they didn't have anything done. It was due March 6th. So they had started to get the baby room together because everything out of storage and all that.
Sure.
So we're like, this place is a mess. So
it's not ready for a baby to be received. Gotcha.
wasn't ready for a baby at all. And so I get to the hospital a little after midnight because they hadn't eaten, they didn't have any clothes, they hadn't really packed the bag yet, and all that. So
got caught lacking.
We're
That's
throwing
tough.
Toothpaste and stuff and clothes into the bag. I take it up there. The sweetest lady in the world. I wish I could remember her name. It was after midnight. And I'm like, ma'am, I'm sorry. I know it's after hours, blah, blah, blah. She goes, go on up. Go on up. I told her the whole story. And I told her the story. And so I go, well, she started having contractions at 6 p.m. When was the baby born? 9:25? She goes, Lord. She goes, that's fast. So it went like this. Like it went quick. Like something out of a movie. She goes, go on up there. So I take the bag and some Katz's because that was the only thing that was open.
Sure.
I went to Katz's and got them some sandwiches and
okay.
And they let me into the.
You thought you was talking about cats.
I thought you was talking about the Katz's beer?
Oh,
no.
The alcohol? KATZ.
Okay.
I got them some sandwiches and stuff, and they wanted a black and white cookie, so I got them the black and white cookie.
I feel like this is an instance where you can be obliged on whatever you're feeling.
Yeah, we were getting it, and I get up there. They let me into recovery. They let me into the recovery room, and so we're talking. I see the baby, and he's just born and all that. So wild story in terms of then we had to go back and start cleaning up, so to speak.
Oh, you was on cleanup duty.
Yeah, it was cleanup duty, and then yesterday we were
spill on aisle 5.
Yesterday putting together cribs and bassinets.
You had to do all the things that that they thought they were going to do in the next 10 days. Got you.
That's why I barely got to listen yesterday, and it was crazy. But 9 pounds, 1 ounces, and then I waited until they posted pictures. This was the coolest thing. I know y'all probably posted pictures, and I posted, hey, I'm a grandpa for the third time, first boy, etc.
and his name was Joseph Jafari. Jafari is her father's family name or whatever, and they're going to call him JJ. JJ Watt responded to that tweet, and it was the coolest thing ever. He's like,
he said that he might start telling people that JJ stands for Joseph Jafari.
Yeah,
so it was really cool. Like, it's one. It's
congratulations.
Really, yes,
I might just start telling people my initials stand for Joseph Jafari. What a name! ! And so clearly we're going to get that printed and enlarged and posted in his baby room. Okay. But how about JJ, man? That was pretty sweet.
Incredible person. Like it's such a great thing to have a city where one of your icons of the city is also an incredible dude.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
35,000 views. Little JJ's already got a following, man.
Well, I mean, I wonder how many of those are, potential coaches at the NCAA level. Mm-hmm. 9 pounds?
Almost 10 days early.
Tall?
9 pounds, 22 inches.
A&M likes getting some pass rushers, don't they?
Well, they like some that do well in the combine.
That's right.
I don't know about actual sacks.
That test well. We'll talk more about what some of the combine things that are happening later on in the show. But congratulations. Yeah, a lot of people texting in congratulations. Congratulations to your son and your daughter-in-law and, of course, the entirety of the family. And you have illustrated why you deserve to have the day off.
It was wild.
And I will get off of your case. I promise that. All right. So in addition to that.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. It's too damn bad.
I just wanted to play that.
I feel like it's not going to go like that because if that baby is as big as it sounds like, John not going to be able to tell that baby nothing.
I will not.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. You're right. You should probably rest a little bit. Go sit down. Get you a cookie.
Take the rest of the day off.
It's only 6 days. You said March 1st was the due.
March 6th.
March 6th. Okay, there you go. So that is damn near 10 days. Very good. All right, just want to make sure you had the math down. All right.
Mm-hmm.
But wait, no, March 6th. Anyways,
it was February 26th to March 6th.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Close. Very close there.
Yeah.
All right. In addition to it being a day where you are celebrating, your recently born grandson, it's also Jose Altuve Day, as I'm taking to call it. It's our first opportunity to see him in left field as they're playing against the Cardinals, which is kind of funny in its own right, because that means I don't know that he'll actually be playing in this game, but Nolan Arenado's team is who you're playing against, which they went and played the Yankees. I know he made it up and down about how.
It wasn't about that.
Yeah, it's not about. This is not any level of that. That's not here.
You want to showcase,
but yeah,
except it was.
But no, you're playing against the Cardinals, and that thankfully that gets to be a backseat to an opportunity to see Jose Altuve in left field. And there's been a lot of conversation about Altuve in left field, including from Joe Espada, our guy, Baseball Spo, who we'll talk to here relatively shortly. He was in the clubhouse and he talked to Espada, and Espada was talking about what he hopes to see from in his game today.
More decisions he makes, routes, throwing the ball to the right base, attacking the ball aggressively, all those things that I'm sure he'll be challenged on today. The elements, right, the sun, the high sky, all those things that we're going to be paying close attention to.
All right, so this leads to what I realized was my number one question with Jose Altuve.
Okay.
In left field. We're going to see him today, as you mentioned. It's Altuve Day. We're going to absolutely overreact.
Sorry, Altuve Day.
Altuve Day, yes. And we're going to absolutely overreact. But it led me I know my answer to this, but I wanted to ask you guys, what's your biggest worry? Forget injuries and all that stuff. But what's your biggest worry about Jose Altuve in left field?
It's tough because the things that in a vacuum generically I'd worry about with somebody that you're throwing out at left field is just they can't get the right angles. Like, you got to be able to take the right paths to it. However, it just seems like Jose Altuve is smart enough and he's played baseball enough that he would be able to grasp some of that. So I don't know how much that is actually what I'm worried about with Altuve. Maybe outside of that, it would just be that the arm is so weak that it is entirely untenable, because they're already talking about before we even get him out there, the idea of making sure that the cutoff is short enough so that he's not having to be tested in those ways. Or maybe, because again, figuring out which repetition, like that feels like a muscle memory thing where you are not, eventually you're not thinking about it. You just know in this situation, I'm probably going to third, or in this situation, I'm trying to get it to the cutoff so that we can go home. So I think it's probably just like the physical limitations are too grand for this to work. And because I don't like what the possible ramifications of what the fallout is, where it's like, do we then have to move him back to second base where we're locked in? And we've already shown our hand that we don't.
He already gave away his glove.
Well, I feel like there are more gloves that you can get. I feel like that's an easy thing that you can do.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried that people going to look at him as a mark. And what I mean by that is if somebody's on base and it's a base hit, then somebody's just like, yeah, he's out there. I'm going to run right to third.
Run on him.
And they'll know it in advance.
Or somebody at third, and it's a single right there. I'm about to go down, or, I'm going home, or I'm going to try him. I feel like he might be – I don't want him to be that mark.
Y'all are both in the same neighborhood as my biggest worry. And then listening to a spot, it kind of did it for me. It's the errors, air quotes, that we don't see. And let me explain. Shot goes into the wall by the Crawford boxes, okay? Just out of his reach. Just out of his reach.
Sure.
That won't be scored an error. But other left fielders might have gotten it. And you touched on the angle that he's taking.
Yes.
Let's say he loops just a little bit and a ball falls out of his reach by a foot. That won't be scored an error. But it's a mistake. Just like the other one's a mistake.
Especially for a major league outfielder. These are the types of things that if at some of the developmental levels that then become inherent that he's going to have to work through, or you hope that he won't have to work through nearly as much.
Yes, and Figgy, just mentioned one as well. Let's say he does get a ball thrown to third base, a runner trying to take third base on whatever, whether it's an out or whatever. And it's just offline a little bit, and the tag is late. That won't be scored an error because the guy catches, tries to. So what I'm saying is, my biggest worry, what I'm going to be watching with Jose Altuve, we can't sit here in August and say, well, he only has 3 errors without knowing, having watched it. You know what I mean?
Okay, so with this perspective, are we going to have to keep, the Altuve error as opposed to just the regular
the hockey
error?
assist?
Yeah, are we going to have to create a specialty statistic for ourselves? You know me, I love statistics.
Yeah.
A specialty statistic where we kind of keep track of, okay, that's not inherently going to show up on the box sheet as an error, but this is one of those places where this is the downside of Altuve and left. Is that what you're
right?
Okay.
And I don't know if that's fair.
It probably isn't,
but it's fair in this regard. Top-notch left fielders maybe don't throw the ball up the line a little bit. Maybe do get to the ball right above his reach. Or
but maybe
do take a better track. So it's
that's probably not fair though, because nobody's expecting him to be the top-notch left fielder.
Yeah, but I'm saying is it going to lead to some games and some losses and some mistakes?
But see, I think it's kind of fair because you did have a good left fielder in Kyle Tucker that was throwing
right field. He was playing on the right side.
Yeah, you did have some some good people out there.
A good amount of time.
Yeah, they kind of had to though, but and
this is another had to situation. That's what I'm saying is if we're gonna judge this, we have to judge this on the circumstance, while also understanding we don't have to judge it super nicely. We can be harsh with it, but also within the harshness, we need to understand what the actual parameters of the judgment is, and that is a situation where you're making the best of it. We can't compare the apples of this to. What would the optimal left fielder look like? Because that's not what you're doing. That's the thing that scares me is even on that scale, if you get to a place where damn, this is not something we can even do. But because you talk to a spot and it seems like they're already in that place where they're assuming that he's a left fielder. We'll talk to Spo here in a little bit, but he was talking to Dana Brown and he asked him straight up, is it basically a place where this is assumed that this is the way that you're going by hook or by crook, no matter what? And I fear that you get to a place where you've been in that place, and then you look up and you go, damn, we can't even push this through.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, do you feel like that position got better out in the outfield, though, or is it about the same?
All the way across the outfield?
Well, we're going to find out.
Just his position.
Just left field?
Yeah, do you feel like it got better? Do you feel like it's a little bit worse?
See,
because it's one thing if it was kind of leveled out where it's it's about the same.
Yeah, we're going to find out. We're going to find out, but I just – and you're right. It might not be fair, but I think we all know major league outfielders when we see them. And is he going to be that level of an outfielder? And like I said, we're going to sit here in August. Well, he only has 3 errors or whatever the number is, but we're probably going to know.
I can't wait to say those exact words. I can't wait.
But
lot of people.
Accurate is my point. That's what Espada had me thinking. Because, yes, he only has 3 errors, but here's another question. Is he playing, good outfield? That's the question we're going to have to kind of ask as we see all these other things.
And we'll get a little bit of a taste of that as they face off against the Cardinals today in spring ball and Grapefruit League baseball. I'm super excited to get a little feel for that. And also, I trust him to be a good worker, to be a consummate pro. So at least the baseline things that he's going to take and internalize and do his best at. So that's why I'm not necessarily as afraid of some of those things that Espada was talking about on the larger scale. But today will be an interesting barometer, interesting kind of test to see how far along he is in that process. From the 5-4-1, it's been mentioned, but there's not enough talk about how Altuve's defense at second base was declining rapidly, 100%, 100%. And so that's the thing that scares me is then, again, if you get to this place where left field is something where you can't even hide him there, then the only real option is to put him back and just hope and pray. And that seems like something that the Astros have already agreed is not something that they can really stomach well. From the 361 on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Can I get a happy fourth birthday to my son, Bryce Allen Garcia, from your dad, Corey and brothers? Well, happy birthday, Bryce.
Happy birthday, man.
Hope you are having a fantastic Friday as we are trying to do as we're getting started here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, in order to accommodate talking to our guy, Adam Spillane, at 1040, let's do our question of the day now. Question of the day. When did you show up to just a random game? Did you show up to a game without a lot of expectations and all of a sudden it became years yesterday that absolutely had that? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing right now.
Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, from the, what was this? Sorry, as soon as I was about to read the text. From the 832 on the Jim Allen, the Texas Hammer text line.
Texas Hammer!
My 8-year-old daughter has her first chess tournament today. Can I get some good luck wishes? She loves you guys. I listen on the Odyssey app every night. Well, yeah, shout out to her. I don't have her name. You should have let me know, but shout out to her. Hope that the chess tournament goes to
8-year-old chess tournament.
Hey, I bet she will whoop all of our asses.
I like that.
You could just line us up and she would take
that
our
girl
money.
going to college real soon.
And since it seems like this is the way we're going, let's just make this a shout-out Friday. 713-572-4610. If you want to shout out Texas, I'll try and do that for you. But let's get into our question of the day, inspired by Steph Curry putting up 50-something of them. Was it 56?
Yeah.
56 of them things. He just decided to go crazy, including
12 threes.
A three-quarter court heave
shot
that looked like he just took it from probably about 23 feet. Yeah, it's wild at this point. But the people that showed up to watch that, in fact, I don't even remember who they were playing against. All I remember is that Steph was there. I don't even know if it was the Warriors. He might have been playing for someone else. All I know is Steph was there. And I imagine that people that came to see Steph, I'm sure, but I doubt that they came expecting that he was going to have a performance like that, and that is exactly what you got when the Golden State Warriors beat the Orlando Magic. And to that end, question of the day, when was the time that you were just going to a game, just to go to a game, and something historic happened?
We all have some of those, right? Like you just go into a game. Hey, you want to go to the game, Astros, Rockets, whatever, and then all of a sudden something like unforgettable, for eternity happens. Two came to mind for me, and the first one is just really kind of funny because when spoiler alert, 1993, September 8th, that's when Darryl Kyle threw his no-hitter.
What?
Keep in mind, this is
I'm still hoping to rewatch that game. I hadn't seen it yet.
Thanks a lot, John. So keep in mind, this is September. This is the end of the season, and I hadn't covered a single Astros game that year, believe it or not, because I was doing the Olympics and World Cup and a bunch of stuff not related to the. They had me doing a bunch of other stuff. So our beat writer was Neil Holfeld. Rest in peace, Neil. Took the day off. I believe it was a Sunday, if I'm remembering correctly. And they said, hey, can you go cover the Astros? As the lead beat writer that day, as a sub. I was just basically subbing for him. I said, absolutely. So I'm covering the game. We get into the 6th inning. Kyle's got a no-hitter. 7th inning is when, back in the old days, the AP alerts went out. They send it to across the country.
Well, they don't do that no more.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore.
Keep your eyes out.
Yeah, alert. Darryl Kyle is throwing a no-hitter through 7 innings. 8th inning shows up. He was at like a backyard barbecue or whatever. And I never will forget this, but there is a punchline. He comes in, I go, hey, man, if you want to write the lead, I'll just do a sidebar or something, whatever. He goes, no, man, you've been here the whole game. You do. I was like, well, that's awfully nice of him.
Yeah, I bet that was, he was being nice.
That's
sure.
Awfully, well,
sure.
You're right.
He was
right.
like,
you're
wait,
right.
No, I don't want to do the work. You just do it. You've been here as a courtesy.
So he ended up writing like the sidebar, and I wrote the lead. In the first Astros game I ever covered. So after the game, he throws the no-hitter. We go into the clubhouse. I was like introducing myself to Darryl Kyle again, like, hey, man, I covered a couple games last year, blah, blah, blah. I'll be writing the lead story today. So on Darryl Kyle's most memorable, by the way, RIP to Darryl Kyle too, most memorable moment of his life, some dude who hadn't covered a game all year.
Don't you hate when that happens?
Yeah, just all the time, huh?
Punchline before we get to y'all's on I told the story at a company event a couple of years later, how nice Neil Holfeld was to me about letting me write the lead, and he's kind of stood up or whatever, said, John, there's a reason I didn't write that story. Take it from you. I said, what? He goes, I was plastered. He had been at that barbecue just pounding drinks all night.
Look, if you're a dude that covers baseball, that's you have
very few.
You have a lot of days that you're working and very few days when you're off. I can't blame him one bit. This is a day. Well, I was not.
Me out to something I'm not. I was plastered.
Some other ones coming in from the 361. Last Christmas, I went to a Texans game expecting to see football. Instead, I saw a Beyonce concert.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I feel like at that point, I just refer to that as the Beyonce concert because nothing else of note happened in my mind. How about for you guys?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way.
8-3-2 as well. A&M versus LSU, just a regular old rivalry game. 7 overtimes.
Oh, yeah. Those are the fun ones. Although, to be fair, and I think this is also, this frames what my answer is going to be anyways, I, for very recently, have gotten into, like, actually going to games.
Mm-hmm.
For the longest time, I've been the type of sports fan where I enjoy being on my couch. I love the TV experience. I love, as you guys can tell, being able to, like, drop in on a lot of different games.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, for me, this is a 13 extra inning game or whatever, those are delightful to me, but that's because I'm not being held hostage, right? Like, I'm just like, yo, this is fun to watch on TV when I'm sure there's people in the building that are like, yo, this is awesome. However, can I go home? Right? And so I imagine that hits a little different. But no, I absolutely imagine being able to see that is really, really cool. Yeah, for me, also being of recent, and of course, I'm probably forgetting one as my memory sometimes sucks. But recently got to go to NBA Finals games, which is cool. But before that, I think covering the Mavericks, there was a game against the Nuggets this past season where both those teams obviously very good last year. So like it was just one of those games you expected to be good. They were going back and forth, a great game, and then there comes down to a final shot situation, and Kyrie Irving puts up a shot with his offhand over Nikola Jokic, who is probably a good 10 inches taller than him, going one way with his offhand over a really great contest and knocks it down. Like, it was a talk of the NBA world for a few days, and I was in the building for that, not expecting anything more than just, hey, I'm interested in seeing a good game amongst two Western Conference foes. And then I saw one of, like, the best finishes of, like, actually just a finishing shot that I've probably seen in basketball. So I was really pleased to be able to have that. And I think that's also, it's a cooler because I feel like I haven't been to that many games, just general in sports.
Yeah, so I really haven't been to a game where it was that memorable, where I, lucked out and saw something cool there. But the one I could remember, this was, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was Alabama-Auburn. It was a football game.
The kick six?
Yeah, the kick six.
I was wondering, the way that you started that made it seem like you were going to go for something a little smaller. You went for the top.
No, the reason I brought that up is I was in the car, and for some reason, I think I had like a longer drive, so I mind you, I never listen to games in cars. I'm like, I ain't about to listen to the game on the radio.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I put it on there, and the game was like kind of going back and forth a little bit, and then it was that kickoff, and I'm driving. I'm like, oh my God! I'm sitting there like I'm at the game watching it.
Yes.
And if I was in the car, salute. I think it was on Westwood 1, and mind you, I'm up in Cleveland, so I'm like, I don't give a damn about these teams. Right? I'm like, oh my goodness! I was sitting there excited in the car by myself.
I feel like this one has to count because if you did not care about those teams and you were in the car listening to on the radio, that would have been an easy switch.
I'm in Cleveland, Ohio. Why do I give a damn about Alabama and Auburn?
But you happened to keep it on the radio.
Yeah,
you heard
something told me to switch to the game.
Yes.
And I'm just like, all right, I'll just drive. It was kind of late at night a little bit, and I'm just like, what? I couldn't believe it.
This is incredible here on the YouTube from Magic. Texas Tech, Oklahoma, 2016. Can you imagine who the quarterbacks were in this situation, Lopez?
I think I do.
Patrick Mahomes, Baker Mayfield, offensive showdown, 1,200 yards of offense. Although, to be fair, you knew Baker Mayfield when he got to Oklahoma. Like, at that point, you knew what he was. And that, of course, was his I was about to call it MVP,
that
his
would have
Heisman
been
season.
a badass game to be
That would have been awesome.
And then Tech, just inherently, they're always going to put up yards, whether it's the greatness of Patrick Mahomes or whoever else, Davis Webb or whatever. They're going to throw the ball up and down. I don't know that anybody bargains for 1,200 yards of offense.
Yeah. This is a fun one here, and these are the ones I like. Got some dugout seats for his son's 10th birthday. Fromber no-hitter.
Oh, man.
That's bad.
That's August 2023.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah, the no-hitter ones is always incredible.
Little man going to remember that day.
Oh, yeah.
But that raises a question because, like, whenever you have no-hit bids or things of that nature, right, things that are historic because you see it to the completion. But when you go to a game with kids, there's always this, especially a baseball game.
You want them to experience,
but there's also an inherent cutoff, right?
Yeah,
like,
well, that's true.
I mean, these kids, either they get restless and I probably want to get out of here, but also something's happening right now.
But then you're talking to the kid, and they know what a no-hitter is at 10 years old. So
probably, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Maybe that hits more when it's like in the 7 or 8 range at age. All right, from the 7-1-3 was at the Astros game when they played 24 innings in 68. Goodness gracious! See, now you were really a hostage in that instance. 713 said that they got tickets to Biggio's 3,000 hit game about 2 hours before the game from their mom's boss. He kept the rest of the weekend tickets but gave them that night because he swore there was no way that was the night to get 3,000. Oh, that's even better. That's even better. More extra innings games from the 281 18-inning ALDS game in 2005 they were at. Somebody said their wife got them season tickets as a wedding present in the 2010 season. Didn't have any expectations. First game was Colts, and Arian Foster went for over 200 yards.
No, I remember that one. That was it was not his first. It was one of his first games. Yeah.
Somebody NLCS Jeff Kent walk-off game is brought up here. Someone else said they got super last-minute good seats. Watch Mike Fiers throw a no-hitter. I feel there's a lot of baseball in here when you just like show up. Kyle's no-hitter is brought up here as well. It seems like a lot of these are just okay. Well, there's some
just showing up. Just let's go watch a game.
Yeah, but it feels like there's a ton of these with baseball. Although there's a couple of them that are not baseball, but they're also in the negative space. From the 281, the Letterman jacket game.
Oh well, they're not all good.
Yeah,
they're not all good.
And maybe the worst one to show up to because there was a level of expectation. This one looks side of this from the 713 NBA Conference Finals. Rockets Warriors, 27 missed threes.
Yep. Well, it is historic.
It is.
It is historic.
It really and truly is. Keep those coming in. There's so many coming in here. We'll do that. And then I got to go back. I did mention our chess champion who is having their, who is going out there. Raina is her name.
Okay.
Go
get him.
Yeah, go get him, Raina.
Go get him.
So yeah, we're making this a shout out Friday. Let us know if you want to shout out 713-572-4610. But also keep it locked as coming up next. Let's go back out to West Palm. Those guys are not quite done with their work. Let's talk to our guy Baseball Spo ahead of, or I guess it's all day. It's Jose Altuve Day. Talk about that and more next.
What does D'Amico see as priority number one?
If your bedroom performance needs work, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo.
Yep. All right. We can't waste any time, even though I would absolutely love to here on this now Shout Out Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Let's go to Florida, to our guy, Baseball Spo, Adam Spillane, who's out there. Spo, what's happening, man?
Morning, guys, and congratulations, John.
Yeah, thank you, man. It was really nothing.
You got a day off of work, though, so it worked out.
Well, no, trust me, I was busy. If you were go back to listen to the 10 a.m. segment,
You don't have to
it
do
got
that.
wild, man. It got wild.
Yeah, there was.
I saw things, man.
There was fluids, and there was manual labor. He was up late. There was a lot of things that apparently John was going through.
Yeah. Congratulations.
I
again.
appreciate that.
All right, so I have deemed today Jose Altuve Day at the ballpark. Is there some audio of what Joe Espada is expecting from Jose Altuve? What are you expecting from Jose Altuve in this one?
I don't know, to be honest with you, just because you have a guy who has never played in the outfield before in a game, and he's about to play the outfield in a game for the first time. So they can talk about how good he's looked during, workouts and things like that. But until you do it in a game, you don't really know. Until you deal with a broken bat, little flare down the line, you don't know how you're going to react to that. You don't know how you're going to react to the line drive hit off the end of the bat. That is hard to read. You don't know how you're going to react when he has to go into the gap. And, there's a ball that's in between the left fielder and the center fielder. So there's a lot and you don't know about, the throwing. And is he going to throw to the right bases? Is he going to be able to make all the throws? So there's a lot of things that you just want to see because I have no idea how this is going to look. It's the first time, again, that he's ever played the outfield in an actual game.
Yeah, and Adam, we were talking just a bit ago. My kind of question about Altuve won't be answered for months, but the question is, I'm kind of wondering about the errors, in air quotes, that we don't see. In other words, he throws the ball just a little bit up the line and the tag is late, or the ball is just a little bit out of a reach, or he takes just a little bit of a loop on his line to a ball and misses it. Those aren't errors per se, but they are mistakes that you don't want a big league outfielder to make. That's kind of how we're going to just judge them differently, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, playing the outfield's a lot more complicated than I think that people realize. Ball's hit it there, go catch it. Well, yeah, that's kind of the plan. But yeah, like you said, John, there are certain routes that you want to take. There are angles that you want to take. You want to be able to take if a guy's about to tag. You want to be able to approach the ball a certain way. When a ball is hit on the ground and it gets to you, you want to be able to field that so that the ball doesn't get behind you. You want to limit the guy to just a single. And again, there's the communication aspect with the other outfielders that are out there. There's communication with the third baseman and the shortstop also. So, they're throwing a whole lot of stuff at him today, and they are going to, he'll play 4 or 5 innings today. They've kind of got a plan for how they want to do this the rest of spring, but it's obviously this is the baseline. Today should be the worst that he ever is as an outfielder. What does that mean? How bad does it? Not to say how bad, but this could it be? Is it a disaster today playing in a game, or is it something where you feel like, okay, that's a good first day. Now let's just keep improving day after day after day.
Do you feel like this is very intentional that he's playing with Isaac Paredes playing at third just to kind of continue to build that relationship as you're going forward?
I think the more intentional thing is to have him play with Jake Myers in center, just so that he kind of has a feel for how much ground he needs to cover, going into left center. And first of all, Myers can run down just about everything. So that really helps him, and it takes some of the pressure off of him having to deal with the gaps. But yeah, I do think that it's important to have him out there with Isaac Perez, that Jeremy Payne is not in there because, those three kind of will form that triangle. So you'd like to have them out there together as much as possible, but that's just how the schedule's aligned. So I think the intentional aspect was having him with Myers. At least that's what Espada said today, is that there's a reason that Myers is in there today.
We're going to hear your terrific sit-down with Dana Brown at noon. But one thing I want to ask you about that might have been in there, are you ready to come to the dark side in terms of Cam Smith and the outfield and playing this year?
Playing this year in the big leagues or in the minor leagues?
In the big league.
At some point. You don't have to go as crazy as I did on Wednesday talking about breaking camp, but maybe later on in the season.
Not yet. I don't think they want to throw that at him just yet. And, by the way, I had a chance to sit down with Gavin Dickey, who is the Astros player development director, and I'll put the whole transcript of that up there at some point here in the next week or so. But we talked about Cam Smith, and they don't want to rush him. They don't want to stunt his development, and bringing him up to the big leagues early would kind of, they feel like probably would stunt his development, and they don't want to get to the point where they bring him up and then they have to send him down, which happens to guys, and it's not a good thing. That it happens normally, but it's something that you're trying to avoid. But so I can see Cam Smith playing the outfield at some point in the minor leagues this year, but I don't think they're going to throw him out there at the big league level, at least not yet.
We're talking to Baseball Spo Adam Spillane here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Edition of the Baseball Spo segment as well. But obviously, Jose Altuve in left field, that's the big place where eyes are going to be directed. I think Hunter Brown is an interesting one as well. Like, I don't know, have you gotten a feel for maybe how he's going about this spring training? Because I think for us, we always view guys that are definitely going to be on the roster are probably just working on things, but he's also relatively young. Like, where is he at, and what can we kind of expect from a game like today's?
Today it's just more of a get your feet wet. Let's see, you're trying to build up, your stamina. You're trying to build up your pitch count to get to the regular season, and the fact that he's, been on schedule, that's really important. It means that you're going to be able to be ready to go when the season starts, and, you won't be too limited with the pitch count. So that's really the big thing, is just build up your pitch count at this point. Maybe there are some things that he is working on, and we'll probably find out more about that whenever he comes off the mound today. But this is a big year for him, just because this is a guy last year who pitched like an ace, really after the end of April, when he got off to the really bad start, and it looked like they might send him down at one point, or they might at least lose he probably would have lost his spot in the rotation had every other starting pitcher not gotten hurt in April last year. So can he build on what he did last year? Does all the innings that he had to throw, does that have any sort of an impact on him? One of the things that Ronel Blanco said the other day is that, obviously Blanco blew past his career high in innings, and he threw a lot less this offseason than he has in the past. So I imagine Brown probably took so much to his offseason, even though he didn't throw, he had been kind of close to where he finished last year. But so you just want to see, really all that matters at this point, are you healthy, and do you get all your innings in?
I noticed the roster has come out, Brian McTaggart, the lineup, and they have Short playing short, which is interesting, first of all. Is it Zach Short?
Yes.
Tell us about him and what you've seen so far. And I hate two-part questions, so here comes one. I think we're still in the point where we don't put too much stock into the starting pitching, but who's going to be behind Hunter Brown?
Yeah, so first on Zach Short, he's a guy who's been around a little bit. He played for the Tigers for about 3-4 years. Played for A.J. Hinch. I actually talked to him about playing for A.J. Hinch, and he just raved about how good of a manager A.J. Hinch is. He's more of a defense-first type guy. I don't view him as – he's a non-roster invitee. I don't necessarily view him as someone who will make the team at a camp, but that's like minor league depth. Somebody who will probably start at multiple positions in AAA. If you have some guys go down, he can start at the big league level in multiple positions. Spent last year with the Braves. Again, he's a glove first type infielder. Now to who's going to follow Hunter Brown today. Yeah. You got some names that are going to follow Hunter Brown. It will be Brian Abreu is scheduled to pitch today. Rafael Montero will make his spring debut. At least, again, this is who's scheduled to pitch. You have Montero, Taylor Scott, who pitched the other day, and then Forrest Whitley, who's had a nice start to spring, is on the schedule for today. Josh Hader, I believe Sunday is when he will make his debut, is when he's scheduled to make his debut. And then the big news on the schedule, at least, is Lance McCullers Jr., who will throw a live BP here tomorrow. Still not, ready to get into games, but this will be the first time that McCullers has faced hitters since Game 3 of the 2022 World Series. So tomorrow's a really big day for him.
All right, look, I appreciate these periodic injections of hopium for me. I'm taking it all in. I'm enjoying it. The running question that I've been asking you, power rank second base for me. I imagine it's going to be the same, but I'm interested to hear.
Yeah, I still have Dubon 1. To me, I still have Brendan Rodgers 2. I failed to mention Shea Whitcomb the other day. Probably put him. We'll put him 3. Luis Guillorme 4. And then Zach Short 5.
Okay, I guess I hadn't considered the idea of Shea Whitcomb there. All right, real quick before we go, have you had an instance where you went to a game not expecting much, but then had something incredible happen, like Steph Curry going for 56 and then dropping one in from the other side of the court?
You put me on the spot with this one.
Yeah, I know. I probably should have given you a little bit of lead up. We've had people talk about like the Dickie Thon
injury. I did the Daryl Kyle game. Out of the blue in September.
Someone was even mentioning when the Rockets traded for Clyde when they were
showing up at halftime.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen you see no hitters before, like the Aaron Sanchez combined no hitter in 2019, which was not something that you're expecting. How about the Ronel Blanco no hitter last year?
Yeah, good answer.
Yeah.
Ever imagined happening, and it's the 5th game of the year. The Astros hadn't won a game. Blanco's only in the rotation because Justin Verlander's hurt, and then he goes and he throws a no-hitter. So yeah, that'll be mine.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Enjoy yourself today on Happy Jose Altuve Day to you, and travel safe. We'll see you next week.
Thank you. I'll see you guys Wednesday.
There you go. Adam Spillane, Baseball Spo. Always appreciate him joining us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Yeah, I think let's go ahead and lock that in. Wednesdays and Fridays.
Let's do it.
Here in the Loop. We'll
Good
talk
meeting.
to our guy, Baseball Spo. He also got some basketball in the tuck, but I feel like it's very important right now considering he's out in West Palm or at least in Florida. I forget where they're playing today, if I'm going to be completely honest.
No, they're at home because Altuve is playing. Yeah.
That's right. True. Of course. I should know. It was yesterday that they were on the road in Port St. Lucie. Very good. Thank you. I don't even know what day it is, but it is indeed a Friday, I guess, is definitely what day it is. And coming up next, let's go around the NFL where who do you think is going to run the fastest 40 time? Because we have some names that are probably up there. That and more next.
Coach D'Amico gave a little insight into what a meeting with the Texans looks like at the Combine.
We hope it comes off as very loose.
delivery platforms.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let us go around the NFL. Y'all are still coming in with the various times that you just went to a game and saw something historic, something you did not anticipate. Maybe one of my favorites from the 281. I was there when Cortland Finnegan got his ass beat.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that's historic.
Good answer.
In a weird way.
I don't know that anybody expected that.
Yeah, in a weird way.
But it's what it didn't know.
What was he fixing to do, Figgy?
You said what?
He's fixing to do what now? Andre?
Oh. I thought he got it.
Hey, man, I'm finna beat his ass.
Makes me smile every single time. All right, let's go around the NFL where Combine is the big thing in the NFL because everybody is that. I mean, various people on social media just posting they're being in and around the city in Indianapolis because the NFL world descends upon it. And the premier, premier testing that happens during the Combine is what?
That would be the 40-yard dash.
I mean, look, I don't know how useful it actually is in determining if somebody can play football, but it's sexy. It gets the people going. It's one of those fun things. And there's a question as to who could set a new record for, the fastest 40-yard dash, or who would just run the fastest in general. Isaiah Bond, Texas Longhorn wide receiver. I think I've seen him kind of being maybe a third-round type guy, possibly, maybe second round, what have you. He believes strong in himself. Like, the current record is 4-2-1, I believe?
I think I was going to say the same thing. So
4-2-1 that was set last year by his former teammate, Xavier Ward. And then 4-2-2 was John Ross, if I remember correctly. And then you get 4-2-4. I remember CJ2K, Chris Johnson had. But, yeah, so those are the ones that I always remember. Well, he says that he's going to break that. He is aiming for a 4-2-0.
He even tossed out a 4-1 something.
And to be fair, that's track speed over there. Isaiah Bond, he won the state 100-meter and 200-meter titles as a junior in high school. So, man, this is a dude that has that kind of speed. We've seen it. I mean, you saw it all season long when they were getting the ball out to him in space and letting him go. I mean, even was it the game against Arizona State? Was that one of the ones where they gave him one of those screen passes and just let him go? That's one of the guys that you can look at up as a potential fastest 40 time guy.
I still think Travis Hunter's the number one overall pick. It's been a lot of conversation, and Abdul Carter maybe helped solidify that with some news yesterday as well in terms of who might go number one because they're recommending surgery. He's not going to get it.
No, they're not recommending surgery. Apparently,
they recommended surgery, and then he had another one say didn't advise he take the surgery or whatever. But either way, I wonder how that's going to affect the number one overall pick as well. But
so I guess just to talk more about that, Abdul Carter, defensive end from Penn State. He is highly regarded. He's one of the few guys that you look at in this draft as a generational type guy, even though that word is overused, and I am raising my hand because I'm helping perpetuate that. However, he's one of the guys that you look at as real impact player at the top of this draft. However, he is dealing with a stress fracture or stress reaction is probably more accurate in his foot. He has gotten advice, as you were mentioning, to not do surgery on it. And so with that being the case, according to Drew Rosenhaus, his agent, he considers the injury to be a non-factor in his draft stock. They feel confident. How about you? Do you think that this would change if you happen to be, the Tennessee Titans with your favorite owner in the league and you were looking at this situation? I know you said Travis Hunter, but if you were all right, Abdul Carter is the highest guy on our board, would this change the way that you slot him at all?
I think it could. And I'm not trying to be wishy-washy. I think certain general managers, certain organizations value that a lot more. And we've touched on this. I know you've mentioned it a couple of times. From general manager perspective, the 40-yard dash probably at the highest ranks fourth in terms of things that they value. Interviews, number one.
Yes.
Getting to know people. Medicals, number two.
Yes.
Then the actual, not like the passing drill, like the actual drills, like shuttle runs and quickness and
cone drills,
turning, and,
gauntlet, things like that.
The gauntlet, all that. That's 3. And then you can maybe argue something else would be 4th, but at best, the 40-yard dash is 4. So
no, that's for us.
Yeah.
I like to say that's for us.
No, it is for us. It's a show. It's an absolute show. So to answer your point, medicals are number 1 for a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Like what? Not only like what do they have, but what are the prospects? What are the prospects of a reoccurrence? What are the prospects of surgery that might, derail the first part of his career, et cetera? So yes, I think Abdul Carter. It's absolutely going to affect if he goes number 1, number 2, 3, 4, whatever it might be.
I say if you let this affect how you view him, you are operating wrong. But
it also depends on the injury. See, stress fracture is not something you just say, "Oh, he'll be fine."
Stress reaction, I think he will be fine, right? That's
I said fracture, yes.
Repeated. It's like repeated to, it's a reaction to repeated pressure or whatever from obviously the stress.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is common, and that is something that.
But it does reoccur.
It has a possibility of reoccurring, but I feel like these are things that you can manage to some degree.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that this will be something that is actually something that plagues him as a player. And then you get to this point where you go, are you drafting him for this season, or are you drafting him for what career of a pass rusher that can actually make an effect? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. So rather than being caught in the moment of, hey, this is this injury, like this is not one of those major injuries that you go, oh, this is going to affect who he is as a player. I think this is a speed bump, and I don't know that teams would let this stop them. However, I'll take this to who you have already said. You are leaning on this guy as the number 1 guy. If teams don't take him, they're stupid. And I guess, again, you were speaking to your favorite team, the Tennessee Titans. And, of course, I say that facetiously because...
So it means they may pass on him.
Travis Hunter, Colorado, defensive back. He goes in as a defensive back. But he said this week he wants to play 100% of the snaps at cornerback and wide receiver. He wants to do the full thing again. 1, you letting him, and 2, is that smart?
Not smart to play 100%. I think very smart to play both sides because, first of all, it's a good play because he's really good at both. And secondly, as a young guy on a rookie contract, hell, get the most out of him. This is a business, and this, it's brutal and all that. Get the most out of him. It's going to be financially beneficial for him. It's going to help the team. I don't see why you would not do it. He's an incredible football player, an absolutely incredible football player. But 100% of each, that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know how.
Deion never did that.
I don't know how you can actually do that.
Yeah.
Even at the college level, there was games where he looked absolutely gassed.
He
looked absolutely beaten down. And at an NFL level where everybody is a freak athlete, about plus the complexity, right? It's the head part of this as well that I imagine is tough. Like an entire offense that you need to have under your belt, and all of the defense with all of the scouting that's necessary. Like, it's one of the things that I would liken it to the head coaches in the NFL or in all their sports that are like, I would also like personnel decisions. I'm like, this is one job for a reason.
Yeah, that's too much.
You trying to do 2 jobs at the same time? And I can't imagine how tough that gets. Whereas if you're a cornerback and you're worried about defense, and then there's like a package for you, like there's a certain subset of plays that you end up in on wide receiver. I think that makes it more manageable. It just seems like that would be a lot to undertake, but that's part of the value is you would want a player like that because he's capable of doing both things. So I hear you on the playing both ways, but 100% seems like
too much,
a lot. Some other things around the NFL. This was mentioned earlier on the week when we had coaches talking because Raheem Morris of the Atlanta Falcons, it seems like they let us know that this was a different way. It seems like just somewhere from the Atlanta Falcons rather, we hear that they have no plans to interview offensive players at the NFL Combine.
I kind of respect it, to be honest.
Absolutely not. This is the dumbest thing I've heard.
No, it's silly, but if nothing else, offensive side of the ball for future reference.
It's one of the things that Nick Caserio has harped on, and D'Amico Ryans is like, hey, these interviews, they're important not just because you get to know the guys that you're going to draft, but also when you go to free agency, you're not going to have an opportunity to, you don't have an interview process ahead of free agency. A lot of times it's just like you're negotiating money and understanding not just of what they do, because you'll have pro scouts that look at other teams, other teams' players, whatever, but having an understanding of who they are, especially when you have an organization that is built so strongly on the culture that they have, the swarm mentality, having those things matters. So knowing who these guys matters. And I guess this is another reason why the Falcons will remain the Falcons. Like, how are you going to go into something? What happens if a great offensive player happens to fall to you in a place that you had not expected and you have not had any conversation?
I'm sure they do some work on all those guys. No, that's the silly part, if nothing else, for future reference, or maybe some spectacular offensive player falls. But I kind of respect the fact that, like, dude, we need defense. Like, they didn't even take their offensive coaches to the combine.
So dumb.
They only traveled their defensive coaches, and 45 interviews that they scheduled, all defensive players.
I like the Falcons. And maybe some of it is pity, because them as an organization, they just find a way to Atlanta sports it up.
Yeah.
And I like Raheem Morris as well. Like he's traversed a very interesting path in the NFL. But I just keep looking at them and like, y'all don't see why y'all are losers? Like, it's right here. This is why y'all losers.
We need defense, man. We got to help our defense. Y'all just stay home. Take the week off, offensive coaches.
All right. So we have more players that seem like they could be moving around. Obviously, Matthew Stafford is a big one that you're looking at, and it seems like there's a couple of teams, according to Diana Rossini of The Athletic, there's a couple of teams that are looking at 2-year deals possible for Matt Stafford, the guy who it seems like is
big deals.
They're open into kind of having him. Though I know that earlier this week, Sean McVay said that like priority is to keep him there. I do wonder if this is giving them an opportunity where now they have some comps, they have some ideas of what it would cost in the market, and now they can figure out just how much they're willing to stomach.
$90 million for 2 years, fully guaranteed. $100 million for 2 years, fully guaranteed. What is it, Giants and Raiders?
Yes, I believe those are the teams.
Giants and Raiders. That's an awful lot, man. I mean, he's still got game. There's no question about that. But that's an awful lot, and I think the Rams are kind of playing this the right way.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted a whole bunch of money. It's like, all right, go see what you can get elsewhere, and then we'll bring it back and we'll see if we can negotiate on it. Do you think right now? Do you think that he remains a Ram, or do you think he plays in one of those other or somewhere else?
I've always, maybe not always, the vast majority of the time, once you give a player permission to talk with someone else,
he's gone.
They're gone.
Okay,
they're gone. And so I can't imagine, because what it does is this: they put a number out there. It gets back to the Rams, and they're playing it the right way because now they know. But that's an awful lot for the Rams to try to match at this point or surpass.
So you have like Stetson Bennett helming the Rams. Is that what's happening in your head?
I don't know. Who is it?
They got Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's right. They do have Jimmy Garoppolo over there.
G.
It's his time now.
And Jimmy G.
And what I have to say to that is, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah. By the way, what did I tell you about Shamar Stewart the other day?
Going to be a great tester.
Gosh.
I mean, that's why he's here. That's why because it sure ain't because of production.
Dude had 1.5 sacks.
That's right.
Last year.
That's right.
And now he's shoulder to shoulder with Myles Garrett on all the testing. But he's a really interesting cat. We were talking about it Wednesday. Like, I would have him come off the bus first every single time, but he might be last on the bus after. Now, to be fair to him in a couple of ways, he was a disruptive player, but it was still 1.5 sacks, and he's lost 20 pounds since the end of the A&M season. But as you were saying earlier off air, 20 pounds should still equate to a few more sacks than he got.
Yeah, I mean, look, he weighed in at 267. If he was 287, you should still be able to make some things shake, especially with some of the numbers that he's put up at the draft. We'll talk more about those when we get our combine check-in at 1 on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But yeah, all those things happening around the NFL, including Travis Kelce officially back. He will play this next season, saying, quote, "I can't go out like that." So I don't out like what exactly? Is it just losing, or was it when he was caught just walking around and not participating in the game at various different angles? I don't know, but we'll see. You'll see another year of Travis Kelce, and that means everybody's favorite, another year of Taylor Swift cut-ins.
There we go, baby.
Just get those Taylor Swift shots on the broadcast, baby.
They're all happy now.
That's right. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from the 832. I know it's not sports, but the radio trail riders are on 90 making their way to 610.
Again, I have no interest in that. Nothing against horses or riding, but that's too much. You're on Highway 90. You're on Highway 90. Cars zipping by.
Bringing it in, baby. riding that trail.
It's the tradition.
I guess so. All right, you're in the loop right here. Here on Sports Radio, where do the Texans need to cut bait on this roster in order to create the space that is necessary? High salary cap. I mean, it was a big jump, so there is a little bit of space, but more is going to be needed. Where are the places that they can make some shakes? We'll talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about the Franklin team.
Podcast.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging. Still weighing in on the various games that they went to. Just hoping to see a game and seeing something incredible. Someone said that they were there for the Pujols home run against Lidge.
Well, you did. That was a playoff game, so it's a little different than just showing up at a regular old game, but
Fair.
still, yes.
And then we were talking about sports, but some people went to some other places, like someone who said from the 713 got some cheap seats to see Chris Rock, which again, that feels like you were trying to see something special. But then Dave Chappelle surprised him on stage.
I love when that happens at concerts.
That's some good stuff, yeah.
Hey, coming out now is so-and-so, to sing whatever, and it's a surprise. I love surprise guests at concerts.
So, I feel like I'll count it. Go ahead and put that one on the board. All right, how about this? The Texans, when it comes to, like, the salary cap, well, first and foremost, we got a number on the salary cap. We were talking about this a little bit yesterday, and the salary cap is, what, $279 and change?
That was even higher than reported, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was higher than reported. It was a really massive jump, and it's something that a lot of teams are excited about. I imagine all the teams are excited about because if you had space, you have even more. And if you were trying to figure out how to get yourself to below that salary cap so that you could, be in compliance with where you needed to be for when the league year started, it makes it that much easier. But the Texans have some work to do, right? There's talk about adding to this team, possibly in free agency. You have a number of guys that are, that are up for possible extensions. Obviously, Derek Stingley is the big one that you're trying to make sure that you get handled. And so you've got some work to do. You've got a lot of free agents that that you have coming off your roster that maybe you want to re-sign. So you're going to need to create some space. Still, how does this team go about it? Because they have some salary cap hits, and you're looking at maybe the possibility of jettisoning some of those.
Well, it makes sense. Like, they're going to have to cut bait on some of these guys.
Well, Nick Caserio did say when he was talking in Indy earlier this week that they're going to, basically use all the tools at their disposal.
Right.
It does not seem like there's going to be one way that they use in order to, one, acquire talent, but then two, in order to create space. He said, like, all the tools that are available to them are, in play.
So let me ask you guys this then. Like, if that's in play and they have to find somewhere to cut. Let's look at some of the top 10. The top 10 cap hits. Like, do you have a preference per se of like where they would, take that cap hit and cut? Because if you go down the list, I'll just say the names right now, and then you tell me how it strikes you. Because there are a few where you think, okay, that's a little bit more manageable. 1 through 10, Laramie Tunsil is the most. As you know, it's a $28.8 million cap hit. Then Daniil Hunter, 23.7. Then Titus Howard, 23.05.
That's one of the ones where you go, oof. I mean, the other two you're not great about, but
the other two they ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. And the popular refrain that we've gotten on the text line and on the YouTube, trade Tunsil, and I still am not certain that that's something that they're going to do.
I wouldn't do that, man. I know he's frustrating to watch at times.
Yeah.
Hell, you can ask Andre Ware about that. But I just don't know who you can replace with him.
And maybe the offense fits his theory. I'm with you on that. Then we get into some interesting ones.
I feel like the Daniil Hunter, like that cap hit, I think will probably be smoothed in just an extension. It's already been reported that he would like an extension, some level of like extension or restructure in order to be able to move some money around. There's now the reporting was from like Sportskeeda, and I don't want to like denigrate them, but I also am always hesitant because I've been burned there. Like, I don't know that they're necessarily going to be the ones that you are definitely going to get this, and we haven't had it really substantiated elsewhere. However, that would seem to kind of make sense. You do something, maybe not full extension, but do something to kind of appease him in the middle and then also give yourself a little bit of cap relief.
But that's the other part of this, right? Some of these are going to be cap hits. Some you can maybe redo and change the money hit that you get. So Daniil Hunter's one. I said Titus Howard. What about Nico Collins, $18.4 million salary cap hit? Do you think there's a restructure in the future?
For Nico? I imagine there's a possibility,
right?
Like, I mean, he's already on a very affordable deal. Like
that's a bargain.
There's an opportunity to maybe do some things that can sweeten the pot for him, but also then push. Now, here's the thing. I think with all of this, I think the overarching thing is like the idea of pushing money into the future And my general philosophy on this is one that probably lines up with Nick Caserio, especially seeing as he talked about it, how fond he is of Howie Roseman. When it's time to contend, go ahead and charge up the card.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is the time to use the credit card. Charge it up. When it's time to not contend, that's when you take your lumps. That's when you eat it. And right now, it feels like this is a team that's pushing towards contending.
Right.
So I think that these would be the times where you do the charge card, where you push some of the cap hits into the future.
Right.
And it feels like Nico Collins might be one of those guys that if you needed to do some adjustments.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Now we get into some good ones. The other top 10, the last 5 of the top 10 cap hits. Shaq Mason, $14.6 million.
Yeah, we just got to get relief, and that might be one of those post June 1 cuts where you just get like $9+ million in relief just by saying goodbye to Shaq, especially when you consider like that's not just a cap casualty. That would be kind of based off of the actual play that you've seen on the field.
Dalton Schultz with a $14 million 2025 salary cap hit.
Yep. Like, yep, that's what that is. Because I don't know that you want to restructure it in a way where you have him for a longer period of time necessarily, but he's there. Like you have him as one of the weapons on this offense.
So nothing to see here.
I don't think so, to be completely honest.
Aziz Al-Shaair has $11.5 million cap hit.
Yeah, I feel like that's just what it is.
Keep an eye on that. I would say.
Oh, you think? Yeah, you've been trying to run Aziz off.
No, I'm not.
You remember that figure? He's been trying to run Aziz up out of here.
No, I'm not.
That's true.
Not a fan.
I'm a huge fan.
I see what you're doing.
You deserve to be suspended.
I see what you're doing here.
I definitely didn't say that.
I think it was you.
I did not say that.
He deserved it all. He deserved to be suspended.
Trying to get Aziz out of here.
Just keep an eye on it. All right. Derek Stingley, of course, he's going to be due a big contract. He's number 8. Danico Autry.
That was one of the casualty, which was kind of surprising, but especially when you consider like the opportunity to have more. Yeah, D'Amico likes having a lot of pass rushers, and that was kind of what you brought him in for. But it was. I'll ask it as a question. How would you grade that particular move to bring in Danico Autry now that you have the benefit of hindsight seeing what he did in 2024?
Well, obviously there was a suspension in there that you can't ignore either. So I think that sort of grade that moves the curve a little bit. I feel like that's not when he came in. I'll put it this way: you thought, "Wow, look at the possibilities."
Yes,
he could bounce to the inside.
Correct.
Third down would be outstanding with the 2 guys on the edge and then him. It didn't quite work out that way.
Correct.
It didn't quite work out that way. I could see where this would be a casualty.
And I could see it. It's just wild to be in that place. Especially, I don't think he did anything particularly wrong or anything.
It just wasn't what you expected.
Correct.
Yeah. And then, of course, the other one, the big big salary hit, cap hit would be C.J. Stroud at 9.89, and he's coming due as well.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. So, no, I think that those are all interesting. But, yeah, it feels like there's definitely some working to be done. And, again, I mentioned it. Nick Caserio has made it clear that there's room to utilize all of these various avenues to create space. Thankfully, more space than they, or I guess they need less space than they had previously anticipated, but they're going to need some. I mean, I think they're looking at possibly $8 million of space, and that's not nearly enough to handle all the things that you want to do, whether it's going shopping in free agency, having to pay for your rookie class, and then I am done.
And you want free agents.
Yes. Nick has been kind of, pretty mum on this, which I imagine is the right way of going there, but we're all in the same boat. Derek said he'd like to have his entire career be as a Texan. This team wants him here. I think it's just you got to clear that space and then find the number and then get that done.
And that's happening sooner rather than later.
I would imagine so.
Right?
I sure would hope so. I don't think there's any good reason to wait because, again, one of the things that we notice in looking at the top cornerbacks, which Derek Stingley absolutely is, that it feels like it's just percentage of the salary cap right now, somewhere around 9 to 10%.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's bigger now the salary cap is higher, but that's where you have to work on. Now, what does it look like if you wait another year and you do that on a different salary cap number? It's a bigger number. There you go. So, yeah, I feel like get that done sooner and just be happy with it, as I think we all are. You mentioned Titus Howard, and I was looking at, and we were talking about free agents. Bill Barnwell, ESPN, put together kind of a tiers list that I love tiers. Tiers are my favorite thing. Not tiers like from your eyes, but like tiers as in levels. And he was looking at NFL free agents, the best players available on offense at various different positions. And he has different tiers, like franchise players that are out there. Another tier is Pro Bowl caliber starters. Capable starters is the third tier. And the 4 tiers like borderline starters, high-end backups, and then he goes to backups, just like straight-up backups that will get guarantee money, and then you get the gist. And just to illustrate a little bit further, like quarterbacks out there in free agency, there are no franchise players, quarterbacks this in free agency.
That much we know.
There are no Pro Bowl caliber quarterbacks out there.
Sam Darnold?
Sam Darnold comes in as a capable starter.
Okay.
And then after that, when you talk about borderlines, the offensive lineman pool. Because obviously offensive linemen, free agent situations are out there. Now, when it comes to the offensive lineman, as I am scrolling, there aren't any franchise players. The only one that would be a Pro Bowl caliber starter would be Trey Smith, and now we know he's going to be franchise. So there's not even out there.
No.
You get to capable starters, and there are various free agents like Mekhi Becton. I know a lot of people like Mekhi Becton. I'm not certain that you're going to go ahead and get that off the Eagles. Will Hernandez, another guard like Kevin Zeitler, who we talked about. That's a possibility that you go get. And then Jonah Jackson is a possible cap casualty for the Rams. I know that that's an interesting one. Then you get to borderline starters, and that's where you get various other players that are in here, like Will Freeze, like Brandon Scherf, one of those guys for the Jaguars that we were kind of talking about a little bit. And in the potential cap casualties of borderline starters / high-end backups is Titus Howard. So
Think about that.
When it comes to these tiers, Titus Howard on a national level from Bill Barnwell at ESPN looked at as a borderline starter. And that's not what that cap number hits at.
No, it's like, high-priced tackle, much less a very, very expensive guard. So you got Titus. That's gonna go down as one of the big. If it doesn't pan out all of a sudden, finally, that's going to go down as one of the big mistakes that this organization has made. I mean, to pay him what they did and guarantee him what they did, and you have one of the great minds, in terms of like a production. Barnwell saying borderline starter
as of right now. Yeah,
Titus Howard.
And I think that might be, if everybody can get on board, like if you can get the two sides on board, maybe you can, if you want to retain him, which I don't even know what that level is within the building. But that feels like, hey, this number's got to match a lot closer to who you exist and what you are, unless you might be out there in a free agent capacity in trying to get your money elsewhere, because I can't imagine that you can abide by that particular cap hit for that player right now. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Where Lopez, you weren't here yesterday. This came out a little bit later on in the show, and we talked about this, handing it off to the fellas of the drive. But Stefon Diggs seems like he's a victim of extortion. You want to dig into this?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'll let you dig into it next.
Nick Caserio at the Combine on trading draft picks for veterans.
Panoramic moonroof massaging leather-appointed seats are available features.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on this Friday. Man, it feels good to say Friday, man, don't it? Woo-hoo-hoo! Yeah. It is a Friday here in the Loop on
Not
Sports
just your
Radio
average
610.
Friday, which we're going to get into as well.
That is true. Yeah. That is true. In fact, we might as well start there. Well, actually, before I get there, it is a, it's a shout-out Friday. If you'd like to get a shout-out, let us know on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610. But also, it's a cookout Friday. Rodeo cookout happening. And it started yesterday in our very own Figgy Fig. We go to the news desk of a cookout reporter, Figgy Fig. Fig, what was it like out there?
Man, it was packed out there, man. I wasn't expecting. I've never been on a Thursday night because usually, the next day I got to work. So I'm like, I ain't trying to be out here all night and anything. But
I saw you sipping some stuff.
Yeah, I had one drink.
Oh, okay, good.
That was it. But
that we know of.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun, man. Had some good food. Shout out to Burns Barbecue. They had their tent going and it was jam packed.
It's wild out there, man.
Yeah,
like you get a lot of the woo woo dance from all the white women. And then woo dance.
I hope you're watching.
How you do it?
On the
woo woo. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't know that I do.
Yeah, you do. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Standing through the sunroof.
Woo woo woo. That's when you know they've had a couple.
Yeah. it's always fun because I ain't think I was gonna see somebody this early, but I did see somebody on the way out just kind of being held up by a couple people.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, damn, on a Thursday night, you getting like that on the Thursday night?
Yep.
Got to make the most of it.
Man, I understand Friday night, Saturday night, but Thursday night, and they got to hold you up. You looking like Weekend at Bernie?
Well, I'll be there Saturday morning. Does that count?
I'm thinking about trying to follow you out there on Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Because what I've learned is that our tent leans a little bit more on a party.
Yes, it does.
And less on the food, which I'm good for, but I kind of also want the food.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
food is not an issue.
So I need to come out early. Is that what you're telling me?
No, all night. Whenever you come out, the smell is amazing.
Nah, the smell is great. Just the smoke,
walking around.
Yeah,
different types of smoke and cooks and all that stuff. And now traffic.
Well, that's to be expected.
Yeah.
Now, even as far as taking the Uber, it's a nightmare taking the Uber. By the way,
is that how you ended up out there?
No, I drove. I ended up parking. Had to walk a little bit, which was fine. But the Uber, their pickup line is way off of Main. So I'm off of Main somewhere.
Oh,
so it's a hike a little bit. You got to hike a little bit.
Oh, I'm gonna be doing those in the boots too. Okay, fun.
And then not only that though, just the traffic around.
Yeah,
just
that's
people
the
trying
thing.
to get. That's the tough part right there. So before you even get to the area, you're in traffic, right off the feeder. A lot of traffic, man.
The funny thing is, I like the game that people play trying to get wristbands to get into certain tents, because there's hundreds, literally hundreds, and your wristband only doesn't get you into most of them. You know,
and all of them pretty much private parties.
Yeah. They got live bands and all this.
It sounds like you might have some tricks under your sleeve.
Yeah.
So for a cook-off, so I need you to pass some of those along. By the way, if there are any tricks that you have, I am not too bold and not too prideful to ask for them. 713-572-4610.
Hey, if you got a tent, if you just got a tent, let us through, man.
Yeah. Let me know. I'm Saturday is when I'm trying to be out there. I am definitely trying to come through and eat on something.
If your company have a tent, 713-572-4610. And if it have food, please invite us.
And it's a good point. Weather-wise, this is great, right?
Perfect.
Nicest.
Good.
So they said it's nicest it's been in a couple of years.
Because
Right?
usually it's raining, it's cold. This was actually perfect.
It is beautiful. We have technically reached. We've gotten out of meteorological winter, so we're
Why'd you say that?
What?
Why'd you say that?
What kind of power do you think I have over the skies?
It's gonna be 28 degrees in about a week. You know it. You know it is.
That's not my fault, though.
Yes, it is.
You live in Texas. You know what time it is. It would just be going up and down. It's so good.
It's so good.
It did.
Yeah.
That food was so good too, man.
Excited for that. Yeah. So excited to get out there. So thumbs up generally. Good vibes.
Yeah, man. It's always a good start when cookoff is finally here.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, it's rodeo season now.
Yeah, we are in there. And for anybody who might be concerned, like I mentioned, I did get the boots. I'm ready. I'm ready to get out there on Saturday. All right. Lopez, you weren't here for this yesterday, but this kind of came through later in the show yesterday, and we talked about it. We talked about it a little bit with Clint and Ron, myself and Luke yesterday. But yes, Stefon Diggs has filed a lawsuit against a couple of women. Mulan Hernandez is what she goes by, Mia Jones, and Brianna Mack. They are the defendants as Stefon Diggs seeks damages for what he's calling extortion and assault against them.
Well, and this is the reason, it intrigued me. First of all, Robert Littall from Black Sports Online has the greatest headlines. I've said
he always be around the mess.
He's got the greatest headlines in sports. I want to read this headline because I feel like nothing encapsulates the entire scene more than this one sentence. Cardi B's boyfriend, Stefon Diggs.
Do we know that for certain, by the way?
It doesn't matter.
I feel like we gotta sprinkle some allegedlys on here.
I'm quoting, so it's not me saying it. Cardi B's boyfriend, Stefon Diggs, files lawsuit against Bull's ex-girlfriend, Mulan Hernandez, for extortion after she was upset he ran and postedly threatened to Nancy Kerrigan him and faked the concussion with an accomplice.
God. This is so about to get us in trouble, man.
I'm quoting him.
I didn't even know that was Bobo. I didn't even know he was connected with.
Well, yeah, that was one of the things that we were talking about is that apparently, the Miss Hernandez, or I guess technically Jones, she has been around various places. That's when we were talking about her being 22.
Yeah,
and being having a type of sorts.
Yeah.
And but he's just funny with his headlines. But the thing that gets me is this is always my biggest worry for people who ever come into a lot of money and are running in these circles. You're such an easy target, and I'm not saying one side in this case did anything or the other side did anything. I'm just saying this is the world that I don't ever want to live in. Where it's just susceptibility and watching yourself with just people you want to be around or don't want to be around. It's just such a delicate, tough life to live.
Yeah, no, I mean that is the problem when your actual income is easily reported upon. Like it's reported upon. Like we literally spend time talking about these dudes' income.
We know how much he makes.
It is a huge billboard as to what's popping with them. And so yes, that does make it very evident, very obvious. And that's why it's really important. And that's part of some of the things that historically teams have tried to garner from these interviews at the combines. Like, what kind of life are you living, and does it expose you to maybe things not exactly like this, but things that could put you in harm is the thing that teams are concerned about. It's why, for me personally, life, like the best part of life would just be almost like Mike Trout-esque, where it's like you're kind of nondescript. So you can make a whole bunch of money, but also kind of aren't like you can go to the grocery store and not be mobbed or whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Be Howie Roseman. Everybody knows the name. Can you recognize him if you walked into your favorite restaurant?
Nope.
Like that
and the dude makes millions.
That kind of fame.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of the things though is it seems like Stefon Diggs, and I guess maybe I'm making some assumptions here, so I'll operate with the level of caution. Seems like maybe he this is kind of how he gets down generally. Like there's just a little bit of I don't know.
Maybe
danger ?
Maybe
it seemed like he's out in the streets a lot.
Thank you. That's a great way. He be out here, right?
Yeah, he be out here. He have a certain type. And I think that was well known before when he was with the Vikings.
Yes, always that Vikings video where
don't nobody want him to talk to their sister.
Absolutely not.
So I
almost unanimous.
Yeah. Now I think it's something there that people kind of know how he get down. And allegedly, I think I mentioned this yesterday, how he don't be tricking on nobody. He don't be spending all this money on these girls.
Allegedly.
I
want to be careful. I just want to be careful here.
And
Reggie's looking over his shoulder.
Yeah, would you not?
Exactly.
Yeah, allegedly, it was a rumor out there that women was paying money to get with him.
Yeah, I remember that.
I recall that rumor.
Yeah,
I do recall that rumor.
So to me, this seemed like a situation where a girl ain't get what she thought she was gonna get, and now I'm gonna try to take everything, a show, you know what?
Yep.
And I'm gonna try to extort you for your money.
It's a life.
Some crazy ones out there, man.
Yeah. So it probably look all of this to say. I feel like we might need to rein it in a little bit, my man. Like, just I don't think that this would this preclude you at all from trying to retain his services? Like, would you
really
get any? No,
I'm not really. I mean, it's like some of these things are just his lifestyle and the way he socializes. I mean, they're going to do that. Now, maybe you have some problems with how much he does that, and that's a different story. So,
if I get to that point in life, I'm like, you know what? I need to look in the mirror. I need to chill out for a little bit.
Need to rethink things.
Yes.
Real quick, how about this? From a school that has not really had issues having money in the college sports space, Texas A&M. They agreed to a 15-year, get this, $515 million multimedia deal with a company called Playfly Sports, according to Texas Ags. So the deal would see the Aggies' multimedia rights payout jump from $18 million to $34 million, which is a lot more money to do activities, so to say.
A lot more money, and one thing you can say a lot about A&M. One thing you cannot say is they always sort of have been on the cutting edge of this whole NIL stuff. And finding the money. And what's interesting about this to me is, first of all, $515 million over the next...
You mean before the NIL? Cutting edge. Is that what you're trying to say?
Even when it wasn't legal, they were on the cutting edge.
That's what I thought you were alluding to. I was like, is this?
No, I was actually talking about, like, remember all the recruiting and how can they get all these players and all. They've always been ahead of the curve and having the money and figuring out a way to make it work for their programs. This is the same thing. First of all, I couldn't have told you one thing about Playfly Sports.
Not at all.
Nothing. But they got $515 million they're going to give the Aggies over the next 15 years. This is why it's important, because the NCAA, and this is why they're kind of ahead of the curve a little bit, the NCAA is looking for these inauthentic ways that people are just giving players money. They're going to try to correct that. This corrects that because, as Ross Dellinger put it, and I think he's accurate, he says rights partners like this are expected to be essential to schools exceeding the annual revenue sharing pool. Because now they can find, quote, authentic deals for athletes that can pass through the clearinghouse. So in other words, all this sort of shady,
nebulous
just give them money, just give them money. Now they've got a conduit to say, hey, above board, everything good. $34 million a year more we're making right now. So, that's a trend setting, and I think more programs are going to be doing this.
Yeah, we were talking to Eddie Nunez, the AD at U of H, talking about how they were trying to prepare themselves for the revenue sharing era.
It's a great way to do it.
Sounds like A&M is absolutely out front.
So it's like money laundering.
Pretty much.
It did sound like that. I'm not going to lie. 100%. I was like, do I say that? You use this cash.
Nobody washes their car here, but this is a legit business.
Yeah, no.
You making $30 billion doing
this.
That's
what everyone is looking to do. And they just made a bleep ton of money on it.
How can we get this money to these players above board? Which, look, it's a lot better than where we used to be, where you'd had to try and, get somebody a Trans Am or something in order to make something shake. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And from the 713, they said they're more worried about the 31-year-old with an ACL injury than all the other stuff. So, okay. All right, we're keeping it football. All right, look, with that. There's a point in time in football where this would be the thing that would knock him off of eligibility. And that's, maybe it's a level of growth. I don't know. That we've gotten to a place where it's like, yeah, no, that's fine. Whatever you do at work is fine, or at home, just as long as you can come work. And can you play football?
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop right here. Coming up next, our very own Adam Spillane yesterday talked with the general manager of the Houston Astros, Dana Brown. So let's get a little bit of insight into what he has on Jose Altuve, what he's thinking about Cam Smith, and Lance McCullers. We'll talk about all that next.
How close are the Texans to a Super Bowl?
Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we will get to Dana Brown, I believe, a little bit later. Spo obviously had a fan Payne and Pendergast in 920 in their final hour of broadcasting out in West Palm, courtesy of Exclusive Furniture and Academy Outdoors. But something just came down the wire. In fact, with one of those people who was a main character on the week, Jordan Schultz.
Wonder what Rappaport got to say about that.
Yeah, exactly. That is what I'm very excited. Let me go to Rappaport's because he might counteract this and make it all moot, as he has earlier this week. He's done it once before. But Jordan Schultz, who is a NFL newsbreaker for Fox, tweeted out something not more than, 8 minutes ago? Sources, the Commanders and Texans have had significant interest in trading for 49ers wide receiver Debo Samuel, with talks progressing in recent days. Other teams included Steelers, Broncos have also checked in, but Houston and Washington are believed to be the most aggressive. Debo Samuel, potential Texan. Obviously, we've talked about this wide receiving core. Yesterday, we even went as far as having the conversation, I don't know if you heard, me and Luke, where, based off of Cecil Shorts, talking about how he had, a significant injury similar to Tank Dell's that basically ended his career. What can we continue to expect about Tank Dell? And so we looked at this wide receiving core and we're like, hey, how do you have to address this? You might need to get two guys. Yeah. One that you draft, younger, develop with, and maybe one that you trade for, acquire in free agency to, also help. So you have three guys. I know that that's been a luxury, but maybe you go that way. That's neither here nor there. Debo Samuel as the potential for Cup, not a return of Stefon Diggs. How do you like that? Or maybe just the player himself before we even talk about any contractual obligations or anything.
Well, the player himself, was it year before last? He went nuts. Had 1,700 yards and all that.
Debo?
Yeah. He's not that, and he hasn't had that. But he's not old. And he's a player that can be – he just doesn't quite do it for me.
Debo's his big season is 1,405 in 2021. That's when he was a Pro Bowler. His last couple of years, 2022, he was a 632-yard receiver, and then this past year, 892 yards. If you're talking about scrimmage yards, he did have over 1,000 scrimmage yards 2 seasons ago. But then last year, that came down. He had 607 yards receiving and didn't really get a lot of rushing yards on the year with a total yards of scrimmage at 806.
Yeah, so it doesn't quite do it, but the guy is proven, and certainly this is a team that's needy. It just affects so many different things. Clearly, it affects some draft picks this year because that's what it would take to get him. That's what the Niners are going to want. And I believe it was, let's see if I can find it here, but I believe the going rate in terms of what he would probably get is a 2026 fourth and a 2026 or 2027 fifth, which doesn't seem like crazy.
Future day 3 picks?
It was ESPN that said that. Yeah, this year, future day 3
you said picks. This year?
No.
The 26 and 27,
26 and 27, future day 3 picks. Those are pretty significant, but he's a
contract.
You have to determine who's paying what on that contract,
Yeah, the contract is a whole different thing that I hadn't gotten to. I just don't know that I love what the player gives you here. He's been a really good wide receiver, but you're seeing the decline. He'd be going into his age 29 season, which brings me to that place that I think sports frequently puts us in, where we go, oh man, look at this ancient wonder at 29 years of age, right? But I think you're starting to see at least some level of decline. And I thought one of the things that made Debo particularly interesting was not just it was like he brought a whole bunch of different things. It was the Swiss Army knife nature of his play. It wasn't just that, oh man, he's an incredible receiver in and of itself, and I know the toughness and all those things. Somebody from the 281 said, how dumb can we be? Why would we want to get an old injured player? Give me a younger wide receiver. And then 337 says, why not a free agent less injury prone than giving up picks? And those are relatively valid. I don't know. He's played 15 games the last couple of seasons, so I'm not going to go too heavy on the injury situation of it. But no, I don't know that I love what the player has, especially for, well, not that we know exactly what the system is, But maybe this is a Nick Caley thing where they're looking for something specifically. If this would help the system specifically, but I don't know that I like him. Just like, hey, this is a wide receiver that you acquire. I don't know that it fits with anything that we've seen recently.
No, but again, that's why I said it hits so many different levels. Like 29 to me, it's not. I mean, I get what you're saying, but that's not ancient. It's not ancient. It's the production. Stefon Diggs, by the way, and first of all, real quick,
can I
go ahead?
Can I just speak it to the? Now, if I told you he's a running back, how you feel about that? Because he's operated like a running back for a lot, and he's taken the yard, he's taken the carries. It's one of the reasons why he, he really pushed for getting a bigger contract is because he was being utilized like a running back, and that's taken a toll. And I don't think that you can ignore that. You can't just be like, well, he's a wide receiver in 29. That's not too old. He's a combo wide receiver running back, and he's taking those hits.
But he's an edge guy in terms of being. He's not between the tackles running back.
Fair enough.
He's an edge guy. Get in space. Use the gifts that he has. So that to me is not necessarily the turnoff 29 because and the listener said injuries and such. Well, Stefon Diggs is 2 years older with an ACL.
And I imagine that person probably isn't all that in on Stefon as well.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if that's your argument, he's 2 years younger and he has played. He's been relatively durable. I don't know if he's a fit now. He might be just the exact fit for Nick Caley. But then the other thing it affects is, all right, what are you doing? What are you going to draft? And when are you going to draft a wide receiver? Because you still need more. And it also affects, how do you feel about Tank Dell, really? Is this a reflection of that? So there's so many. Stefon Diggs, how you feel about him? So, to be that, quote, aggressive would indicate that there are some questions with those other things.
Yeah, that's what I'm really questioning this. And look, it's a possibility that if the numbers work out in such a way that this could still be a good get. Like, I'm not trying to make it seem like he is a bum by any stretch of the imagination. I just have concerns, man. Like, this would not be the one that gets me super. We don't have between the tackles linemen.
Well, good thing. To be fair, he's not a between the tackle guy.
And somebody said they like Debo way more than Diggs this season. Yeah, keep texting in. How do you like the notion of Debo Samuel? Because it did not hit me and make me super excited, but he is a tough guy. Like he does have that possibility of being versatile, and maybe especially the thing that I keep coming back to is. And I would love to have a little bit of an understanding of what this Nick Caley offense looks like. It seems like it might be a little bit closer to what we've seen with the Sean McVay system, if you're trying to read the tea leaves, at least in the ways that I think I have. And maybe someone like Debo Samuel that has that level of flexibility, that versatility can come in and give you something to help with the way that he wants this offense to run. I just wish I had a better idea of what this offense would look like.
Yeah, I think it for them to be aggressive, you can trust the reporting. It says a lot about the direction they want to go. And by the way, definitely still want to get it done quickly offensively because that's a guy that you're not going to be bringing in for any future. I mean, you want him for the next couple of years. That's it.
Yeah. All right. Continue talking about that as we go. Yeah, if you just tuning in, apparently Jordan Schultz saying that there's significant interest for the Texans in trading for the Niners, saying that talks have been progressing in the recent days. I know that this has kind of been out there that the Texans have kind of been generally linked to this, but
by the way, D'Amico still has that connection too.
That is true. Yeah. Like he is familiar there. All right, I wanted to get into this because we talked about it. Dana Brown, Spo talked to Dana Brown, and it is Jose Altuve day.
Baby.
Yes, they did. They did there in West Palm. But let's hear what Dana Brown, general manager, had to say to Adam Spillane about Jose Altuve playing in the outfield. The computer done locked up.
Altuve is whenever you have a position change, you have to treat it very lightly. You cannot be like dogmatic about like, oh, this is definitely going to work or it's definitely going to happen. I think you have to tiptoe into it. You have to inch into it. And so part of me being bullish is like, you know what, let's see him take a few fly balls, how much he's developed and left. And the big thing is how well he goes into the gaps and how good his foot speed actually shows up in the outfield. And we still have to see him make throws and things like that, and we have to see him play in the game, but it's been pretty exciting to see the energy that he brings to the outfield.
Those are look, starting today, we're going to dissect and analyze and overanalyze, et cetera. But those he just hit on the things that, as far as treading lightly, that makes sense, of course. But he just hit on the things that are the most important. Is like how it's not just what he does and how many outs he makes, but how he plays the position in a smart way, angles and such.
Yeah, and I have spring training. You think we could bother them, just like call them up at some point, just be like, hey, what did it look like? We might circle back around to that.
Well played by Sean and Seth. They are actually sitting in the left field foul line.
Smart.
On the left field foul line.
Okay, so we definitely have to call them now because
during the game,
they have the best vantage point that we could possibly get. It hasn't seen any action yet, according to this. They're still in the top first, but people who have seen action, Isaac Paredes, Jake Myers, both of them managing to wrangle outs for your Astros early. Going back to Dana Brown talking with Spo, this was an exclusive interview that the fellas got out there in West Palm. This is the general manager talking about what he envisions for the Astros' number one prospect, Cam Slam Smith.
Yeah, I think depending on how fast the bat comes, he's played some outfield as an amateur in the past, like in the Cape Cod League. So, we felt like he can run fast enough to play right field, and he could really throw. And so if the bat continues to come and develop, we may get him some outfield reps, knowing that, look, you got probably a clearer path to get into the big leagues faster as an outfielder. And so we knew when we traded for him, there was a chance that he could end up in the outfield because he's such a tall third baseman. And, you don't really see a lot of third basemen that tall. And so, just getting on how fast the bat comes. And the bat so far looks pretty good.
See, I read that completely different than Spo. That sounds like a general manager that has marching orders to help make this guy an outfielder, or has given marching orders to help make this guy an outfielder.
Well, Spo had the full context of the conversation.
Yeah, but there was not a lot of wiggle room in that comment. That was like he's tall, fits better in the outfield. We might get him some at bats. His quickest path to the major leagues, it might be the outfield. How is that vague?
No, that definitely feels to me, especially with the eyes that I bring to this, which is I would love to see Cam at the major league level, just off of the excitement level that I have right now, and of course I am working off of a couple of games where he's done really good things. We'll see if that continues, right, as he sees more and more pitching, and then of course as pitchers are actually building game plans against him as opposed to just kind of coming in spring and just working on things. Right? Do they find holes in his bat or, things that they can attack that make it less tenable? Because that's really where it ends up being a real tough issue with guys. But this is Dana Brown going further, talking about where he wants to start Cam.
No, we're going to let him continue to, play it out. Sometimes the players will let you know where they should start. And I think that's the big point. The players let you know where they should start. And I think if you continue to watch this guy, you'll get an idea of where he should start.
Vague. So like the outfield stuff, he was very direct. Let's go back and listen to it. I think he's going to be an outfielder. Best path, tall guy.
He's a tall, kind of tall for a third baseman.
Quickest route to the major leaguers. Yeah. And then when he asked him about third base, he goes, they'll let you know. They'll let you know where they should play.
No, that was more about where he starts, but not on the diamond, but
level,
right?
Yeah.
Like AA, AAA, what have you.
Yeah.
But yeah, he did leave a lot of room that he could end up at some point this year at the major league level. I'm excited to see what that is. There's more there from Dana Brown that kind of the Jordan Schultz report. Kind of has pushed forward. So look, we'll circle back around to more of Spo's conversation with Dana Brown. He a very, very good one. There was a lot more things about Fromber, right? The possibility of where they are in conversations there. Whether Dana Brown feels like this is his roster. Lance McCullers, the mindset on him and what he has there, right? That's going to be really telling. So we'll return to that at some point. But yeah, the things that we were talking about, obviously, seems like there's a little bit of wiggle room on the idea of Cam making it to the majors, and Altuve Day, they're really interested in seeing like him really grabbing hold of left field. But and he said that he's not in that place where they're locked in, right? Yeah. So it's going to require us seeing Jose Altuve looking passable at the very least in left. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions as we typically do at this time. Next.
Early with Tim Smith. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All good. I got to confess, I was a little nervous about sharing all the gory details.
You didn't share all the gory details.
Well, there's more, but I did the best I could to illustrate the wild crime scene that I saw.
Not a crime scene. It was the birth of a child.
I'm talking about before the child was born, my third grandchild's first grandson. But I did get text from
good.
Hopefully on the way home today. She was listening, or somebody sent it to her, and she said she laughed the whole time.
I say, God bless her for listening. She was listening.
All her business out there. All her business. Would you want that for your wife, your girl?
No.
Well, I did it.
No, I would not.
For my daughter-in-law.
I'm glad she's good with it. I'm glad she's feeling well as well.
Yeah. It was hectic.
Sounds like it.
To say the least. It was hectic.
Am I wrong though? Because like in my head, and maybe I'm just like have watched too many movies or whatever. In my head, it's like water breaks and we got to move. You said she went and took a shower?
Yes. Yeah. She went and took a shower after because we ended up getting there and she was waiting for my son, her husband, who was in Katy, and took about, like you said, Figgy, 45, 50 minutes just to get there. And by the time they left, the contractions were 2 minutes apart.
See, in my
you
head,
might want to step on that gas a little bit.
So is she the type of woman that got to get her hair done and all that stuff before she
Not
goes?
always. I mean,
because
like
I know
most.
I know a lot of women that like try to get all dialed up before.
Hey, when you're having a baby, that goes out the window.
Yeah.
That goes out the window.
I would have imagined that taking a shower there would have gone out the window as well.
Some things had happened.
I mean, all right, I'll just let that. That can. It's fine.
But all good, off the hook. Still can have holidays together. Still can.
I won't be able to look at her the same, man.
Yeah. Go ahead, feel free.
These are my confessions.
I have to wing that our tent for cook-off. Like it sounds like it is a blast. However, knowing that it's not like as food oriented as the title cook-off would imply, kind of disappointed. Not gonna lie, kind of disappointed. Like
That's fair.
I'm going on Saturday, but I've changed my now. My mindset might kind of switch and pivot away from like trying to hang out and like enjoy the atmosphere to trying to go and find food.
Well, eat first. You can find food. We got listeners that'll probably invite you into their tent.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I'm like it has changed.
Don't eat before you go.
It has changed my whole mentality on how, because I was like, yo, we got the tent. I'm just gonna go eat, chill, have fun. But now, like, I'm like, yo, if the eat is not the, because that's the priority in my mind. If that's not there, I gotta go handle that.
Yeah.
But it feels weird because like this is our company thing where I imagine like people want you to be there and hang out. Like, am I wrong here, Fig?
No, the best way to treat it now is to treat it like you going to a concert. Because when you go to a concert, you're not necessarily looking for a full menu unless it's a different type of concert or something like that. So, get there early, walk around a little bit, try to soak it all in, get some food, and then you go to the tent. And they have some great performances in the tent.
It pops. It goes real hard. It's good.
They got alcohol and stuff like that, so you'll be fine. But just kind of don't expect to do like a sit-down dinner or something like that.
Damn. All right. Well, I mean, again, it should be a blast, but like my brain, you know how when you really are set on one thing, my brain was like, "Yo, we about to."
Because they're gonna have it all. What's your meat priority,
bro? What?
What's your meat priority?
I don't.
When you go to a barbecue, have you been to a barbecue? That might be a crazy question. Have you been to a barbecue spot yet?
Yeah.
But you're gonna be at a spot that has everything: chicken, pork, turkey, sausage.
You
ribs.
going with the 2 meat, 3 meat?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get
put 3 meats on your plate.
All right, so I understand how this is going to sound. You just got to deal with it. I'm trying to get as many meats as possible.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Right, like I'm trying to sample. So
trying to get all the meats.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Reggie trying to get all the meats.
All of it. All the time.
I regret that. Another confession. I regret bringing this up. I regret even starting this.
These are my confessions.
So speaking of the cook-off, I was there last night. I went to Burns Barbecue tent, and I was in there. It's a lot of people in there that you might not know who it is, but you like that person might be might be a big deal, just not sure who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So I was talking to somebody, I had no idea who it was, and apparently she is a huge deal when it comes to social media. It was a lady by the name of she called herself the TikTok Mama.
Okay,
all right,
the TikTok Mama. Mm-hmm. I had no idea who she was. I was sitting there. I was talking to her for a little bit. I talked to her husband. And then my wife tapped me on the shoulder. You know who that is? I'm like, who? I'm like, her right there. I'm like, who? I'm like, this lady
that
right
lady
here.
I was talking to?
She said, that's the TikTok Mama. I'm like, who is that?
Yeah.
I have no idea who that is.
I don't.
She was cool. She was the life of the party. Middle-aged white lady, just getting her boogie on the dance floor. I'm like, okay, she kind of cool. So afterwards, I went to her Instagram to kind of see over 1 million followers.
Wow. Wow.
I'm like, damn, I should have took a picture with her, man. I should have got.
Is she the one with dancing that you in your video?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah. So look her. I think her name is the TikTok Mama 7.
Okay.
I don't know what the 7 stand for.
Yeah.
But
probably a CJ Stroud fan is what it is. Mm-hmm.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. But yeah, man, I gotta confess, I wasn't familiar with your game.
Well, that's the thing though with all the influence. Some of them have millions, and you just bump into them. It's not like you see them every day.
People.
Yeah, you don't see them every day. You know, it's hard to recognize. Huh?
Yeah. So salute to the TikTok Mama, being out there with the people.
Did the TikTok Mama get the meats?
She did. Okay. I'm sure she did.
Excellent.
So you're just gonna sample everything?
I want to eat, dog. Like,
no, I'm saying you're gonna sample all the meat
if I can.
But if you go to a barbecue spot, what are you getting? Like, it's the most you could get is like 3 meats.
Yeah.
What are you getting?
It just depends on what looks good, what's their specialty, you know, because certain places have their specialties.
Yeah, because some people say brisket, pork ribs, and chicken.
Yeah,
I think that's my
sausage.
Those are my 3 right there.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, chicken, like barbecue chicken's great. Barbecue chicken might be the lowest on my rank. Like, I'm never going to a barbecue spot thinking I'm trying to get barbecue.
God, surprised. I love it.
I usually go I usually go brisket, pork ribs, and sausage.
I'll do either brisket rib chicken, brisket rib sausage.
I feel like that's probably the way to go. Yeah,
those are the ones.
Somebody say easy on the meats, bro. Dog, it's rodeo, man. Like, that's the whole idea.
Yeah.
Ain't it? You go vegetarian?
Yeah.
The meats.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I don't know if y'all talked about this yesterday or not. The Hawkeye system.
A little bit
in the NFL.
Yeah, they're supposed to be implementing that, or that's this season that they will have the change as a backup, right?
And it's going to happen. Here's the thing. I love this. I've been advocating for it. You know, get it right. You know, obviously we know, you know, it was controversial in a lot of games, especially the AFC Championship game this year, you know, getting it right. I'm going to miss that little anticipation you get, though. That's the confession here. When the chain gang trots out, and they start stretching that thing, whether you're on the side of don't get it or the side of I hope they get it, that there's a moment there where you're like, you know, you kind of like, oh, are they going to get it's gone. That's gone. The anticipation of the actual measured chain is gone.
Well, are you sure? Like, are you sure they're not going to do it like Hawkeye in tennis, where they show it going through and you go, oh, first down.
Now that I wouldn't mind that fall, like the ball going and then stopping short or
yeah, they could just animate.
I would be down with that.
They can animate the virtual chains, right?
Isn't it right? I mean, it's always cool. Like when they start jogging,
and it's like a suspense moment like that. Mm-hmm. But then there's other times where you know it's short.
Well, sure, yeah.
And then and then that coach just wasting time. Mm-hmm. It's just like, why y'all bringing the chains out? Like,
we made it.
He clearly got the first down, or he clearly didn't get the first down. We're just wasting everybody's time.
We're just wasting time here.
These are my confessions.
I'm going to pass on this particular confession in order to mention, I guess, breaking news in the NFL. The Rams have gotten something done with Matthew Stafford. So we were just talking about how there was a couple of teams, I believe it was the Giants and the Raiders, who there was reports were willing to kind of deal with some 2-year offers for some big money in order to try and acquire the services of Matt Stafford. According to Schefter, The quarterback is back with L.A. The Rams and Stafford reach an agreement to restructure a deal that keeps him in L.A. and quashes any trade conversation and speculation. So there you go.
And the
grand opening, grand closing.
Yeah, that happened fast. And
Combine, baby, they all in the same place.
It's a convention. I say it all the time. And Diana Rossini now saying that the Giants are shifting focus to Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, well, I mean, he won't have to move. That's excellent.
Same stadium.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's going to go well for the Giants.
These are my confessions.
I got another one.
You got it?
So, speaking of rule changes and all that stuff, reviews and all that, I'm so irritated with the coaches' challenge in the NBA when it comes to fouls.
Oh, yeah.
It is so irritating, man. Whenever they think they got all ball, they sitting there pointing at the coach, pointing the little finger, review. I saw it last week with Donovan Mitchell. He clearly fouled this dude, got him all in the hand, the arm, and all this other stuff. And you can read his lips where he said, please, I promise you I did not foul. They challenged it, went to commercial.
Yeah.
I'm just like, man, what did we do? Came back, that brother was dead wrong. I'm like, man, and I think the confession part is I was happy that that was the last challenge of the game for either team.
Uh-huh.
So it was like maybe 8 minutes left in the game, so no more coach challenges. I was so happy because it was like 3 or 4 different calls.
Oh,
where
yeah.
They looked to the bench to see if they chant, but nope, they ain't got nothing. Keep playing ball. I'm cool with challenging stuff where it changes a possession as far as like, did he step out of bounds and who touched it last and all that stuff. When it comes to personal fouls, man, we could get rid of this.
It's a lot.
It's a waste of time.
It can be a lot. And still interpreted. You know, it's still interpreted how much is that a foul? Did he go straight up?
It's pretty much a pass interference thing. Yeah, I'm sick
a
of
lot
it,
like
man.
that.
Yeah, they could get rid of that, man.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Like the frustration is just how many of the players are always doing it. We need to challenge everything. It's
Stop
like,
crying,
Some players
man.
do it like every time.
I'll be ready to tell them, stop crying, man. Get back on defense.
Yeah.
Get back on defense, man.
Right. How about we have a little personal responsibility? You fouled him. Deal with it.
Exactly.
You know damn well you fouled
Keep
him.
going. Stop looking at the.
You know what it is?
Plan.
It's the new level of anytime somebody fouls, when they look at the ref like,
oh, man, come on.
What?
Come on.
It's like,
my
come on now. You know you fouled him. That's fine.
I'm sick of that, but I kind of understand it because it could be a little mind game where you trying to get in the ref the ref good graces. Like, see, he did that.
Yeah.
So you better call it on the other end, but they could get rid of these challenges when it comes to personal fouls, man.
All right. That's our lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 from the 281. Man, y'all really don't know who the TikTok mom is? No, I don't.
None of us.
I wasn't familiar with the game, man. I am now.
On TikTok?
I have TikTok, but I don't use it.
Figgy, on TikTok?
I'm on TikTok.
I don't have TikTok because I don't want to.
I don't use it. But
she actually don't even come across my algorithm, man.
Yeah.
Like she's always on my wife's timeline and all that stuff, but I wasn't familiar with her, but I am now.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not on TikTok, so I don't even know how.
Super cool, man. Sweet lady, super cool.
Excellent, very good. Well, that's good. I mean, I'm glad that you, dear Texter, knows about the TikTok mama instead of me.
Maybe invite her up to the show or something.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
that'd be cool. All right. Maybe we need to invite.
I know what we're gonna talk about, but we can talk to her.
That one time that she met you at
there we
cookoff.
go. That's the kickoff.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk to our friend Ben Olsen. He is the head coach of Houston Dynamo, ahead of their big match against Lionel Messi and Inter Miami. I want to hear what he has to say about my boot game. We'll talk about that and more next.
What does D'Amico's
now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you are indeed in the loop. Thank you, Mr. Big Voice Man, on this Friday. Shout out Friday, in fact, if you want us to shout something out. The Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610.
The Texas Hammer
is there for you. Appreciate you, Jim. But rather than the text line, we go to the hotline to talk to our friend. He is the head coach of your Houston Dynamo, and his name is Ben Olsen. Ben, what's happening, man?
Twice in 2 weeks, guys. Thanks for having me back.
Oh, man, we had so much fun. We had to circle back. Also, I had to apologize for not trying to set up. We still need to figure out when set up when I can come out to training. So, like, we'll handle that later on. But first and foremost,
we got 10 months. I'm not going anywhere. 10 months.
All right, good. I know that.
Unless, of course, I keep losing.
Look, let's talk about that a little bit. It was a little bit of a frustrating match. Like, it felt like, one thing I will say, not having watched a ton of Dynamo coming in, and obviously with all the changes, I was super excited to see what the style of play would be. And sitting there on that cold, rainy day, I was excited just because I liked what the style of play was and the build-up. However, it felt like, you get your score in the 18th minute, and you lost control of the match. Like, how did you see it from your perspective on the touchline?
Well, a couple of days later, when you can take the emotion out of the loss, it was a good enough performance to win. That's for sure. And we ended up just shooting ourselves in the foot. I mean, it was pretty simple. We gave the game away, and sometimes early in the season, you're more prone to some of those mistakes because you're working on things. You're still trying to build the game, and but we just, I think we lacked a little personality on the day to take advantage of the performance because, again, it was one that we should walk away with 3 points. The first one we kind of just gave them, passed it to the opponent for a really easy one, a kind of a rare type of goal that we give up. That's not been our MO. And the other one, we get caught in a transition moment with some speed that we just need to give some depth. I mean, pretty routine stuff that let us down. Other than that, they didn't have a lot of opportunities, and you saw that. Still, we were ball dominant. We had enough of the game. We have enough chance. I was saying, though, we got to be okay scoring a few goals at home. Not just try to win these games 1-0. We got to – it's easy to look at the defensive mistakes, but we got to bail them out every now and then, winning 2-1. Or 3-2 as well.
Well, Sunday's another day, and obviously a headline-type day for those who don't even necessarily, religiously follow the Dynamo or MLS, facing Lionel Messi. But I'm curious, you've played at the high level, you've been in this game for so long. Is he one of those guys that you've had a Messi story, so to speak, because, being such an enormous star that he is, even among professionals like yourself, it has to just kind of stand out, and you've seen things that maybe make you marvel, or any of those type stories out there for you?
Yeah, obviously the respect I have for him as a player is enormous, and people are constantly saying, "Hey, how do you stop Messi?" It's like, "Oh, let me ask the 1,000 coaches before me that
yeah, exactly.
were unsuccessful."
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of these players in sports, and you can talk about this in terms of basketball or football. It's like, good luck. It's about limiting them as much as possible and trying to force them in certain areas that they're less dangerous, get them off the ball as much as possible, and understand some of his tendencies and the relationships that he has with others and where he produces these great moments. But it's amazing what he's been able to do in this league. I don't know why I'm even a little bit surprised because he's done it for a very long time in a very consistent manner. So I'm obviously in awe of this type of player, and it's a lot of fun to try to prep a team to deal with a player of this magnitude. I'm old enough. I played against Messi when I was playing with the U.S. In Venezuela against Argentina when he was a younger player. And before he was kind of known as, the greatest of all times, and so it was was pretty amazing. Even at that age, I thought he must have been 20. I'm not sure. He was pretty young. But you could tell then he was just nasty.
I was just going to ask you that. Like, have you ever been on the field where actually you're in awe that you're on the field with him? Now, you wouldn't have been in awe with him at that age. You just knew he was an up-and-comer. But any players that you're like, man, I'm playing against so-and-so.
Well, I've been lucky enough to play against, again, Ronaldo and Messi and some of the great players, Thierry Henry, and they're bigger than life. And when you're in that moment and you're competing against them, there's a little bit of that maybe before, and you're like, this is. But once the game goes, you're pretty much dialed in the moment. In fact, Messi was young. There were actually some stars on that team for Argentina that I was really excited to be on the field with or playing against as well. So that's how long ago it is. But downplay it here because we do our job. We're trying to identify strengths and weaknesses of their team. How can we stop their strengths? How can we go after their weaknesses? But we're not. We understand there's extra hype on this game. It's a national televised game. It's one our community's excited about it. We know our fans are pumped about it, and it's also a way to for fans that don't follow us as much to come to the stadium and put together a product that they think resonates with the Houston community, and they want to come back. So there's opportunity in this for us, and we understand that. So we're hoping to put our best foot forward.
Now, Ben, you've been in Houston for a few years now. Obviously, embracing the local culture matters. Have you been – I know that the timing kind of is interesting because this is when MLS season typically starts, but have you been out to Rodeo, specifically Cookoff? Because we got that going this weekend, and I'm super jazzed for that ahead of headed out to the match.
I don't live far from Energy, and it creeps up on you, the Rodeo. It's like it's here, And yesterday I was driving on 610, and I got stuck in some traffic, and I was like, "Wait, is this started already?" And I rolled down the windows, and the barbecue smell, even from the highway, was ridiculous. So I love it, man. I love it. My kids are really kind of embracing that. We went last year, and I think we grabbed some tickets for the Post Malone show here this year. So we're going to be there several days. I'm really jumping in as much as I can to the Houston culture.
What's your boot?
My boot game is shaky. I've had.
We're not talking soccer boots. We're talking boots.
No. I got my soccer boot game is tight, but the cowboy boot is very shaky. One reason I got banged up as a player. I've had 10 surgeries with my ankles over my career, so it's I need a sneaker. I'm like an old man with my feet, so walking in boots for more than 20 minutes would bury me. But my kids my wife's got a nice little collection. I'll let her do all the fashion statements.
Oh, a collection, very nice. Mm-hmm. Like he did bring up soccer boots. I feel like you're a pred guy. What are we talking about soccer boots wise?
I'm wearing a pred now. Yeah, I'm wearing a pred now. I was a Nike guy from I was a Nike athlete from 20 years old until I got to Houston, and Nike bailed on me. I'll never forgive them. I got a whole closet full of Air Force Ones that I can't wear right now because I'm now an Adidas guy. And
are you a 13? I mean, we can talk if you're a size 13.
I should auction those off or drop them off over there. No, I'm a 9, but I'm a Predator. I'm a Predator guy. And I'm an Adidas guy now. It's a little bit of a transition. I mean, I was with Nike for 20 years, and so no more swoosh onto the Adidas.
So I'm excited to see you guys on Sunday. 6 is when the match kicks off, and in the cold and the rain, I was asking myself, would I prefer watching this weather to the blistering heat that we get in these Texas summers? And I was like, man, looking at Ben over there with his spiffy jacket and everything, I wonder what his preference is. Like, what weather would you prefer? Like the blistering heat or like just a cold, rainy match like you had last Saturday?
As a coach or a player?
Either, both, in fact.
As a player, I'd rather that rain coming. A fast, slick game like that, it's a lot of fun. You feel like you have a little extra energy. The heat can zap you. But now as a coach, the heat. And do you guys know why?
Why's that?
The heat is our advantage, right? When we play a team, when Seattle comes in here and it's 90 degrees, they're not used to it. So as a coach, from a kind of a competitive standpoint, having those guys melt while we are used to that type of heat, it's one of our the elements that helps us, I think, throughout the year, particularly on the summer.
Hey, you're officially a Houstonian.
I'll sweat over there, no problem.
You're officially you're in, baby.
For me, I like it standing there.
We're not very far away from that.
I love the heat. I don't. Yeah, no, it comes quick, and again, it's a big advantage for us against some of these teams, in particular ones in the Northeast or the Pacific Northwest. They're just not. Even Cali, when they come here, they melt. So we have to advantage.
Ben, we appreciate you. Go out and get a win against Inter Miami. We got to get some points back now, don't we?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do, sir. We're on it. So I appreciate you guys having me on again.
Always. All right, Ben Olsen, he is the head coach of the Houston Dynamo, joining us here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. He said not really boot guy. He said it make his ankles kind of holler.
I forgot. I forgot he had a lot.
10 surgeries.
10 surgeries, brother.
No, make no mistake. Anyone who doesn't know his story, he was on the national team young. He was on the World Cup team in 2006, rising, considered really good upcoming midfielder, and then injuries started to happen.
He was in the commercial.
Yeah.
He was in the commercial with his kid and everything.
Yeah. No, he was.
I want to say he was on the cover of a video game too.
Is that right?
Yeah. I think so.
All right, you're in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there's a few things I want to get done. Let's see if we can manage them. First and foremost, I want to get a combine roundup. There's kind of I have a rough accounting for the various players that the Texans have talked to officially and maybe unofficially, or like not unofficially. What's the right word? I guess I'll use unofficially for the time being until I get the right one. But what does that maybe tell us about their process? And also, we might have an answer as to who starts for the Rockets with Fred VanVleet on his way back. Let's talk about all of that next.
Coach D'Amico gave a little insight into what a Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Love.
All right, you are indeed in the loop. Sports Radio 610. There's a few things that are happening of great interest to me personally. One of those is the Combine, and we will get to some of the things happening there. There's been a lot of coverage of the various players and interviews. As we know, this organization in the Houston Texans cares a lot about the interviews that matters to them. And, you know, some of the players, as they are talking to the assembled media, are letting them know, hey, where they've had official and, again, I keep forgetting the word, but having various interviews with teams, including the Texans. I'm kind of interested.
Trying to help you out, and I don't mean to leave you on an island.
Y'all can't find some big words.
No, and it's a problem with me.
It's killing you.
It really is a problem with me. It happens every time.
What word can I use?
The word that I want to use.
I'm just sitting here looking at him like I can't help you, man.
Big or otherwise, right? Big or small. The word that's stuck in my head. If I can't get it out, it trips me up, and it's a real problem. I really should be better about it, but here we are regardless. Anyways,
one of those things.
I want to go through, absolutely. I want to go through their, who they've talked to and what that could say. But before we get there, we're getting some pretty interesting news from Rockets practice. They'll be playing tomorrow evening after actually having 2 nights off, which is nice because they went through a nice stretch of having, according to Fred VanVleet, per Fred VanVleet.
That's the key one right there.
Right. I don't know if there's a better person to ask than Fred VanVleet if Fred VanVleet going to play.
Yeah.
But he says that he will, and so we are finally getting to the place where we go, so now who's your starting 5?
Yeah.
Who's going to go out there? And we have an answer per email Udoka. What is that?
And that would be yes, Amen Thompson is going to continue to start, and Jabari Smith is going to come off the bench. And my personal view is that's the way it should be. You may not necessarily agree, but that's where I think it should be.
Well, yeah, here's the thing that gets tough for me. Jabari Smith Jr., you have felt his presence in his return, especially rebounding and those types of things, and that has been fantastic. The problem is one of the things that he also brings is typically shot making, which he hasn't been doing at a high level in the return. Now, I imagine that he will definitely get back there. It'll kind of flow back into that place. He'll get the shot back feeling the way it needs to be. But you having 1 for 4s 1 for 5s, 0 for 5s from 3. That's not quite what you're looking for, and I think for the time being, Dillon Brooks still remains a better option there. But it seems very evident that they're locked in on the idea that a men's not going to the bench, which makes me wonder, because I think Ime also used the phrase "for now."
Yes, yeah, he said for now.
And so that makes me feel like this is not the optimal. He would like to have Jabari starting, which makes it seem like, it might be Dillon Brooks say, you are soon to be 6th man on this team.
Didn't do this obviously without a lot of thought, and so there's some messaging going on here as well. It's messaging for Jabari Smith, and certainly having Dillon Brooks out there for now, as he put it, is probably a better way to start with Fred VanVleet back. To have those 2 veterans together to be able to run things on that side. So it could easily change. I would expect that it does change.
Yeah, we'll see how that ultimately falls together. But it looks like your starters are going to be Fred VanVleet, Jalen Green, Amen Thompson, Dillon Brooks, and Alperen Sengun against the Sacramento Kings at 7 tomorrow at the Toyota Center. All right, now I return to the Combine. Let's do a little bit of a Combine roundup here. And the word that I was looking for, thank you to multiple people for helping me get through my brain being idiotic.
I couldn't do it. I'm glad they did.
Formal interviews and informal interviews.
Oh, that's the word you're looking for?
Again, I told you I'm an idiot, didn't I?
I thought you were being fancy on our ass.
No, my brain. I told you.
I told you informal.
It doesn't have to be a fancy word.
I could have told you that.
I could have said that.
My brain just gets stuck in the air.
My high school dropout ass could have gave you that word.
It's just the word that was stuck in my head. Yeah. And it's actually what these interviews are called. I think that also made it. But you have formal, you have informal interviews, various people, various prospects letting the media know who they've talked to, or with the Texans specifically who they've talked to. And I kind of wanted to go through some of this because the Texans have met with quite a few players, and I kind of have a running list of the ones that I could gather from the various media members that are out there letting us know. And it's not just that they're talking to players. We know that Nick Caserio. I have to be careful because now there's Kaylee out. Well, Nick Kaylee is also a Nick. I got to make sure I have a bit of specificity here. But Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans have let us know interviews matter a great deal to them, and it's not just the guys that they're looking to draft, but also you want to have an idea for who these fellas are in case in the future you might come back across them at a different time. And with that being the case, I wanted to look at the players that they've talked to, but not just the positions, because it seems like they're talking to all positions. It's not just, I guess,
not just defense.
No, definitely not just defense. Word to the Atlanta Falcons who are being idiotic, in my opinion, but also at different levels. And so, what do I mean when I say that? They've talked to a few wide receivers. There's 3 of them that came to mind that I know they've had formal visits with. John Betch of TCU, and I think it might be Beck, but I for some reason I see it and I want to say Betch. Elik Ayamanor.
I think it is Betch.
Thank you.
I saw somebody clear that up online.
I appreciate that. Stanford wide receiver Elik Ayamanor. You might remember him from when he put up 200-plus yards against Colorado last season. Not this past season, but the season prior. And Emeka Egbuka, who is one of those names that everybody has seen a lot, especially mocked to the Texans at 25 from Ohio State. Those are guys who Egbuka is going to be a first-round grade, but of these other wide receivers, third round, likely kind of third round grades when you look at consensus draft boards. And so I look at that and I go, okay, day 1, day 2, that's probably the range that they're looking at for wide receiver. You get what I'm saying?
No, I absolutely do. Yep. Also, realizing some of the interviews are kind of to dissuade people, or at least give them some information that might not be 100% true. In terms of how much interest they have in a particular player.
Sure.
Because the informal ones might actually be one that they're more interested in. The top 30 visits, which happen here as the draft gets closer, might be more interested. It's more informational and such. But the position is what we need to talk about in terms of like where he's projected to be taken. That might be a hint. Like they might be saying, yeah, we are looking in this round. Maybe this is a guy that we could be interested in.
Right. And as we do that, I start kind of trying to stack this together. So wide receiver is one of those ones that we know is very important. And with the wide receivers that it seems like they've talked to, again, Emeka Egbuka is just, if he's there in the first round, I imagine you absolutely want him. Seems like a couple of kind of third-round type guys are also in that space. How about running back? Because running back is one of those things. Actually, you weren't here yesterday. I was talking with Luke. Mike Renner, who is doing some like draft coverage for CBS Sports and such, he kind of posited the deepest positions in this draft as tight end, running back, defensive end. And I was asking Luke if there was one of those positions that you would want to maybe the Texans to play in that space, which one would it be? Well, all of those positions they talk to, obviously. Running back is one of them, and that's the one that I was more interested in. I imagine you're interested in because you would like to see a level of help behind. Back from Virginia Tech, that's a 3rd to 5th round guy I've seen anywhere in there. Brashard Smith, running back from SMU, 5th to 6th. USC, Woody Marks, a 4th round guy. So there's a lot of like day 2, day 3, but then also one that might just get people's blood going just because they saw him play and he was one of those guys. Informal interview with Cam Scatterbo. A 3rd or 4th round type guy.
Yeah, look, and Cam Scatterbo is going to get a lot of interviews because I think a lot of people just want to know, what all he can do, in terms of like not just on the field, but these interviews are so important. We always talk about that. You just mentioned it as well. But I think people want to know like how he's wired because people like me, I'm not sold on him at the NFL level.
On Cam?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot that you go,
I think
he does something excellent.
Yes.
Yeah.
So how is he wired to become that type of player with maybe not the physical gifts that you might expect?
But it looks like kind of that 4th round area, somewhere in that early day 3. Seems like that running back might come off the board that you look at. Some other interesting ones for me, the defensive backs, especially cornerback, and then you get into some safeties as well. Cornerbacks, there's a couple of them that are kind of 3rd round, 4th round guys. Kobe Bryant out of Kansas, Upton Stout out of Western Kentucky were some of the guys I looked at. And then safeties, Andrew Makuba, Texas safety, Jonas Sanker, Virginia safety, 3rd, 5th round guys. So again, in that early day 3, safety is in there. Cornerback is maybe more late day 2. Some of those guys are in there. But it looks like they're going to try and address this secondary in some ways. If these kind of visits or these interviews are any level of indication of what it's kind of the areas that they're possibly looking at.
Makes sense when you consider like their number one priority, their top priorities, I should say. Running back is in there, but it's interior and interior offensive and defensive line. So that just simple math tells you if they're going to go offensive defensive line high, they're going to have to go running back and safety or whatever later. So it makes sense.
Yeah.
Now
they
need to be kicking the tires.
Some other late round guys are kind of positions to look at. Defensive end is late round kind of guys they're looking at. Some linebackers again, maybe 5th, 6th, but they're also talked to Carson Schwessinger, who is a UCLA linebacker. Looks like he might be kind of a 3rd round guy. So that could get interesting once you get into that space. It seems like once they get around day 3, they have just a big pool that they're going to maybe pull from. But one thing I found interesting, whenever I see a guy who's a potential 1st round pick in there, I understand you just kind of got to talk to guys and get a feel. But it made me go, huh.
Yeah.
So Colston Loveland, tight end out of Michigan, he's getting a lot of love, no pun intended, as a 1st round pick, and the Texans have talked to him.
Yeah.
Like, how do you take that in?
I would kind of love it, to be honest. I know they're pretty set at tight end, but not set necessarily at the highest level.
And I mentioned they talked to a whole bunch of other tight ends for 5th, 6th round kind of guys.
And the other thing, you don't know what does operate in a vacuum, so to speak. We always operate. Well, should the Texans trade this for that? Should the Texans go after a tight end and move up? Sometimes the deal comes to you. Half the time, if we're really being honest, the deal is coming to you. And if somebody comes to you and says, "Hey,
we are willing to give you this for these picks or whatever, you might be in a prime time for Loveland or someone like that.
Yeah,
in a prime space.
Yeah, I found it interesting. That feels like one of those situations where if something incredible happens, something extraordinary happens, and then he ends up in that space, they'd be interested just because of the amount of talent. But I don't know. It feels like just the amount of other tight ends that they have in that space where it's like kind of day 3 guys is more moving to me that would be more of the incentive. But I just found that to be interesting. It looks like when you talk about outside of the direct, absolute huge needs of interior D-line, offensive line, maybe wide receiver, looks like they have a pretty high regard for maybe like running back and cornerback, and cornerback specifically in those kind of like mid rounds, day 2 or late day 2 into early day 3 positions.
You know what's also interesting, and it's happening today. I don't mean to be down on these tight ends. Obviously, we've all thought that Dalton Schultz could have had a better season. It didn't earn his money this year per se. But I think all the tight ends have questions, and they've been around here for a while. Sure. I think tight ends should be one that they look hard, at in terms of getting a better, more versatile tight end. You can go 4 or 5 deep, and I would look at these tight ends and go, I'm good with that. Of course, it changes when they get to the NFL, but there's a really good group of tight ends coming in. I think they owe it to themselves to look at those.
I think it's fair. Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. Somebody asked, did they talk to the Penn State tight end, Tyler Warren?
Everybody's going to try.
I imagine. So I didn't see anything specifically. I might have missed that in trying to kind of cobble together this list. But you seem to have some interest in Warren, although it seems like he just consistently gets mocked at 14 to your in-division rival, the the Indianapolis Colts. And that just feels like he's not going to fall beyond there.
I don't think he'll be. Yeah, that's probably at the bottom. No, I am very much a fan, as anybody who saw the playoffs in college football this year would be, of his game. I don't have any inclination that the Texans would be able to draft him. I don't think they're going to have any chance. He's going to be gone by 14.
Can I go back? I want to go back a little bit. I mentioned Amarion Hampton, RB2 in this draft. How would you feel if the Texans end up drafting a running back in the second round?
You're asking the wrong guy.
But I wanted to see how far. And the reason why I ask that is like you clearly want a running back, but at what cost, right? Second round is still a pretty premium place, especially with.
It's your pick.
Yeah.
You can draft whomever you want. It's your pick. It's not like you're trading up or moving.
I hear you.
Moving capital or trading a player. You could probably argue that might be the best place to get him. Here I was talking this week earlier. About some of the free agents that are out there, and Aaron Jones. And maybe it's worth. Well, hell, if you get a second round pick, that's a first round in terms of most positions. Running backs don't get high. You pick very, very high in the first round these days. Now, maybe that's going to change some with what we've seen, but a second round running back probably is going to be a day 1 starter or close to it.
Yeah, and that feels like, and that's why I asked about second round. It just feels like that is beyond.
I'm good with that.
I feel like that's beyond what's necessary, especially as you have a guy still on your payroll for a couple more seasons. And
I have no problem. How many running backs are going to be drafted in the first round?
One. Ashton Genty.
Yeah. One
is going to be, and he is otherworldly in the reasons why he ends up.
So you think there's only going to be one really good? I'm not going to say great, really good running back in this draft?
Oh, it's not about him being good. It's just about like the opportunity cost, considering what else.
That's
you
what
have
I'm saying. So a second round pick on a running back is, to me, it's almost value.
And if the Houston Texans,
no, that's not value.
It's almost value.
That's the other opposite of value. That is you utilizing a relatively high pick for a running back in a place where you could use it in other places.
No,
that you need
and here's how I look at it.
Okay,
if you use a second round pick on a first round running back, that's value. And I think that if you are starting in the NFL.
I feel like you are skewing the argument here because no, he is a second round guy. Period.
No. By definition, he's taken in the second round. But what I'm saying is, if I ask you and Figgy was just answering it, you think there's only going to be one starting running back in the NFL out of this draft? No, it's going to be more than that. But second round is a little bit more value because you would give a first round starting a player at wide receiver.
Yeah, but wide receiver, running back aren't different. Like that's one of the conversations that we've had just generally is just the different value propositions of different positions now. And running back is one of those where we've seen the value is entirely different. You get starting. I hate to be the guy who's like, hey, Tom Brady was drafted in the 6th round. But, like, Isaiah Pacheco is a guy who has been very valuable for the Kansas City Chiefs, a 6th-round guy. Like you see that is not an anomaly by any stretch. There's a lot of these guys, but it's 3rd, 4th, 5th-round guys that end up being very valuable running backs.
If the running back was good, it wouldn't even be a question. If you got a running back in the 2nd round and he was really good, I don't think people would be like, man, you drafted him a little too early.
No, exactly.
The issue is when the running back is not that good.
You just have to get it right.
And,
Look, here's how I would
somebody else in the 5th round is better.
Here's how I would put it with you, Reggie. The running back position, I think we can all agree, until maybe right now, has been incredibly devalued.
Certainly, 100%.
That means it's also been devalued in the draft.
I actually would argue that, yeah, in some ways, yes, I understand what you're saying, but I think that ends up being a value proposition for teams in that you can get a running back that is going to play pretty well at the places later in the draft where you would not be able to get a dude of similar value at a different position.
That's every position.
Not in the same way.
Absolutely in the same way. You get a draft a Pro Bowl receiver in the 6th round, we'd be saying the same thing.
Yeah, but that happens
round?
less frequently than I think with running backs now.
We don't know that.
All right, now you're giving me work on the weekend. I have to go and do this just to prove you wrong. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports. I have homework that I've created for myself. I'm not happy about that, but what I am happy about
I did it for you, to be honest,
is that I'll take responsibility here. I could just say I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
But what I am happy about is that this is the time where we turn it over to Figgy Fig and for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so Ian Rappaport versus Jordan Schultz. The reaction around the world of sports. I got some of the reactions from everybody that has something to say about this.
Okay, very good. Let's hear about that next.
Early returns on new Astros prospect Cam. wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy Smith's tape on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. And the world is still reacting to the whole Ian Rappaport versus Jordan Schultz thing that happened at a Starbucks. Ironically.
Yes, you know the story there.
Yeah. So
do you know the story there?
No, please tell me. Please inform me.
Jordan Schultz is his dad is an executive way up there.
He didn't hear the sarcasm in there at all. Okay, very good.
Yeah, so that happened was a couple days ago, and the world has reacted to it. So we're gonna go through some of the reaction for this. It wasn't even a scuffle or anything, man. It's probably just a loud little argument, and the police was called, or the NFL security was called, which I didn't know they had NFL security like that, just hanging around like that. But here's Pat McAfee. As he actually had Rappaport on, which was even funnier because he works for NFL Network and ESPN. And Pat McAfee is on ESPN now. So he actually had Rappaport on, pretty much explaining everything and how it kind of went down.
Okay, Rap. We wake up this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We know that the whole world knows about everything that has taken place. What's the mindset like, and where do we go from here, bub?
So last night when it all broke, everyone in the world texted me, and it was all out there. Florio basically wrote the whole thing, so there's not much to add.
Wow.
And then I woke up this morning, and everyone in the world has texted me.
Yeah. Well, we all are happy that you're both okay. We'd like to let that be known. Yeah. With that being said, what is next? Are you guys going to shake hands before you get out of town, or what do we think?
I mean,
That's a nigga wants to see him. Hard pass on the handshake.
He's going to the coffee bean and tea leaf from now on.
Yeah, absolutely. Not another penny.
There's actually a lot of great coffee brands at Dunkin'.
Hey, we're happy you're okay. We love you. Are you all right, man? You're going to be okay?
I'm okay.
Yeah, so he's done with Starbucks after this, huh?
Probably should be, right?
Why are they acting like they fought for real?
No, I know. Yeah. Yes.
That's the funny part.
Yeah.
I feel like Rappaport.
You gonna shake your hand? I like the tail of the tape that McAfee did with them, like height, weight, all that.
Well, I mean, look, he's a wrestle guy. They do the tail of tape in the wrestle.
Hey, I see why he called security, man. I realize he like my height, man.
Yeah, he's not very big.
They actually put the net worth on the tail of the tape, and for Schultz, they said unlimited.
Yeah, so Jordan Schultz is 6 foot, 210.
Oh, he's
Ian
pretty
Rappaport.
solid.
Ian Rappaport is 5'5", 140.
140?
I wonder, that might be a little fake, man. Because I've seen him at 140.
Is he thicker than that?
140,
He's pretty trim.
man. A grown ass man, 140.
It happens.
It should be about 170. I would say 170 maybe, but
at 5'5".
Yeah, that's kind of
But
his BMI is probably fine, guys.
Yeah.
All right, let's just let's leave it that way. All right, very good.
Yeah, so so that was Pat McAfee having fun with that. Rich Eisen also had to have a little fun with this too, man. We was talking about bots. I guess the little standoff. This is how he introduced Ian Rappaport when he had his hit with Rich Eisen.
There is one other member of our broadcast team we've got to bring in. And he is the Jake Paul of NFL Network. Lots of buzz. He's trending with no punches thrown.
Damn.
Ian Rappaport. Rap sheet?
Thank you, Rich. I would say I'm
He looks a little under-caffeinated, actually, to be honest.
No, I'm properly caffeinated. A lot of great coffee brands. Dunkin' does a really nice job.
Nice.
He's actually is a fantastic coffee.
That's going to be his go-to?
It's like, It's like we're just going to hear that joke over and over, huh? All right, that's fine.
I wonder, is he really going to stop going to Starbucks?
I would.
I doubt it.
Sure.
Why would you?
Go to Dunkin'. You got a beef with the Starbucks
If
guy?
that's the case, you would have been stopped going to Starbucks then.
Well, maybe it just escalated.
Jordan don't own no Starbucks.
Huh?
Jordan don't own no Starbucks.
He's got the money.
He's got the help.
Yeah, that's really gonna hurt his dad pockets.
Yeah.
Right. We're not changing nothing here. You just hurting yourself if that is indeed where you like to go get coffee.
Yeah. So that was Rich Eisen reacting to that inside the NBA.
See, now this is where we should have started. All the mother folks, that's fine.
Yeah,
You remember that time when the Rockets and Clippers almost got into that fight?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This is the stuff that inside the NBA does well. If you want like incredible analysis, you might not go there, right? If you want somebody to big up the sport of basketball, you might not go up there. If you want them to make fun of a situation that is absurd, this is where you go.
Yeah, and this is inside the NBA reacting to Rap versus Schultz.
Gentlemen, how are we?
I'm in a good mood, man.
Why is that?
Well, because I was at Starbucks today.
And?
It's dangerous in there, Ernie.
What happened?
There's fish flying everywhere. I was like, see, I don't normally go to Starbucks because that's where rich white folks go. I used to get
rich white folks go to
I love to go with black folks.
Is that the place with it?
Yeah.
Apparently it's where a lot of reporters go.
But apparently.
$2 coffee is where you have to be rich.
Ain't no $2 coffee. They should be.
By the way, Kenny, you could tell he ain't been to a $2 coffee.
Come on.
No, you can't even get a $2 black coffee with nothing.
Charge you $2 for water.
Yeah, at $2 coffee, you could go to the gas station and get some.
Yeah.
How is it that Shaq and Chuck are more in touch right now than Kenny Smith?
Exactly. Yeah, Kenny ain't been in no Starbucks or probably ever.
Be drinking Folgers like the rest of us do.
Oh my God! Hey, we're in the presence. Hey, Jordan Schultz of Fox verbally accosted Ian Rappaport of NFL Media at an Indianapolis Starbucks on Wednesday afternoon.
Jordan.
A report was
Shaq.
made to NFL security.
Shaq, you see that kind of word they use? Accosted.
Uh-huh.
Accosted. Whooping his ass. That's what happened. Yeah, Jordan. Yeah, good. Frappino thing right next time. Yeah, Jordan. Hope you got it. Ian. I got Ian in this one. May 19th. Let's do it. 19th. Hey, we'll let them go first as a warm-up, then me and you can go.
Then me and you go.
I'd pay for that.
Yeah, so Shaq got Jordan in this one, and Chuck got Ian in this one.
Yeah.
And apparently this got around to Ian Rappaport, and this is what he had to say. He just want to give salute to Charles Barkley.
You know, Rose, I have always respected Charles Barkley. He's a gentleman, he is a scholar, and he is the best basketball player on that set. That's really all I have to say.
Ah, that's kind of fighting words right there for some.
Yeah, and I don't know if I want to create fighting words with anybody on the inside the NBA desk, including Ernie Johnson.
Yeah.
He's 6'1", you know.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
Yeah,
He's not bad. He's not
tall
small.
dudes. That's some tall cast right there, man.
But are they going to follow this up? Of course they're not.
No.
Of course they're not.
No.
I kind of wish they.
But
it would be
fun.
Man.
It would be fun.
This is getting way too much attention for nothing to happen for real.
But that's the thing, nothing is going to happen. Because one of the things is, and it makes sense that the person that we've heard joking about this is Ian Rappaport. Because he was not the one who was mad here.
Yeah.
Now, it'd be something else if we heard from Jordan Schultz on this. Because he had real beef.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, he did tweeted that video of Shaq when we brought it up earlier about the whole Chris Paul situation and him laughing at the police being involved or being called.
Yeah.
He did mention that pretty much taking shots at Charles Barkley for saying in this fight or this fake, whatever this
kerfuffle.
is. Yeah.
Oh, I've just seen. He said if only Charles knew who called security, he wouldn't have had. He was a lot deeper than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
It's so silly.
It's lasting way too long.
So silly.
And yeah, I think they need to stop this. Or Ian, he's the one that's doing the press run about this.
Yeah.
Well, some could say that he has more opportunities to be on TV normally, anyways.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about stature of reporting and such, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely stature, but I think this will help Jordan Schultz.
Yeah.
Probably. I think there's more people that did not really know of Jordan Schultz as like NFL insider type thing that probably know of him more now and at least would be interested in seeing what he's about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a few more things. I'm gonna run through this real quick. So it's the last day of the month. So tomorrow's March.
Rant coming tomorrow. All right.
Yeah,
Gotta make sure to get that in.
Yeah. So a couple things to look forward to in the month of March. Daylight saving time.
Hallelujah.
That is next Sunday, not this Sunday, but next Sunday, March 9th. So we'll lose an hour of sleep. March Madness is coming up this month.
You're darn right.
So Selection Sunday is March 6th. 16th. Aside of that, baseball start next month.
Mm-hmm.
So
Baseball's already started, baby.
Yeah,
spring training.
We talking about real. This is some real baseball. And remember that Japan series we was talking about?
How soon is that?
Cubs and Dodgers.
Oh yeah,
that's March 18th.
Come on,
we're 2 weeks away.
March
So
18th.
set your calendar, set your time, and I think that's going to start 2 in the morning or something.
Yeah, something like that.
3 in the morning.
I will not be there.
No, I won't be watching that.
I will see the replay on MLB Network if they do so relatively early in the morning, 7 or something.
Yeah, I think that's when they do it on ESPN.
I'll watch that or whatever. Yeah. I'm not going to get up at 2 in the morning. It's not happening.
Yeah. So there's a couple things happening in March, and I'm gonna get y'all out of here on a laugh. So, old man jokes. It's a comedian by the name of Andy Huggins, who is 74 years old, and his stand-up's been kind of going viral a little bit because he talks about jokes and bring up jokes about himself being old. So here's Andy. Here's a couple jokes from Andy Huggins, just poking fun at himself for being an old man.
I just paid off my student loan. It's tough getting older. Went into an antique store. They wouldn't let me leave. I tried using that face aging app. They said, "Nah, you're good." I went to the doctor because I thought I had arthritis. I don't. I have early onset rigor mortis. I joined a dating site for people my age called Carbon Dating. I asked a woman on the site for her number. She told me it was 140/95.
I've seen this.
Just rapid fire.
This happened like a year or two ago, but it's just making the rounds now again.
Yeah, it's back to making the rounds a little bit. And this dude looks like
he looks like he's old.
Yeah, he looks like an old man.
He also sounds like it. I appreciate him going for the full trifecta there.
Yeah, just paid off my student loan.
Solid opener there. Just that's it. I love a good comedian that, obviously a good storyteller that whines and weaves, but sometimes you just got to have the guy that's just like, I'm hitting joke. Like just
and the one-liners. There's comedians that just can do it. Most of them are telling stories and all this. He's the one like the Rodney Dangerfield. The one-liners. That's
Mitch Hedberg is one of my favorites.
Hedberg is another one like that. R.I.P. Right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So salute to Andy, still out here doing this thing at 74.
Yeah.
I would have guessed older. I'm not gonna lie.
No, he looks older.
70. I would have guessed mid 80s.
Yeah,
that's probably what I would have guessed.
He got the white hair.
Yeah.
He definitely looked like an old guy out there. Still doing this thing. Though.
Still doing
Good
his
for
thing.
him.
And always doing his thing is Figgy with the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here in the Loop. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. But before we get there, let's circle back around. There's a little bit more Dana audio that we can get to the weekend.
Let's draft the weekend.
We'll do it next.
Nick Caserio at the Combine on Trading Draft Pick.
Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad. Up to $2,000 value based on iPhone, iPad, and Apple Watch.
Biggie, thank you.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Come here, man.
Yep, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you on this Friday. Hope that it's been going well for you. We've had quite a bit of fun here on this day, and of course, somehow I've created homework for myself. But you know what? I'll be happy to do it. I have a couple of things, in fact. One of them, Ocho was asking on the text line. The Jim Alley, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. Why I think that Jabari's shot has not been coming across as smooth, considering we saw him be pretty damn good with the three-pointer at Auburn. I'm like, kind of want to look into that. So I'm going to see if we can actually get these research projects to go. I don't know. All right, but I did want to circle around to a few things. I had dubbed today Jose Altuve Day because Jose is playing in left, or at least was playing in left out there.
We all want an update
at West Palm, and the update is no news, which in this instance, again, is good news. Jose Altuve played in left, 6 innings in left, mind you,
and
not a single baseball hit to his direction per Adam Spillane.
That's
the best way to do it, man.
So of course that's the way it
we were all like, I want to see left field.
Of course that's
and baseball's like
picking up grass out there,
blowing dandelions. Yeah.
And crisscross applesauce out there.
But you know what? If you want to reach and get something out of it, it goes to show that it's not as physical and demanding potential injury position out there in left field. Can be, you can get injured, it can be physical, but you can go 6. You can have days where you go 6 innings and just picking the grass.
Very good. But yeah. So our guys out there, I imagine, hopefully they saw some other things. I don't know which of the fellas is hopping on with the drive, but maybe they'll give us an update. In addition to the Jose Altuve kind of no news is good news situation of him not having to deal with any balls out to left field. Maybe we'll hear about some other things like how Hunter Brown fared and such on the day. All right, there's that. I did want to circle back around to one thing, though, from Dana Brown, if you don't mind, because Spo sat down with Dana Brown yesterday, and it was very interesting. They played it in full at 9:20. I imagine you'll hear more of these cuts later on the drive, but I was very interested in his idea and his mindset on Lance McCullers, because that is a guy that was there. We are all. Well, I have to speak for myself. I am hopeful for. I know that there's a lot of people that are very exasperated with him. So it's interesting to hear what the Astros' perspective is when it comes to Lance.
Yeah, I think that's a warrior. He has the warrior's mental toughness. It's a calm, steady climb to get back. And even when you slip and fall on some of those climbs, he continued to press on. And I think the fact that he's pressing as hard as he's pressing to press on, I think it's really see that. Because look, ultimately he's under contract. He's made some decent money in his career. A lot of guys would have just said, hey, enough of this, But he's continued to show that, look, I think it's still too early to tell, but the fact that he's up to 91 is very, very encouraging, and the fact that he's working so hard is very, very encouraging. And the fact that he hasn't had any discomfort or pain, suggests that he's climbing in the right direction. And so I really feel good about this one. There comes a times where some of these arms, when they get hurt and they really get to the point where they're coming back, when they have those setbacks, it's discouraging. But when they continue to progress and we haven't really seen the setback, that's very, very encouraging.
Look, you say but I think we all are hopeful. I mean, we're all hopeful that
I feel like some people have given up the ghost on the hopeful.
Well, but the frustration is there, and it's very understandable that the frustration is there. The thing about what Dana Brown said there, which obviously you can get a lot of maybe optimism out of that, but when I'm listening to it, and he's been diligent, and some players might have given up. Not that contract.
That's fair.
No, we got to be honest here. I mean, we got to be not that. And you know what? I don't know, man. I might be done. All right, you want to give up $37 million
left on your contract.
Let's get back after it.
That's why it's and maybe that feeds into some of my skepticism. It's like, how serious would the Astros have been about all this and Lance McCullers if the contract was done last year? What would they be? Would they be, come on, come back to camp, let's go? Or how would it be? We'll never know, but nobody's going to give up with $37 million left on the contract.
Yeah.
That's
fair. Yeah. I encourage you, if you want to hear it in full, go ahead and check out the SportsRadio610.com. I'm certain that it's podcasted there, whether probably individually, but also on the Payne and Pendergast page as well, as they conclude their week-long visit to West Palm Beach to see a little spring baseball, courtesy of Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. All right, before we have a little conversation with the fellas of the drive, we need to draft this weekend. And I know that I went first last time, so one of you fine gentlemen gets to go first this weekend.
Go ahead, Figgy.
No, you go ahead, man, Grandpa.
Yeah, I never go.
Go ahead, Grandpa.
I never go first, but
I never
respect
our elders.
That's not true. Well, you just going to be out here lying like you've never gone first. What is he doing right now?
It's a tough weekend. Like last weekend, we had several that were from which to choose. I think I'm just going to hang in there unless I'm missing something. We got Rockets, of course, but I'm going to hang in there with some college basketball, Auburn, Kentucky, and that's got to be
you're going to go for that one.
That's got to be my number one, man. 1 p.m. Network TV, ABC, and number one team in the country, and Kentucky been playing a little better. I think I'm going to do that.
Go tonight, Cavaliers, Celtics.
Hey, Cavaliers, man. We got to start taking
such a good game.
These are two good teams, man. You might be looking at the conference finals.
Yeah, no, I think you might.
Yeah,
you absolutely might.
I think there's a few teams. Maybe you get to 3, 4 teams that you go, oh man, they could win it.
Yeah,
over there in the East. I may need to look at it again, so I'll make sure I'm not lying to myself. All right, yeah, I'll stick with 2, and these are the 2 teams, the Cavs and the Celtics, when it comes to the East. So yeah, no, that's a great game to select. I am going to go. I'm actually also going to go college basketball. I was surprised myself in thinking this, but it's actually going to be Alabama, Tennessee.
That's the other one. Now those are the 2 I was considering.
Number 5, number 6 matchup here. I'm actually very interested in this game as I'm trying to tap back in a stronger degree, to a stronger degree, I should say, in the SEC. I've really confined myself to the Big 12 recently, but I need to tap back over there and see what the SEC is doing, and there's not really a better way to do it than seeing those 2 games.
No, well, for sure. And Tennessee looking for the second Saturday big victory against the top 10 team in a row. They're right there. This is for a number 1 seed probably, right? Alabama, Tennessee?
I don't know. I
think it might be. Well, no, still you got the tournament and all that, but number 5, number 6 on the last day of February.
I mean, they're still trying. I think obviously there's still that opportunity, but I like a couple other teams there, and of course I'm still rocking with U of H to probably get one of those if I possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
I love Lopez.
That's it. Let's not fool ourselves. I mean, I'll be watching some of the golf, Cognizant Classic, but nobody cares about that.
All right, so that's your pick.
Hey,
are you done as well?
I'm gonna go with
more for me.
I'm gonna go with one more for Sunday, man. Houston Dynamo, Inter Miami.
That's a good one. I will be there.
I will be there in
What?
attendance.
That might be
yeah, we're both gonna be there. Rockets Kings is also there, and you were like, nah, I'm good, and then. You could have just said cook-off, baby.
Cook-off.
Yeah. Give me some rodeo, especially I'm getting out here, breaking out the boots, getting the lay of the land. I'm excited to get out there for cook-off and maybe see if I can sneak into some people's tents to get some food. Saturday.
Oh, shoot. Me and the wife will be there Saturday.
Hey, okay, so all right, so we're going to be like New Orleans again. All right, I'm back in.
Hey, Ron, I'll be there Saturday.
I'm going to have on regular-ass clothes, though. But
I'll have on regular-ass clothes, too.
Mm-hmm.
What's the irregular part?
You said you're gonna have some boots on too?
Sure. Yeah. What's the irregular part of that?
That's not what your normal outfit is.
It's regular clothes.
It's not his regular.
I'll wear. I mean, it's not really that far off.
I can't wait to see it.
Okay, you'll see. It's pretty. I'll be pretty normal with it.
Well, yeah.
It's not full like yokel situation. I'm not gonna look like Yosemite Sam or nothing.
Yeah, please, don't do that. Yeah,
please.
No, I mean the whole idea. I understand
Ron is totally against this.
No, but I understand where Ron is coming from.
Attire.
Can you allow me to?
I'm not against the Western attire.
Ron, can I defend you here? Can I try and defend you here a little bit?
You're gonna cut me off like this.
Yes. That's right. You're still on my time right now.
It's your show. You're right.
Don't call me sensitive. Hell, your ass.
I am sensitive. No, I think to make sure that things are fully authentic.
Well, two things.
Mm-hmm.
One, don't come out here like putting on a costume. That was a good way to put it. That Clint put it in. Don't put on a costume. And then my other thing was for you, man. If you want to get in and get your cowboy hat on, and your boots the way like Figgy had on yesterday, cool. The way Reggie had attacked it was like I feel like I got to.
Okay.
I'm here. I feel like I'm in. I got to. Well, I'm just saying you don't have to.
I think I think it'd be great if you did. Here's how I would describe it.
Okay.
You're a big fan of whatever team. Pick a team. Let's say KU. All right.
That happens to work.
Big game coming up.
The eye roll there is incredible. He's so fed up with this KU basketball team.
Big game coming up. You're at least going to put on a KU cap or something, maybe even a jersey, a T-shirt, KU, whatever. That's how I would correlate this.
If I'm a fan of KU?
Yeah. Yeah, and you go to a big game, not just some non-conference against so-and-so. This is a big game we're playing here over at the cookoff. You got to at least put some boots on. That's how I would correlate it.
Look, boys. You go to a white party. What do you wear?
A white.
Yeah, I was also confused. I'm not gonna lie.
I was gonna say, all right, Doc Martens.
Hey, dudes.
Khakis.
Boat show. Some guilty tassel loafers.
I mean, to each their own. To each their own.
You wear white.
White. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be suited and booted.
I can explain it to you. Like it's a big game. Put on some boots. Ain't gonna kill you. You'll look good in them. He looks great.
Why are you still selling? You don't have to sell.
No, I'm trying to explain to him why it's cool.
He gets
but
it.
I don't think you've ever heard it like that.
I get it. I'm just saying, but you wouldn't also be like, yeah, man, but he wants to. That's not really his thing. So go enjoy yourself at the rodeo.
Well, I will say, both of you fine gentlemen, Clint and John, you guys have been like, hey, you might wear these boots more often. And I'm not certain that that's the case. I will say, though.
Somebody asked, what kind of boots did you get?
I think I got some, what is it, Cody James Black Label?
Into it.
Yeah.
I think I got it.
I don't have Cody James Black. I don't know.
They're nice.
But I guarantee you, if you got a comfortable pair, if you so choose to wear them,
I think it's leaning that way.
Hold on. How much they set you back? I'm getting in you.
Couple hundred.
Okay. All right.
Actually, almost 3.
Yeah. Well, no, I think that makes you feel better about the.
No, he's
about if I'm going to get some, I'm going to get some quality.
Right.
Because I'm just saying, if he'd have said, I got me about 80, 85, I think Clint would have said, ooh.
Yeah, no, that would.
I don't know about that.
I would have bit my tongue over here. Nah, look, I mean, whatever you got, you got to break them in. If it's not I got a pair of goat boots that just.
They're not ready.
They broke in immediately.
They did?
That's the softest, most comfortable boot I've ever worn. And I got some gator belly that I don't know that I can wear them enough to break them in.
Yeah,
they look stout for me. So it depends on what you get.
Hey, before we get out of here, congratulations, big
Thank
dog.
you, man. It was a wild scene, baby.
Did you hear what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. My man. I was. Get me started. And if anybody listens to this shows that knows that took 2.5 hours, and I am certain Courtney is probably having to go behind to figure.
Do you washers left over?
I'm just saying it's supposed to be a collapsible
extra legs.
I'm just saying
it ain't collapsing.
It has not. I don't know how. I don't know. I sit there. I don't know how it sits up, but it's supposed to collapse anyway. But I'm listening. He said, "Boy, it was a scene in that kitchen,
dude. It was everywhere.
In that kitchen." The hell happened in that damn kitchen?
The apocalypse.
Oh, I just realized what you're showing me. I don't know.
Wife's out of town. I left the ring at the crib.
Hell yeah.
Accidentally, of course. Accidentally,
I do it with you.
I do it with you. Let's go.
Going straight to the cook-off.
Where are we going tonight, boys?
Go straight to the cook-off.
I got my boots in the trunk.
Oh, we about to. Can we get some passes to tonight? Or are we just gonna go and pop out? Is that what's gonna happen?
If that were a real thing, absolutely.
Let me see. Are you one? The dude said, did you do the station ID?
No, let me go ahead and do this. You're listening to KLTAM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. As you can tell, Friday's in effect because the drive is
live. It is. Lopez is one of those, too. Tyler's not. The guys who have gotten away with that. And I gotta believe you got.
I got it tatted on my skin.
You got to do it early. Hey. You got to do it early. The guys have gotten away. The amount of guys have gotten away with. I just don't like jewelry.
Yes.
What? There are so many options. You get a rubber ring. You can do a whole lot. The guys that pulled off. I just don't like wearing jewelry.
40 years on Sunday.
But when did you start it? Early. This has to be. $39,000. You can't go. You can't come in year 7 and just say, you know what, man, I'm tired of wearing jewelry, man.
I waited so damn long and ran from it for so many days and so many years. I got to wear my wife my finger, boy. I got to.
Yeah, I can't like them cats get away with it. My father-in-law, I had never seen it. I hadn't asked him yet, but I'm like, hey, how y'all just pull this off? Especially when the wife wear hers. Yeah, just pull that off and just roll up.
They got diamonds though.
I mean, some guys do too.
I got a diamond in my Aggie ring.
How you pull that off? Like, I mean, Courtney ain't never had no like, hey, you need to wear it, but I be getting people like, hey man, how you get away with not wearing that damn ring?
That'd be a tough one to explain for me, Chief. Speaking of jewelry though, I did get my wife's anniversary gift in the mail today.
Jewelry, God,
the way you said that.
This is for. See, man, you said too big of a press. You got what you get for the anniversary?
Sounds like you got a sex toy or something.
He said jewelry, so that wipes out sex. I guess it could be a.
I just was picking up on the tone. He's like, my wife's gift.
Where's my tone and my wife? And you thought sex toy?
Sound like you were being dirty. Yes.
Is that?
What, you don't have sex with your wife? I do.
713-572-4610. Jim Adler, the Texas Amber text line.
There's one toy in this household.
Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Is a sex toy.
Hidden behind a zipper.
The sex toy. 713-572-4610. Is that an appropriate?
I mean, it might be. I would imagine it ain't an appropriate one to bring up on the radio.
Is that an
It's worked for me in the past.
Look, honey, this is what here's your gift. Here, let's switch it up. Oh, it's a really
honey,
nice
while you're on that cruise, I told all of Houston, when you come home Monday, you're gonna have an old bunny waiting on you. You have Thumper waiting on you.
Got it all charged up.
And that sack.
Old bullet over on your nightstand.
And you get a great card. I mean, a great card that really expresses your love.
It's a whole different type of silver bullet.
You write a message to her yourself, and then she pulls out the rose.
But you don't pull out.
Think about your wife's face. You get a card and you get a little box of it looks like a ring or a necklace or something, and you got the old bullet in there. She reads that card and pops that open, thinks she's gonna get some jewelry, old silver bullet staring at her.
Now we're celebrating.
Oh, let's go, babe. I'm gonna be honest. It would take mine a minute to process it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
God, I got year 15 next year. I'm thinking about pulling it.
Get her a golden bullet. Get her a golden bullet with overdrive.
Oh God, that card come out. Oh my God.
I love starting Friday with some nasty.
I love you so much. You're the garbage to my trash. You're the stink to my fart. You're the apple of my eye. You're everything to me. And then open up that thing.
Oh my. What is it?
Serious business. Can I tell a story?
Please
do.
Can I tell a story?
Coming off this conversation, please.
So I purchased this duplex in Little Rock. And Siri down there talking to me. Got that old silver bullet. That old silver bullet
she's
conversation. Siri got worked up there, you freak.
Oh man.
So I'm in Little Rock and I buy this duplex, boys, and I got this lady in one side of the duplex who is paying rent like she's living in the 80s. Like, no, for whatever reason, the family never moved her rent up, right? So I said, hey, look, here's the deal. We got to bump this rent up, at least to where I can pay my damn note. And she said no. So I sent her a letter, and I said, here's the deal. You got 60 days. You got 60 days. In 60 days, the rent's going to go up. It's going to double. Or you can move out. You got 60 days to get figured all out.
Put your foot down.
She sends me she doesn't respond at all until the 61st day I get a letter in the mail. I'm out, kind of deal. Place is a mess. So I go in there and I'm cleaning out the house, cleaning out this apartment. And I find a box, right? And it was like under the sink or something. So I pull this box out and it's got several things in it. And there's a deal in there that's just a little black. Looks like, to me it looked like a toothbrush, the old toothbrush holder. Mm-hmm. And so I thought I didn't think nothing of it.
You picked it up with your bare hands.
Barehanded. That look, inspected it, bro. I'm talking about looked at it. No, I did not. I did not taste it.
Picked it up and licked it.
So I throw it away. So I'm rummaging through the rest of it. pull in the box. I was like, what in the hell is this? And I grab it, and I was trying to take the top off of it.
You were going to see what this one was.
Hey, I was trying to screw that top off that thing, and when I screwed that top, that thing started vibrating. And right when it started vibrating in my mind, I was like, oh, my God. This heifer was at least 75.
Ooh,
I was just,
still got it.
Hey, I'm thinking, damn, there's got to be something in the. I mean, I wonder if there's anything valuable inside. As I'm trying to screw that top off, and that thing says, the more I turned it, the harder it was vibrating. I said, oh hell no!
I see you, Marjorie.
Oh man. It was
I'm falling, and I can't get up.
Lonely old gal in there, man.
She ain't need to get up. She was down.
There ain't no all she
man,
do.
You touched two of them things.
Two of them, man, barehanded.
I might have addressed it with her.
Oh no, I didn't. Oh,
I might hit her up and said, "Hey, you left a couple of things."
I mean, Ron, it never.
And I touched it.
Listen here, Meredith.
I mean, I wish I had her new address. I'd have sent it to her in the mail. I wish you could have seen me. I had zero clue until the moment that thing started vibrating.
I want to look it up. It was circular.
It was black, and it was.
She had a black one. I knew it.
It was like a little torpedo. Yeah, it was black, but white. It was a black. It was the black color. It was a black
color, but
it was a black style of a white one.
All right, this is. I mean, again, stereotypes.
I'm sorry, a white style of a black one. However you want to couch it. Yeah, no, I mean it wasn't
Ron Jeremy.
It was a little torpedo, like a little plate torpedo, man.
Big Nick
I guess
energy.
maybe she did play with it in the bathtub.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Right,
yeah, man. I fondled the hell out of it before I realized what it was.
I bet you did. Two of them. Yeah,
Come over here, Sonny.
She had them in two different places just in case.
Hey,
just in case you need it.
The first one I let it slide. The second one, the curiosity got the best of me. I was like, I got to see what this is.
I tell you right now, she has run into somebody that was at the men's clinic, I believe.
Oh yeah.
If she's 75, she'd run into somebody who went to the men's clinic and bam, within 2 minutes was ready for it.
Old George back in the day went to the men's clinic.
Yeah, he was ready to go. Shout out to
him. Revved up.
She ran into somebody who saw old Dan Denny, didn't you?
We made a lot of whoopee, I tell you.
Oh, 10-inch vibrator.
He was rising fire, baby. He had to get in there. He said, "Oh, I'm coming over. You want to have a little fun? You want to have a lot of fun? That'll depend on my dosage."
I'm ready for you.
Well, she said, "I already got started, so maybe just a little." All right, I got you.
I got you a little help.
Freaky Friday.
Hey, I want to throw. I just don't know any other way to segue it. Just to say we're going to change the subject. This is the drive, and it's nasty. This coming from Rocky Balboa, a.k.a. Jordan Schultz. This is coming from him, and this is news that includes the Houston Texans. Sources tell him that the Commanders and the Texans have had significant interest in trading for wide receiver Debo Samuel, with sources tell NFL on Fox Jordan Schultz. Other teams included are the Steelers and Broncos. They've also checked in, but Houston and Washington are believed to be the most aggressive in trying to get the services of Debo Samuel. And Clint, when you hear that, this is what I'm talking about. This kind of stuff right here, this is what I want to hear with interior linemen.
Yeah.
All right, this is what I want to hear. But the other priority is somebody to play opposite of Nico Collins. We've talked about the choices. When you hear this, how does this make you feel about the Texans? Right?
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. This is, more than I should, to be completely honest with you. I mean, this is a player that's that has backslid a bit the last couple of years. This is a player that there's some concerns out there about, being upwards of 20 pounds overweight and straining the relationship with him and his head coach, play caller in San Francisco. There's a lot of reasons to look at Debo Samuel and say there's a cause for pause, if you will. I'm all in. Yeah. I'm all in. I don't think there's very many times that you're going to come across this kind of player that is a legit weapon in an offense where they have the Tippett has the ability to really highlight a weapon, like a hybrid receiver running back type player. The Texans don't have that number 2 running back behind Joe Mixon, so you're talking about a potential weapon that can take a lot of the load off Joe Mixon in the backfield as well, assuming you can use him the way he was used about 3 years ago, which I think is the best way to use him. I'm all in. And here's the deal on Debo Samuel for me is there's a phrase in Houston among media members and the fan base. In D'Amico, we trust. I'm not a big fan of it. In Nick, we trust. Just got to trust the process. You know, all this trust bull job that gets thrown around. I'm not a big fan of it. This is a situation where I will lean heavily into, in D'Amico, I trust. If this is a move where the Texans are hot and heavy after Debo Samuel, D'Amico Ryans has been in that locker room with him. D'Amico Ryans knows exactly who Debo Samuel is, knows exactly how he needs to be used, knows exactly what buttons to push to get him to be the best version of himself. And if D'Amico Ryans sees that that's something that he wants to be in a Houston Texans uniform, then I'm going to trust D'Amico big on this one.
Yes, 713-572-4610 on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. How are you feeling about that it is significant interest that is being reported from Jordan Schultz and Fox about Debo Samuel? And I'm with you. I understand, obviously, anybody you look at, and I'm seeing on the text line, Debo is injury prone. He's a beast, but he gets injured. Yeah, I mean, you're going to take some chances on some dudes. Or they're going to be like, hell, we could talk about Debo Samuel. I'm sorry, not Debo Samuel, but damn kid that was here last year.
Diggs.
Yeah, Stefon Diggs. He's damn kid.
I feel you, man.
I'm sorry, I've lost it, man. That bed had me worked over for half hour. But no, he's coming off an ACL. He's 31 years old. You can see there's been drop even when he's been healthy. There's some things you could say about a lot of guys. Hell, I mean, he's kind of got some off-the-field stuff that's happening right now. Cooper Kupp has had injury issues. You know who else had injury issues? You remember what it was about Saquon Barkley that was said? He gets injured. He's hurt. Is it Saquon? Yeah, he had injury stuff. Then he came and balled the hell out in Philly. Right? I'm not saying everything goes that way, but obviously there are examples of guys who have had injury issues. You have to move on, that move on somewhere, and they work out. And so, to me, Debo excites me more than maybe any of the other free agent guys, because you said at the beginning there was some drop-off with Debo. For me personally, I felt like a lot of Debo's drop-off was injury-related and not skill related, right? Like I think to me the vocal. I'm not saying he's not lost.
Well, I think the usage debate of him a couple of years ago really hurt his overall production, where he was running and throwing. But yeah, I mean the injuries obviously hurt of late. Yes.
I think when I look at Diggs, and I'll even say Cooper Kupp. I don't think that they're the same guy they were, and I think the gap between the same guy they were in their prime, to me, is wider than it is for Debo. I think we've seen Debo be electric in the last couple of years when he wasn't injured. Now, the injury thing is a serious thing. If that is your issue, the injury part, I'm not poo-pooing it. I'm just simply saying, hey, there's going to be some chances you got to take with some guys' injuries. That everyone's not perfect. There are some flaws there, and you'd be taking a chance with the injury thing. But to me, it is definitely a priority and something that this team needs, opposite of Nico Collins, and he is a playmaker. And the thing that I really like about him, Clinton, I've said it before, is that dude is somebody that can make big plays, big chunk plays, as soon as he touches the ball from wherever he touches the ball. And like I know you know, he is a guy that brings that physical aspect to the offense that we've talked about this team needs. And they don't have a lot of either one of those on this team right now. Guys that can go get 20 if they touch it. Every time they touch it, there's a possibility of that. Or guys that are as physical as I think this group wants to be.
Yeah, and he's the kind of guy that's got the pelts on the wall, I think, as a player that could could need this offensively with this team in terms of the physicality that you mentioned. I tell you one thing that you did mention that is probably goes without saying, but what he does for you in the screen game is second to none. Assuming that he can get his weight in check, and assuming that he's in shape, and assuming that he's somewhere near who he was a year ago or a year and a half ago, whatever it was, that guy takes this screen game to a whole. Now you're not just throwing a screen to just whoever, right? Which I think Bobby was prone to do a lot, which again bothered the hell out of me. But you can strategically have, hey man, we like to get the screen game obviously to Nico because he's an absolute monster to tackle after the catch. But then also Debo, who has some of the same stuff that can run some of the inside screens, that can do the swing screen, that can run screens from any position on the field where Nico is more, he can do it, but Nico you'd like to have more as a wide receiver screen guy. So, look, the Debo Samuel thing really turns me on, and I will admit that it probably turns me on more than it should.
Okay. All right, well, we started it with finding vibrators from 75-year-old women.
Two of
ended it with
two of them.
Debo turns me on probably more than he should. Mm-hmm. All right, so that is the latest there at the Combine involving the Texans. To me, if I'm a Texans fan, I'd love it. This is one of the top guys at a position of priority in free agency, and you are significant interest. If anything else, Clint, we know that they are going to find, I would imagine, a receiver in this level. Like, and that to me is the part. If it's not Debo, you would imagine it's somebody in this level. They're not about to try to Robert Woods this thing, right? Like they're going to try to get a significant piece. I think.
Yeah.
Let me calm down. All right, coming up. Also, the other news of the day coming into it was Altuve's in left field. We'll give you the latest on that, and hear from his head coach, his manager, the captain, Joe Espada, explaining Altuve in left field. That's coming up next.
The Combine, free agency, then the draft. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have it all covered. The road to Texans training camp starts now. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Well, hey, boys.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I appreciate having that combine on TV, boy. That gets you right there in the studio. Somebody just ran a 4.3 from Iowa State. There you go, right there, yeah, man. People making that cash. As we know, it don't always matter. That 4.61 last year that Kamari Lassiter ran, and he was able to play on the field, have a little football speed out there. So combine all week. D-backs are running now. A little bit later on, 3:40. Stay tuned with us. We will head out to West Palm Beach, and this is one I can't wait. Seth, Sean, we'll talk to them and see exactly what they saw watching Altuve today. Now, he was in left field, and he played 6 innings out there. Ball didn't touch him. Ball didn't come his way. Not one of them. Not a single one. He didn't even get over there to field a single.
I thought for sure he'd find him.
I mean, I can't. It's 6 innings. Hell yeah, I think Captain Joe tried to keep him out there to at least let it get to him. But
really happy.
There was nothing that came his way. Literally nothing at all that came his way in 6 innings. Now, maybe those guys will let us know that maybe some foul balls that he had opportunities for running, but there was nothing that came to him. But I got to be honest with you. As I said before, leading into this, I understand, I've accepted. Like, he is going to be the left fielder. I understand that is the plan. And this is day one of many starts. I got to be honest, and I was telling Tyler this when I came in. If I'm honest, my biggest issue with Altuve in left field is he just don't look right. It just don't look right out there. And I know that's not fair. I just like him play baseball and play in a corner outfield position. Now, granted, I don't know how many people that play baseball look like him anyway, but like it just when and it happened again. I've watched videos today of him running out there and running the position, and it just didn't look right. Him warming up with the guy in the outfield, it just didn't look right. I think that is my biggest hang-up, Clint, is he just does not look comfortable, look right to me out there in left field. And that is like, people talk about the arm, and yeah, that's something, but that's probably the biggest thing for me that's the hiccup is I look out there, they don't look like no outfield.
Yeah, I mean, from jump, when they first started talking about it, I didn't think there was any chance in hell we'd see it, but here we are seeing it. It is real as real gets. But number two, I thought, boy, I just can't picture him in the outfield, and the arm strength. Those two things were the look and the arm strength. I was just like, I just can't see it. Well, it's real, and yeah, it looks a little. I can't tell for me if it's.
Did you watch him run out there?
Yeah, I've seen some of the videos of him of it. Like I don't know if it's because it's Altuve, and I just can't believe Altuve's jogging out to left field, and warming up in left field like that Altuve out there, or is it that just the little fella out there running around with that action? Is it that? I think for me it's more Altuve. I'm just so used to seeing him go to one place and one bag only, and that's second. So, but yeah, we'll see. He got by today. He damn sure got out there today and just got to experience that weather and that high sky and the field dimensions that.
Yeah, he did.
That old.
There was some hit to center. I wonder if he ran over there, thought about running over there and
back up, old Jake.
Oh, you're right. I bet he backed his ass up. I bet he did. Someone texted in, been hearing that his whole career. Yeah, I feel like this one is a bit different than the playing second base thing. Like, I feel like this is just, and I mean, yes, he is hurt. He is too small his whole career. Because I'll just say this. Ultimately, Clint, I think he is going to be adequate. I would be surprised if it's a train wreck. I think obviously it may be on the table, but I'd be surprised if it's a train wreck. I think he'll go and make the vast majority of plays that he should make.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think that you could probably, think that he's going to make a lot of plays outside of the scope that he should. But that's just the thing to me. It just looks funky. But I don't ultimately. I think he will be good enough out there. I think he'll catch balls coming to him.
Oh, look, I think he'll be more than adequate. He'll be fine. I mean, look at the guys that we've rolled out in left field and right field with Tucker hurt last year. I mean, Altuve will absolutely be fine. To me, I'm anxious to see if the speed translates to the outfield. I mean, there's clearly a little different gear there speed wise, even at his older age. I'm anxious to see in the outfield, does it translate to those longer distances? The arm is going to leave a lot to be desired, just like Jake Myers, just like Chas McCormick. I mean, the arm, I think, is going to leave a lot to be desired. We can sit around and talk about, well, it's adequate to get the job done, won't be a problem, but it's going to leave a lot to be desired. I'm more anxious about, or not anxious, I'm more excited about just flat seeing the wheels out there and seeing if it translates.
Somebody text in, I just know I'm going to get frustrated seeing balls hit high that I know are automatic doubles.
Balls hit high that
because he's not going to jump to go get. He's not. It's over his head. He's not going to jump to go get.
Oh,
yeah.
It's not ideal.
Yeah, it's good. Playing off the wall.
Yeah, I mean, what are we talking about? 3 inches here?
Playing off the wall, but I mean, yeah. I think by the time it's over, you're right. I don't think it'll be that far away from what like Jordan brought to the table. Now, except for the arm part. But I think it'll be again, just like I felt at second base. I don't think by the end of it we'll be like. I'll be surprised if by the end of it we're like, man, he just absolutely is killing the Astros out there. Like that's a play that anybody would make that he missed. I don't think it'll be that. All right. Nick Caserio, again, talking about C.J. Stroud and his offseason, and it made me think about maybe the things coming from your thought, Clint, that he should be working on in the offseason. We'll get into a deeper discussion on that coming up next.
All right, take your live sports viewing experience to the next level. Y'all cash in with Underdog Fantasy.
winner. When it must be done right, call Stormtide.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as the Combine is going on. And with the Combine going on, we get to hear from a lot of teams, brass, including GMs, coaches. And we got to hear from Nick Caserio. And a conversation a lot was about his quarterback. We heard it from D'Amico as well. But this in particular coming from Nick Caserio talking about the offseason. He was on with Chris Sims and Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. But this is him talking specifically about the offseason we're seeing from C.J. Stroud.
He was very public in media appearances in the offseason last year. Is there a point where do you have a talk with him about that?
You know, I think players kind of have to learn some of this as you go. Right. And you've got to understand, these are young players and they come in the league, and sometimes a lot is thrown at them. And they have to, look, in the end, you got to work, doesn't work, a little bit more of this, a little bit less of that. But ultimately, whomever the player is, the focus has to be on work and improvement in the offseason. And you can make a lot of progress and a lot of gains if that's where the focus is.
All right, that's Nick Caserio talking about his focus and what he's doing, and he has changed it a bit. We've talked about that before. But this is, when I'm hearing that, Clint, this is where it kind of took me, and I wanted to get your thoughts, the people's thoughts as well, those of you on the text line, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, you can chime in on this. Is we've heard a lot, Clint, about a lot of the things around CJ that may have caused the difference between year one and year two. We've heard about his issues with the play caller and the offensive coordinator. Those stories are coming left and right here since the season ended. We've heard and witnessed the issues with the offensive line. We've heard and saw the issues with injuries that happened with some of his top weapons. Sometimes the running game didn't help him as well. We've seen a lot of things around him that were issues. But I know, as you know, Clint, you've come through, whether you at Arkansas or you're in Dallas or Miami, wherever, you've come in the offseason and said, all right, I got things that I got to control, right? These are the things that I can control. Yes, all of those things are. I know CJ looked at it and said, damn, man, this was off. I didn't do this well, or this didn't improve. This took a step back from year one. I'm talking on the field. I know for you a big thing is the leadership and that stuff outside of it. I'm talking about on the field, because I don't think it was just all those other things around it. I think there were some things that CJ didn't do what he did last year. On the field, what are you seeing that are things that you think he is probably looking at with whoever his quarterback coach is, this Gerard Johnson? What are the things on the field that CJ needs to change that helped his struggles last year?
Look, I think number one with C.J. Stroud, as long as he's playing in the league, he has got to put added and extra attention into his footwork in the offseason. It sounds elementary, it sounds stupid, it sounds like no, but every quarterback should work that throughout the offseason. C.J. should work it every time he touches leather. It just, whether we're talking about building good habits or we're talking about bettering, being snappier, being twitchier with your feet. C.J. Stroud, by nature, is a thicker, lower-bodied, slew foot type of athlete, and that doesn't always bode well at the quarterback position as it pertains to keeping your lower body mechanics tight. I love the thickness, I love the build, I love the strength, but he's got to keep his lower body tight, and that's something that we all have to work on. But again, slew-footed, kind of drags his feet when he walks and when he runs, kind of deal. Like, he's got to put added attention to detail on that work. That'll always be a CJ Stroud.
In what ways did you see that hurt him on the field.
Well, no, I don't know. That's one that I don't know that it necessarily hurts him. I just think that's the way that he's got to keep getting better, and that's the thing that he's got to stay on year in, year out. Whether he has the rookie year he had or year two, regardless of what happened on the field, he's got to work that. Number two, we'll talk something a little bit more specific about the season, right? Last year we saw C.J. Stroud's accuracy, which is his special power, if you will. Is his accuracy, his sniper-like accuracy, his ball placement specialist. We saw that struggle down the stretch. In my opinion, it was because of how much pressure he was taking. And we almost excuse it in the season and in the moment because we were watching him get hit a lot, right? But the reality of it is when you're a future $60 million quarterback, when you're a franchise guy, year to year, you end up playing 10 years. 5 of those years, you'll get the hell beat out of you. Like every time you start taking pressure, does it affect your accuracy the way that we saw it affect CJ's accuracy last year? The answer has to be no. Understand why it happened last year. And again, a lot of folks swept it under the rug. Year two, understand he's getting hit. But the reality of it is when you start getting paid $60 million, ain't nobody going to give a damn if the offensive line is protected. You go again, the footwork aspect of it. 1 and 2 are kind of tied together for me. They should be in the offseason twice a week beating the hell out of him with bags. Like he needs to be. He needs to be. And hell, nowadays, let's be honest. Nowadays, I mean, C.J. Stroud, if he wanted to set a workout every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 2:00, they'd have 10 people out there to help him if they wanted to, right? I mean, so it's not like they don't have the people, the manpower to make it all happen. So there should be a level of work right now preparing for next year when he starts getting hit, whether it's long-term over a span of games or it's just in any given game. He's got to prepare for that and be proactive in preparing for that and not wait for it to become a problem, right? And so a lot of this, by the way, it falls on Gerard Johnson as well. Like Gerard has to take the time and effort to do this and at least make sure C.J. Stroud is on top of it. I don't know from a time restraint what Gerard Johnson can and can't do, but this work right here has to be approached and attacked just like you attack a game plan week 3 of the season. Like that's how serious this is. So the mechanics, specifically his feet overall, and then you look at the mechanics, again, particularly his feet, stepping into his throws, finishing his throws, and making sure that the pressure doesn't affect him the way that we saw it affect him last year. And then the third thing, Ron, for me, is the command at the line of scrimmage. I don't give a damn whose fault it was last year. I don't care how much control CJ did or didn't have. It's year 3 for a quarterback. The expectations should be really high for CJ Stroud to fix the communication problems that were part of the Houston Texans' issues last year. CJ Stroud, regardless of whose fault it was last year, CJ Stroud has to take the next step there from a processing perspective, from a communication perspective, and sure, from a vocal leader of, no, you shut the hell up. I said 45 is Mike. Slide this thing left and let's ride. Like that's the 3 things to me that CJ Stroud has to get better at, and or work to stay consistent and keep just kind of gradually getting better, or hey man, strap your boots up because it's a different ball game. The expectations are different this year.
Yeah, the thing that you said that stuck out to me, because that's what I was thinking too, is, and I think obviously some of those outside things had to do with it, but that's the thing that stuck out to me is his accuracy was to me, just from the physical thing, was the biggest difference to me from year 1 to year 2. Mm-hmm. Just certain throws, and again, it wasn't all perfect in year 1. I mean, there was moments where he got pressure. There was moments where the offensive line struggled there as well. They had a lot of issues at times during those seasons too. Obviously not to the way they did last year, but like there are just certain throws, like even close ones. Like you can remember, like, dang, this could have been a first down.
Yep.
Even I remember the one against the Ravens, the Dalton Schultz, that's just, right there. I know there was some pressure, but that to me jumped out as the biggest thing of the accuracy, I don't know, as you say, if it's mechanics, what it was, or just the pressure of so much, that part was the thing that jumped out to me the most was his accuracy looked completely different.
Well, you've got to train in chaos. I mean, you just have to. There's just no way around it, man. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You got to train in chaos so that when it happens in the season, whether it's just a chaotic pocket in one game and maybe you're not getting sacked, but your offensive line's getting pushed back in your face, you're constantly having to make those micro movements that he talked about all year long. You've got to train in chaos. You can't wait until it happens, right? I mean, you got to train full speed. You got to train in chaos. And you gotta you've got to train in a way like you got to have somebody on the field that's picking you apart. You got to have somebody on the field that's like, no, I mean, look, yeah, that was a good throw. Hell, you're an NFL quarterback. You're one of the best passers of football in the game. But you did this wrong, that wrong, and this wrong. Let's get another. Like there needs to be. You can't just like the old saying of what is it? Don't mistake activity for achievement, right? I mean, like the just showing up and try. There's a lot of guys and a lot of coaches and a lot of decision makers that believe in just showing up, man. Just show up and do your job, go through the motions and invest the time and all that. And then there's coaches that are like, hey, that's just what you're supposed to do if you want to be one of the best. Now you got to work with the intent that Brady worked with on the side after a 2-a-day practice back in the day when they were doing 2-a-days with pads on doing movements and stuff. Like you got to train like that. And hopefully he's got the right guys in his life that are he's doing that on a consistent basis.
That's the other part is taking what the defense is giving you. And sometimes it felt like to me he operated as if he had the Eagles or the Lions offensive line at times. Yeah. Like sometimes he didn't have a chance. But sometimes, when I say take it what the defense gives you, we talked about it in a certain way. He was playing high to low instead of low to high.
Sure.
And
that's the simplest way to put it, yeah.
And it was like, hey, coming into it, you ought to know that you can't afford to hold the ball a certain amount of time anyway because of your line. And he would still do that at times. So I think taking what the defense gives you and especially understanding what's in front of you. That's the other.
Ron, lot of young quarterback stuff in year 2 that wasn't present in year 1.
Yep.
If we're being critical of C.J. Stroud, that's ultimately what we had. Lot of year 2 stuff that was expected of young quarterbacks when year 1 he was doing veteran stuff.
Yep. All right, coming up as we continue rolling through here, and sticking with the Texans, I think this person has a really, really great opportunity, a tough job to succeed with that opportunity. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Thank you guys for bringing us a first-class sports show to the city.
one sleep. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale ends soon. Get a king bed for a queen price. Save up to $700 plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Taking Courtney to cookoff for the first time this in her life.
Nice.
Tomorrow. Should be a good time.
It's gonna be a good time. I hate I'm missing it.
Yeah, should be a good.
I hate I'm missing
time.
it, man.
Yeah. She hadn't been. She's done rodeo, obviously, but she hadn't done cookoff or good people at the Bull have their tent. And Megan, who's performing?
Megan Maroney.
Megan Maroney. Not familiar.
A hot little up and comer. She dropped a song. She dropped a song called Tennessee Forever because she's got a man in her life that's got her wearing Tennessee orange, and that man is believed to have been at the time Morgan Wallen. Her daddy's a big Georgia Bulldog fan, and the worst thing you could do as a Georgia Bulldog fan is have your daughter wearing not only some other man's T-shirt, but an orange one.
This could be a song right down your alley.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great. It's actually a really, really, really good song. She's got a real raspy voice. It's raw. It's good. It's she's got one right now. My 3-year-old is singing one. Get this, naming the song "Mama, I Lied."
She's saying it,
and I believe it's the sequel to Tennessee Orange. So it's but she's telling you about all the things that she lied about, and at one point she's in there. She lied about smoking weed. My 3-year-old's down there singing it.
So
got it on video this morning.
So Liv is singing "I Lied About Smoking Weed."
She's singing her Megan Maroney song that she sings. First of all, it's Megaroni, not Megan Maroney. It's Megaroni, Daddy. And I said, which one? She said the one about her mama. And the name of that song is "Mama, I Lied."
I lied about smoking weed.
Lied about a bunch of things. She rattles them off, and one of them is
rattles them off.
One of them, I believe, is about old boy. And which again is believed is thought to be Morgan Wallen.
She literally might be singing that song one day. What if it's a guy at Tennessee Orange?
That'd be terrible. That would be awful.
That would be terrible. No, man, I'm excited having a good time out there. And she'll get a chance to see it. I couldn't believe the first time I went out there how big it is. Like how not just the rodeo, but how big the cook-off is. That is a crazy scene down there.
It's ridiculous. And the Bull, we call it a tent.
Yeah, it ain't no.
But hell, you put near 1,000 people in that joint. Yeah.
In that thing. So yeah, it'll be a good time for the fam tonight. Mom's coming in town to a little babysitting. So.
Oh, nice. My wife's out of town, and
we know.
And my wife's out of town with her sister and her mom. So all the babysitters other than me and my mom
are there.
And so bedtime is an absolute monster at the crib. It is impossible for anybody but me and Lo.
Oh, and really? So, Linda's not good at bedtime.
Linda's not real good for people that don't respond to drill sergeant.
Get the hell out of here.
And Liv does not. Laney may, but Liv is not gonna. Liv is one that bucks.
I feel like Liv is like a lot of kids. She sees this as a challenge.
Ain't no doubt.
Gosh,
no question. There's zero fear.
She'll wait her out. Who wins usually?
Her, Liv.
She beats Linda.
You're on.
Yeah, well, I've had to have some talks. I've had to remind my mom that at one point, like, Mom, she's 2. You're having a full-out argument with her. She's 2, Mom.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell that is.
Well, no, but I get it. Like, I'm going to win. I'm going to win. No, I'm going to win.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
I'm not losing this. I'm going to win. I will get into a power struggle with the 2-year-old all day long. The amount of times I have said this number, and I'm not proud of it, but the amount of times I've said this, watch, you're going to need me more than I'm going to need you. Watch.
Hold on, so.
Oh. Can't reach that applesauce, can you? Remember when you was over there? You remember when you was over there? Can't reach that applesauce, can you?
Sit out, damn.
Let me hold on to that step stool. Let me hold on to that thing so you can't get to it. All right. We were just talking about CJ and his adjustments to his game next year, and I've been sitting there thinking about this, man. And I think Nick Caley has a hell of an opportunity, right? And clearly, Tyler, he has been waiting his turn, right? We've heard that he has had opportunities to go other places, to be an OC at other places, and he has been extremely picky, and this was the one he decided to go with. And you can understand a lot of it. And there is a big chance for his success rate to lead him to where he wants to go in his next move. But damn, boy, he potentially's got a rough job, Clint. He potentially.
There's no potentially.
I know it looks like. I mean, if you just say it out loud, all right. He is coming in and weak. The likelihood is he is coming in and having to learn a lot of the verbiage and
the pressure's on him.
More of this system than he's actually coming in and installing his system. Yeah. And he's coming into a group of coaches who already know this system and have been in it for 2 years. He's coming into a group of those guys that all know each other, that have all been here, that the players all know and have relationships. And he's coming in, and he's going to have to be the one to get caught up to speed.
And it's all going to fall in his lap, obviously, like it did Bobby's.
Yep.
Right? It's not going to be Gerard Johnson. It's not going to be Bill Lazor. It's not going to be Ben McDaniel. Like, even it's not going to be the tight ends coach. Even if their specific position groups are inexcusably bad, it's not going to be them. It's going to be Nick Caley. Yeah, look, this is it's a really interesting dynamic, and we've talked about it a lot since he got hired. I just, it's the interesting dynamic to me, Ron, is it's hard for me, and I could be wrong here, but it's hard for me to wrap my head around this. In one breath, Nick Caserio and D'Amico and everybody involved are telling us how hot of a candidate and how highly sought after Nick Caley was as an offensive coordinator. Right? Which is fair. There's some, again, I've said it before, we're living in a world where everybody that's a buddy or has any kind of job, because interview, because it builds resumes, not necessarily for a head coach job. But make of it what you will. He lands somewhere between there and an established offensive coordinator as a candidate, right? But you got this need to tell us not what he does or what he brings to the table or what the offense is going to look like, but it seems like it's repeated constantly that this guy's a hot candidate. This guy was a hot candidate around the league. But yet he took a job where he doesn't get to hire anybody, where the general manager and Nick Caserio, which we've heard multiple times, even as recent as at the Combine, refer to this offense as, this isn't Nick Caley's offense. This is about the staff. Right? And that point right there and has been made in several different ways about Nick Caley. And it's an interesting dynamic to me, because typically you don't see like Ben Johnson wasn't going to go somewhere, even though he's already the offensive coordinator. But like a coordinator candidate is not going to go somewhere that's a top 3 or 4 or 5 coordinator candidate and not get to take his guys with him. And especially not bring his offense. Especially
if he's not going somewhere where it's an offensive-minded head coach.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe it is. Maybe that's the new way of doing things, but it's very, very interesting to me that a guy that is such a hot candidate as an offensive coordinator would take a job where they openly talk about, this isn't Nick Caley's about, we are installing an offense, and it's a collaborative effort with the staff, and we put this staff together, and we're putting the game plan together. Like, that is just an interesting dynamic to me, especially when you you just saw with Bobby Badass, Bobby Slowick, you just saw when it all goes south, who it falls on, right? If it don't work out, it's going to be on one dude. And so for me, it's hard to wrap my head around such a hot, dynamic offensive coordinator candidate and prospect around the league, and then he takes this gig. Right? Now, there's some – I'm not saying there's not any pluses. No, C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans, the culture that is here, Nico Collins. There are some good pieces, don't get me wrong. But usually when you're such a hot OC candidate, it typically doesn't result in you just getting plugged into somebody else's staff and you trying to communicate a language. Yeah, it's interesting.
But with major expectations off the bat too, right?
Absolutely.
And and someone texted in, I could not disagree more.
With which part?
They're going to.
Haley's got a tough job.
They're going to have to adjust to him. He's the boss now. He may be.
All you got to do. Oh no,
he may be, but there is nothing that we have that
just listen to what he says. There's consistent points that are made, and one of them is protecting the quarterback from the inside out. Number two is definitely he came in here to what was the term he used that I talked about after the first introductory press conference, to enhance. I'm here to enhance the offense. Like it's clear. Yeah, he's calling the plays. Yeah, he's the offensive coordinator. So yeah, ultimately they got to answer to him. Yes, but the point is he's coming in here and he's being, he's having to learn. Like the pressure is on him from a standpoint of figuring out how to combine these two offenses. And if it don't work, it's going to fall in his lap.
And the expectation is with that, there's expectations to begin with.
Yeah.
Like big ones. Like the last 2 years, this team has won the
AFC
division
Championship, Super Bowl.
And have gotten to the second round of the playoffs. But also the expectation is, and I've seen people text in this a lot over the last couple of weeks of, shoot, man, ain't nowhere but to go but up. He's got to be better than Bobby Slowick. And yes, I think that is the expectation, that right away, right now, there's an improvement over Bobby Slowick. And yes, I think there's a hope that can happen. But Bobby Slowick was not as bad as his firing in 2 years would generally seem. What he did in a 2-year span, to me, it wouldn't be a shocker if over the next 2 years Nick Caley didn't exceed the combination of what he did in 2 years.
I agree.
Right, as you said, we've watched potentially the best rookie NFL season we've ever seen from a quarterback until maybe this year, Jaden Daniels. And then last year there was some leakage from the first year, but this wasn't what the Browns have done. This wasn't like, and so I think all of that combined coming in, you got two other guys on the staff that interviewed for your job that were here that are going to be there. You are learning the offense just as much as they're learning it, if not more, right? You have expectations. You didn't really bring and pick your staff. I mean, a lot of these guys, he's not worked with a ton, right? Cole Popovich being one, Jerry, who came with him from the Rams, but a lot of these guys, he's not worked with a ton, and then you got to come in and be better than what the guy was before.
Yeah.
To justify the firing.
Well, that's the thing. You got to be better in the areas where he was bad and got fired, which is adjustments, pass protection, second half scoring kind of deal. And then you've got to equal or be better than where he was pretty damn good. Like that's a tall task for a guy that's just getting plugged in. Yeah. No, I think it's an interesting dynamic to say the least in Houston, and it's interesting part is nobody sits around and goes, okay, we're just going to plug and play a couple of different guys and mesh two systems together, and Like this is again, I've said it before, this is Nick Caserio by design, with leaning into his history and his experience, and hopefully it works.
Yeah. Larry in League City, maybe Caley was okay with the assistant. He had already worked with the offensive line assistant coach. Well, hell yeah, he was okay with the assistants. He took the job.
Yeah.
He took the gig. But
look, I just go back to, and again, I'm fine with whatever, guys. It's just having the conversation about it, right? If you're an offensive coordinator and you're hanging your offensive coordinator career on a staff, and yes, he knows some of these guys, but you turned the Texans film on last year and you watched the tight ends. You keeping that guy? You turned the Texans film on and you watch this offensive line. You keeping that guy?
Oh, no.
Right? And now I understand they fired the head guy and kept the other guy. You know, you watch these receivers, and look, I don't need to show anybody or tell anybody. Go watch Dan Orlovsky's highlights and his breakdowns of Texans football. Just basically, if you watch the film, the details were not there, right? The wide receiver coach, you keeping that guy? You're gonna hang your career on guys that maybe you have or haven't worked with, but last year couldn't do the simple things well. Their guys, their product was subpar, and reasons for the offense to struggle. Yeah. Right? Nick and D'Amico building the roster, they built a 9-10 win team roster. The reason they're not taking that next step is because of the little details. And I don't know. There was a lot of issues last year at several different positions, and to think that those guys get a pass is interesting.
Yeah, again, I'm not saying that this was a bad decision for him to take this job. I do think that this job is, more difficult than meets the eye. I think it is, because I think you look at it, man, they got C.J. Stroud, they got Nico, they got Laramie Tunsil, you got Joe Mixon, you're starting, and those are a lot of the great positives. But you look at it digging in deeper, it's like, this is there's some pressure in this situation. There's some pressure in this situation, a lot of it, that you don't and you don't have a ton of what feels like a lot of control in some of it right off the bat. All right, coming up, some big news in the NBA we will let you know about, and the biggest story in the Combine has come to an end. We'll tell you what that is coming up next. But before we get there, fellas out there, if you are
In a very dark room for 3 days to come up with that, by the way.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shams with a bomb in the NBA, and this isn't really surprising. It's really probably late to the table, to be honest with you. But Joel Embiid of the Philadelphia 76ers is officially out for the season.
Oh, my God.
Again, he's had that knee issue. By the way, they just signed a 3-year, $193 million extension with Joel Embiid, and that sucker's guaranteed, baby.
That made my stomach hurt.
This is
That's less surprising than my wife telling me she was late for the meeting on Monday that we had with a client.
Yes, this is to me that this will go to everybody. Everybody handled it, from the player to the organization. It was clear to me, and he was trying to get out for the playoffs last year. Not this last year when he was injured and he came back in that Knicks series. You could tell he was not right. He's wincing every time, like a lot. He was clearly not injured. And I think they should have probably shut him down then anyway.
You meant clearly not right.
Huh?
You meant clearly not
What
right.
did I say?
You said clearly not
Sorry,
injured.
clearly not right. Yes, it clearly injured, not right. And then for him in USA basketball, he was clearly not right either during the Olympics. He had a couple of games there where he played, but you could look at him and you could tell he's not moving the way a healthy Joel Embiid would move. And then he came back in the regular season. They stopped him, and then they've started him and stopped him, and finally he is out for the season. But for almost a year now, the team, him, USA Basketball, they have not handled this thing well at all with Joel Embiid. And, I mean, this feels like his fifth missed season or something.
Hard to trust this process.
No, yeah, okay. Yeah.
That money.
Good about that one. Feel good about that one.
No, I didn't know the money details you gave me, but all right, a-hole.
Yeah, that process is long gone, not trusted. I guess he tried, but I mean that's a stupid decision he made. They made multiple times, right? Like, I'll give it to at least Kawhi. Kawhi got up out there and said, "Yeah, fellas, I can't go in Paris. I want to go, I can't go." And he cut out with his knee issues, and now he's playing, once a week. But I don't But Joel, this is going to go down as crazy as all get out with him. One of the best players when he's right and healthy, but my man ain't never right and healthy. So that's the latest there. He is out for the season, and I think Paul George, he may want to rethink of shutting down his podcast. He was shutting it down to focus on getting to the postseason. I think he could probably pick that thing back up.
I mean, look, that's a hell of a look, right? Somebody, Paul George. I mean,
shut down his podcast.
Hey man, we
wanted to focus.
What are we? 60 games in?
Yeah. Want to focus on it now. Really get it down. And now Embiid's out. Might as well just roll through.
Might as well crank that old podcast back up.
Yeah, man. Shoot, man. No reason for both of them things to go down. Also, big news as we're looking at the combine, and this was going around as all the NFL people were there in Indy. Matt Stafford, that is over. Clint, we talked about multiple teams throwing their name in the hat, including AFC South teams in Indy and in Tennessee. But it is over. Matthew Stafford agrees to restructure his deal. His left tackle, they've been able to re-sign again now as well.
Yeah,
girl. A new deal. But
making moves.
Yeah, Matthew Stafford agrees to restructure his deal to stay with the Rams. Jordan Schultz of Fox, who tried to fight Ian Rappaport, he reports the Raiders and the Giants made aggressive financial offers to Matt Stafford, including multi-year deals with significant guarantees per sources. While the Rams' offer will fall short of those figures, Stafford and the team let cooler heads prevail, and everyone agreed that staying in L.A. without relocating his family, Kelly, gives him the best chance at another Super Bowl, and now it's done.
Yeah, girl.
Stafford stays in L.A., and, hey, listen, I'm looking at all these other offers, and yes, he was going to make significantly more money if he went to another place.
Reports are 2 years, $90 to $100 million. Both teams were discussing. Both teams talking about the Giants and the Raiders.
Yeah, and look, for me, Matt's made a lot of money, and I bet you when this comes out, Matt ain't gonna make $18 million. I mean, he's gonna make a good amount of money here as well. Maybe not as much as there. But to me, I could go with it, man. It's sometimes, and I know in many walks of life, business, whatever. And if you're working with good people, that is better in the long run than to work with places that you may not know or places that you've seen that could be working.
Definitely when you're at this point in your career, right? You've made a bunch of money, you've won a Super Bowl, you've put up huge numbers. It's like, hey, man, family. I think I heard the other day, I didn't realize he gets 4 little girls.
Yep.
Not relocating his family to a different town and taking the gamble of, are these teams in these front offices worth the damn? Stay where you know it's good, and I'm with you, man. Probably lesser dollars, but I bet it ain't too many less, too few of those.
Yeah, no, like I said, he ain't gonna, like, if he was supposed to get 50, I don't think it's gonna go down and he's gonna get 15 to stay there. Like he's gonna get a good amount to play in LA and play with the Rams. But also, man, it's just, you've said it. I know how annoyed you were with the Giants and their organization and what you watched on. I
just couldn't try. There's no way I could. If I were Matt Stafford and had options, I ain't no.
Not well. I mean,
take
especially
my family to New York. Nah, I'm good.
But especially that, and then with Debo and company of them, and then Pete Carroll that's new and older, and their offense they're running, as opposed to Sean McVay and Les Snead there that have been running things that you're comfortable with. And you look at your team, that one to me was an easy one to make sense of. So that one's dead. I do wonder if this does mean Indy and Tennessee will still potentially look the veteran way and that route, because they're still got Sam Darnold potentially out there. I know you talked about Aaron Rodgers being out there. I wonder, does this mean no, we still gonna look for a guy like this? Maybe just Stafford is on.
Yeah, well, I was talking about the Titans being the winners at the combine, because they hold all the cards in terms of Stafford and everybody else. Clearly, the LA Rams did. The first domino falls back to the Rams, and so now the Titans have one fewer card to play, and we'll see what happens there. I just, as I sit here right now, Ron, and the Texans are where they are, I would prefer they not sign one of the veterans. I'd prefer Tennessee to try to draft one again.
Draft one and work it that way.
Absolutely. And Indy, I would rather you try to sell everybody that it's an open job and it's an open competition, and go bring Gardner Minshew back and let him compete with Anthony Richardson. That's what I would rather these teams continue to do, is keep doing the stupid stuff that's got you where you are now. I would rather that than them sign a veteran quarterback that we know can read defenses and that we know can process a playbook and make all the throws and can put up huge numbers. I would rather them go the rookie route.
Listen, if that's Ballard's decision, then Ballard better go. He might as well pack up his stuff now and go ahead and leave out here. Let's get Gardner Minshew in here.
He's had a rough go at it, hasn't he? Head coaches, quarterbacks. I mean, the whole thing's been bad. I bet that old boy is. I mean, he has been.
Sean earlier today said, I think he might be trying to get fired on purpose.
Oh, I mean, hell, he might be.
to get away from Jimmy
I'll never forget when I saw him after Frank Reich, after the Texans beat him. I can't remember how the game played out.
Oh, yeah, I've seen him.
I came face to face with him going towards that elevator, and he was.
He can
MFing off my. Lee, man, what the hell? I can't.
Dalton Schultz?
No, his team. The Colts.
I think he may have snuck in Dalton too.
He may have.
I would have respected it.
Chris Ballard for him. All right, coming up, let's head live to West Palm Beach and talk to these guys. Altuve was in the outfield for the first time. We'll see what they experienced when they watched him today. That's coming up next.
Comfort to comfort, dollar to dollar, Verlo mattress wins every single time, y'all. Check them out at Verlo.com. Clint Stoerner here for Verlo.
the free Fix Finder service with shop referral, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Going where the water tastes like wine.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, The Drive is live and back right here on a beautiful Friday, and this is the day. This is the day to talk to the fellas right here as we continue to roll through, and let's head as we talk to Sean Pendergast, and Sean is in the building, and they are closing out what has sounded like a great week, a refreshing week for the fellas down in West Palm Beach in spring training. Sean's appearance is courtesy of Academy Sports and Outdoors and Exclusive Furniture. Sean, today was the day, the first time we got to see the new left fielder in Jose Altuve, and he played 6 innings. Tell us what you saw.
Well, guys, it felt weird seeing Jose Altuve jog out there to play left field. I would love to lie and tell you that we saw all sorts of things that were harbingers of things to come in the regular season. But the fact of the matter is, I could have played left field today. Joe, you could have played left field today. We're on the highway right now, and there's a truck right next to us. And that guy, you could have played left field today for the Astros. Jose Altuve did nothing today. The ball didn't get hit to him. I stood out there in left field for 6 innings with video running for the last 3. I'm like, all right, I'm going to get his first play ever in left field for the Astros. Every pitch I recorded, deleted, started over again and again and again and again. He never got a ball hit to him today. So I got nothing for you. I mean, I got plenty of other Astros stuff for you, but if you're looking for insight, on Jose Altuve playing left field, anybody giving it today is a liar. Okay, so just so you know that. He didn't do anything. He didn't get a ball hit to him. It was like the opposite. It was like a no-hitter, but the total opposite. You know, you're waiting and you're rooting for something to happen. I'm so frustrated over this.
You stopped and started a bunch of times, probably ran your battery down like hell the whole way. But
Not good, Sean.
I know you didn't see much, but the thing, and we talked about this earlier, that's what's got me is just he just don't look the part. And I just wonder, you were right out there close up to him. You said it felt weird that he ran out there and didn't run to second base. What was the feel, just the visual of it, and seeing him out there as an outfielder in his frame?
He definitely. I mean, look, he doesn't look the part of a Major League Baseball athlete just because he's 5'5" or whatever he is, but he definitely looks less the part in left field. Like that gigantic glove. I wanted to just kind of brush off the size thing and be like, yeah, he's just small. Like, this is going to be an issue at any position. That gigantic outfielder glove does look very strange on him. It looks really weird. And the glove, actually, fun fact, is Marwin Gonzalez's glove. Or at the very least has Marwin Gonzalez's name stitched into the thumb of the glove. So it's either Marwin's glove or a very odd tribute to an old teammate by Jose Altuve. But yes, it looks very, very strange on him. The people were very welcoming out there, though. You know, it was cool. Everybody's out there supporting him. He was chatting with the bullpen guys. Like, he's got that part down. And here's my biggest concern with Jose Altuve. You guys know he likes to chew on his nails. He's got way more idle time out in left field. He's going to have 5 nubs on his throwing hand with no nails on it by like June 1st.
That's great. What 5 days out there? I know one day with your time out there, man, what stood out the most? What are you bringing home having not been able to see if you were here?
Yeah, I would say probably the biggest things for me, like if there were 3 or 4 things, and I'll do these quick, like the Cam Smith phenomenon early in the week was really cool. We talked about that plenty with you guys, but I mean, there's obviously something there. It's early. He's a specimen, and the performance he had this week kind of backed that up. So that was really cool. I think one of the encouraging things is the 2 acquisitions they made that are going to be more immediate with Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes, who, by the way, had a home run today. Paredes did, and another RBI single. They both did some things offensively that were really encouraging, and not even the driving and the runs part, but I thought the 2 of them walked multiple times, like the plate discipline that they showed. I think there's a feeling in the building that this is a team that's not been disciplined at all at the plate the last couple of years. and then bringing in two guys who are among the top 10 guys and seeing pitches in at-bats. Nobody saw more pitches per at-bat than Paredes, and Christian Walker wasn't too far behind him, that there will be at least like a bleed-over effect for the other guys, like a gravitational pull. And the fact that we saw that in effect was really, really cool. Jonathan Singleton had like 3 more plays in the field today where he looked sleek. Christian Walker is going to be the starting first baseman. But, John Singleton is, he's going to have a role. I think he's going to make the team at the very least as a left-handed bat off the bench, but he's played some like uncanny good defense over the week. And then I thought the pitching overall was really good. Knocked down the first game that we were here for on Tuesday. I would say everybody that mattered that pitched anywhere from, pretty well to excellent. So that part was good too.
All right, Sean, you're talking about the pitching, and I know Hunter Brown went today. You got to see him for the first time, but that's not where I want to go yet. Yeah. I know Cam Smith got you, and you're not alone.
Yeah.
But are you going to let Rafael Montero get you as well? Because he had 2 strikeouts today. He's had a couple of good outings out there, and Lord knows with those 2 guys in the back end, they're going to have to figure things out in front of them. Did you let Rafael Montero get you?
No, sure. I got 2 years of damage with him going on right now. So look, you guys know, as I say all the time, I'm easily sold to, but I'm not a complete whore. Okay. So no, there's 2 years. Rafael and I we've got a lot of counseling to go through, man, before that relationship gets back to where it needs to be. But I hope it works out. I would love for nothing more than that $11 million that's on the payroll right now for him to actually matter and mean something and provide efficiency for this team coming out of the bullpen. Because we've seen, there are guys on this team that I know I've been bringing up since spring training started. Is, God, if this guy can, Lance McCullers, if we can get him back and if Chaz can get back to what he was, I suppose it's only fair for me to throw Rafael Montero in that mix because he was excellent the year that they won the World Series in 2020. And it just, I'm not there with him yet. I'm not there with him yet because I thought he never deserved the money to begin with. Like that's the thing. So, but I'm open to the relationship coming back. I'm not completely throwing his things out on the lawn.
Ron mentioned Hunter Brown. I heard his comments from the locker room. He is, I don't know why, but I'm just impressed with him, just kind of the way he carries himself. Obviously, if he wasn't worth a damn, I wouldn't be, but he seems to have an extremely high ceiling and pretty promising future here. You saw him today. What did the young fella show you?
He looked like that. I mean, he got a little trouble in the first inning, and he worked his way out of it, which I thought was cool. Sometimes at these spring training games, I almost like to see something like that more than the guy striking out the side. You know what I mean? Like, it's because games don't mean anything. So to see him kind of pitch out of trouble, because it's not always going to be perfect. So he was able to pitch out of a little bit of trouble early in the game, and outside of that, it looked like Hunter Brown, him and Framber they're as a 1-2, they're going to hopefully be as good as anybody in the American League.
Yeah. All right, Sean, man, we appreciate you jumping in with us each day, you and Seth. And by the way, I think, I don't know how much you've done this on the air, but I know we've had conversations off it. This is something you really want to pass along to Astros fans. Like this is a trip you should really think about taking and going to spring training.
Yeah, 100%. And I thought it again today. Just sitting in a little warm outside, plenty of shade, plenty of seats. They are not hunkering down on your ticket's not in this section. Like it's very, very free to roam around and sit where you want. Park is an easy one to get to if you're staying anywhere near West Palm Beach. And yeah, it's great. It is really a chance to get up close that you don't get back home. I cannot recommend it enough. 5 stars. We had a great week. And Clint, I don't want to leave you out. You could have played left field too. Tyler, you could have played left field. If anybody's walking by the studio right now, male or female, they could have played left field today. Anybody could have played left field today for the Astros for the first 6 innings.
I would have borrowed Jordan's glove just for the record. I would have.
Okay.
I would have either went with Biggio's center field glove back in the day, or just went ahead with the big fella's glove.
I love that. Yeah. No, it's been fun coming on with you guys this week. Looking forward to getting back.
Hey, safe travels, man. Safe travels. Appreciate you guys. We'll see you when you get home now.
All right, sounds good. Have a good show.
All right, we got I'm sorry, Ron, I mean jumped the gun there, but it's only there we go. I got excited, man.
That's all right. Get excited, baby. We'll get to what's coming up at the 4th.
You got to take a dump or something?
Again, that was
not to. I am drinking a little coffee though. It may run through me.
Yeah, that was Sean Pendergast, by the way. Again, courtesy of Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Let him go a little early.
And Exclusive Furniture, a little bit early, man. They got to make their way back. By the way, though, if you've never done that, have you guys ever done that?
No, sir.
Spring training, we would go to Arizona every year, and it is when he says close, like you know how you'll just be right behind. Like
a
guys
backstop,
like at the backstop.
Yeah,
it's like you can. There's a rope, but you can be virtually that close.
That's pretty neat.
And just watch guys. There's just players that just walk past you. Like I would say, the access is the equivalent to us at training camp.
Oh wow!
But not just
in that thing.
But not just tied in to one area. You got access to walk.
Didn't know
and
that.
They're that close. They just walk right past you. You can get autographs all the time. Like it is, and it's cheap. Like practices don't cost anything. Like that's what we would do. We would go to practices, and Trey would just get a bunch of autographs or try to get autographs, try to talk to guys and stuff like.
Nobody assumed you were out there dropping $100 tickets on there for every game.
Well, no, not every. I mean, they're cheap. It's a good trip. Good trip, except for that time Teresa got lost in Goodyear. But
your mom got lost in a tire shop.
No, Goodyear, Arizona. She was
city.
My mom likes to go on walks, and no matter what the weather is, it's hot as hell in Phoenix.
Like a mailman.
My mom likes to go on walks and doesn't take. I don't know how your parents do. Don't take phones. Don't take anything. My mom will go on walks, and that phone will be sitting right there in that room on the charger. And I've called it 3 times. Like, where are you? And I think I just looked and I'm like, hey, man, it's been a minute. I think she went to a gas station and called our phone. And I'm like, where are you? I had to drive to go. I had to go get her. Goodyear.
Yeah, that feels like try to have your phone.
Teresa does it. Teresa takes off.
Old school, baby.
Old school. She's passed out walking before.
Mom does what she wants.
She's in that wish somebody would try to scoop me.
And I just said, I'm like, Mom, why are you don't know Houston. Why are you walking out here without no phone? Oh, what if I had to get anyway? What you got coming up?
Combine, baby. The NFL Combine is rocking and rolling. This is one of my favorite times of the year. Who so far have been the winners, the losers, what's sticking out, what's coming up, and we'll talk through it next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Nobody was harmed in the making of this audio.
Nick Caserio at the Combine on trading draft picks for veteran players.
Takes 2 to tango.
In Virginia by Chef.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now I can dance with that party.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. One of them old Freaky Fridays. Love it. Football Friday, Freaky Fridays. Let's get it, y'all. The NFL Combine is rocking and rolling. They've had 2 days, day 2 of the on-field activities rocking and rolling. Yesterday, the D linemen and linebacker one of the on-field activities, and this is one of my favorite times of the year, boys. This is one of my favorite times of the year. The Texans, they got 6 picks this year, 6 draft picks this year. And the meetings have been what D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio emphasize the most. Now, they've got a couple of folks there, obviously, that are watching the on-field action and so on and so forth. But the meetings are what they really, really lean into. And you've seen so far, because of whose day is on the schedule, we've seen a couple of defensive linemen. We've seen a couple of linebackers. We've seen a ton of defensive backs and a ton of wide receivers that the Texans have I think it's been confirmed that the Texans have met with those particular players. So I don't know, Ron, what we can pull from the meetings that they're having. I know they met with the Texas D lineman that at least self-proclaimed thinks he's the best defensive tackle in the game. Ohio State wide receiver Emeka Egbuka. I know one wide receiver. Now this is going to be a second rounder probably. That I've been sitting on this for a while, Ron, but I really
put your name on something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just hope it works out. I love this kid, man. He was at LSU, and it didn't work out at LSU. Got caught up in the coaching change, and he transferred to TCU. Wide receiver Jack Besh. Kind of a tight end wide receiver, tweener, bigger bodied wide receiver. Another one of those guys, Ron, that's not your typical wide receiver that you could see doing some different things with. He's a real size advantage and has great hand-eye coordination, ball skills in the red zone. Again, a bigger body that you could work with in different ways. I really, really like him in that second round area. I don't know if he's going to be able to jump up, but he's one of those guys that if you throw it in his catch window, he'll go get it. He's gonna come down with it. Kind of one of those
guys.
Yeah, but sneaky not. You know what I mean? Like you look at him, you're like, yeah, he's a good possession guy, bigger body, big target, good catch radius, but one of those guys that always seems to be open, always seems to create separation. And again, great ball skills. He's one for whatever reason. I've just always felt like would work well here with Nico Collins and work well here with obviously C.J. Stroud. But we'll see. Again, that wouldn't be the first rounder. The Emeka Egbuka and what's the kid's name out of Missouri that everybody's Luther Bird. Yeah. Those are more your first round guys.
Yeah.
But Jack Besh would be one that I would like. But like I said, the D-line and the linebackers, they kicked off the on-field activities in the Combine, Ron. And real quick, the winners and losers from day one on the field with the at the Combine. The Ags, man. Shamar Stewart, 6'5", 267. Edge player, 267 edge player. That's a big-bodied edge player. Guy that could move inside and out. Boys, he went 4'6".
He raised some eyebrows, didn't he?
He went 4'6", 40-inch vertical, 10'9" broad.
He was already a first rounder.
No question he was. And I mean, he has made himself some money. He dropped 14 pounds since the Senior Bowl, so he was 280 plus at the Senior Bowl. Reported today at yesterday, I guess it was, at 267. So former Aggie Shamar Stewart is I think he is one of two winners.
That's crazy. That's what Kamari Lassiter.
Come on, man. That is that's rolling for a big dude sitting at 267. James Pierce Jr., you'll like this one right here. Another edge player that was it's interesting, Ron, but before his combine performance, he was more of a bubble first-round guy.
I've seen him like to the Chiefs and Eagles late. I've seen him in multiple mock drafts in the 30, 31, 32 range.
6'5", 245. My man went 4.47 on that ass.
Yeah, that'll.
I mean that's enough, Ron, where some folks believe that could have made him $10+ million in terms of him. He could jump up now. They believe could potentially be a top 12 pick instead of a bubble first round guy, which is a $10 million day he could have had. That's faster, for the record. That's faster than Kayvon Thibodeau, faster than Von Miller, faster than Trayvon Walker. That's moving for an edge player now.
Yeah. Actually, something. Obviously, it does. Especially certain guys, receivers and DBs especially. But like for these guys we're talking about, Clint, do you think when you see them run a number like this, it should for the positions they play, it should significantly change where they go?
I think it depends on the film for me.
Especially, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, if he's a guy that plays sideline to sideline and you now realize this guy's playing, the reason his film is so good is because he's a legit 4-5 guy, and he plays like we look here in Houston. You look at Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter blew the doors off the combine. I don't remember what his 40 was, but it was really good. I want to say it was the fastest for a D lineman on that day. And then you watch how he plays. He plays fast sideline to sideline. So if it doesn't translate to the guy's film, then I don't give a damn what he runs.
But sometimes but a lot of times that happens.
More times than not it happens.
Yeah, I was going to say like a guy that, all right, man, he's got good measurables, but he wasn't making a lot of plays out there, but then that will jump him. Will jump. Like this cat here, if this dude was thought to be a third rounder at 6'5", 245, 250 running a 4.44, he's going to jump up.
There ain't no doubt.
No matter what his film
There ain't no doubt. I mean, like crazy to think that a good combine performance by a guy could make him possibly $10 million depending on where he's drafted. Again, a James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee, thought to be a bubble first-round guy. His performance today, again, nobody knows what's going to happen, but it's believed to have moved him up into the top 12. That's crazy. Day one losers. Hate to be this guy right here. I don't even know how to say his name. Smael Mondon Jr. Ron, they say folks play defense for many reasons, but a lot of times it's because they don't have hands to play offense. Absolutely. Smael, and I know I'm saying that wrong, but damn, it sounds good. Smael, Smael. He, you know how they do the little back pedal and run up and somebody throws them a ball and they act like they intercepted or whatever?
Yeah.
He dropped one early on. Other than that, apparently he was having a great combine. He dropped one early on, and then towards the end, one goes right through his hands and hit him in his eye, and it hit him in the eye so hard he had to leave the turf. So it ended his. Not only are your hands suspect, but it's so bad you got hit in the damn eye, and it ended his day. That was a day one loser. The other day one loser is just the combine as a whole with all the injuries. There were several guys that couldn't go for one reason or another, including thought to be number one overall pick, Abdul Carter out of Penn State, because the knee. Well, it's just actually his foot.
Stress reaction.
Yeah, reaction. Right. That was discovered apparently was discovered in the medicals at the combine. I wonder how much he
was going to do anyway.
Yeah. I mean, he's one that doesn't need to. I mean, if whoever doesn't need whichever team is up first that doesn't need a quarterback, he's a no-brainer. I mean, this is. They're throwing around very loosely. They're throwing around T.J. Watt. They're throwing around Micah Parsons. They're throwing around. This guy is one of those caliber players. So doesn't even need to be at the combine anyway. We mentioned yesterday, Shadur Sanders is not going to throw at the combine this weekend. Cam Ward announced, the other top-rated quarterback in this draft, announced that he will not throw either. Both of those quarterbacks will throw at their pro day. Yeah. I don't knock either one of them, and just so folks know, when you're this caliber quarterback and you know you're going to be picked in the top 10, or let's just say you know for a fact you're going to be drafted in the first round, there is a huge risk of throwing with receivers that you don't know in an environment that you're not familiar with, and versus throwing with your guys at your place. You know exactly the speed they're running at. You know exactly their break angles. When you're talking about guys like this that are as heavily scrutinized as, I mean, people are looking for the issues with Cam Ward and Shadur Sanders to knock them down. They are already as high as they could possibly get from a pick standpoint. They're looking for some kind of issues to knock them down, and you just lend yourself to that if you do throw with a bunch of receivers that you don't know. Now, I stand by this. I think Shadur Sanders should have thrown. I don't have a problem with him not throwing, but I think Shadur Sanders, to the naked eye there on the field, I think Shadur Sanders could have showcased the ability to layer the football, the touch that he can throw it with, the ability to with the higher release point, the more natural power stroke action to make the ball dance. I think that's something that in the flourish in. I think it's a missed opportunity for Shadur.
He and his camp clearly are in the space of this is a moment that will only hurt us.
Fair.
And compared to, hey, let's do this thing in Boulder or where they're going to do it, where we have it controlled. There's I don't know if he's in that space, but I believe he definitely believes he is, just like Cam Ward does, just like Travis Hunter does.
Yeah.
They feel like they're in the space of the only thing this will do can hurt me.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but I do believe that, again, I think I'm leaning heavily into, I just have confidence that he would look really good. Like it wouldn't, like in this stage right here, if Shadur Sanders threw lights out, there would be there would be an unbelievable amount of hype around him, where if he throws good at his pro day, they're going to be he's a top 5 quarterback draft prospect. He should throw well. This stage, this combine stage, you know the game, man. They just blow it up, and it would do wonders. And I think he would do really, really well in the setting. Now, the one thing as we're watching this weekend, everybody out there, you will see some quarterbacks that got huge chips on their shoulders, that got a lot to prove. It's interesting because you go from Cam Ward and Shadur Sanders to a wide open quarterback market, I think. I mean, quarterback draft class, I think. Jackson Dart, who I saw in person 2 years ago, and look, I wanted
no pieces of
him. Piece of him. I didn't want no piece of him. Obviously, he has improved tremendously. I still am shocked he's in the conversation where he's at, simply because it's hard to say because Baker went in the first round, but just like that smaller bodied, lesser arm, more of a grit guy, chip on the shoulder guy. And it's just interesting to see that guy that didn't play in a college football playoff, that didn't seem to get the hype that like a Baker Mayfield got when he was playing, be considered as the number 3 or number 4 overall quarterback. But Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss, Will Howard is getting a lot of run lately out of Ohio State. Kyle McCord, the kid out of out of Syracuse. He was at Ohio State, went to Syracuse. He's getting a lot of run as well. Quinn Ewers, who I think that's kind of the mystery with Quinn is the thing there. So I do think a lot of teams are going to be interested in meeting with him. Jalen Milroe is going to throw. All these guys, by the way, are throwing at the combine. Jalen Milroe is I think probably the guy that I'm most excited to see throw at this combine. You want to talk about a guy that can go out there, if he goes out there running, he layers the football well, because the knock on him right now is the touch and the accuracy, let's say within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage, the timing, the quick stuff, that's all the fundamental technique specific stuff. If he has worked that and perfected that in a way of, let's say, like Jalen Hurts
That's
did.
What I was going to say. Jalen Hurts got to be the
Ron,
thing you're looking at if you're him.
That you talk about making a huge jump. He could blow the doors off this thing and move to the number 3 quarterback undoubtedly, with his athletic ability. Tyler
Slaw.
How do you say that? He transferred out to where was he? Louisville. He is a guy that is believed to have made a jump and be pushing Jackson Dart for that number 3 guy potentially. Depending on who you ask. I mean, these guys are all a crapshoot, but these guys, they will be throwing. By the way, Ohio State quarterback Will Howard, he got some throws in a parking lot last night at 11 p.m. in preparation for his
in the
his
parking
session.
lot. That's the best place he can find it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm judging you, Will. That disappoints me.
Why does it disappoint you?
Come on, man. 11 o'clock at night in a parking lot.
I feel like there's
two nights before you throw. Come on, man. the hell are we doing?
They're trying to get that work.
There ain't nothing you doing in a parking lot at 11. Exactly. Who thought that was a good idea? I mean, come on, Will. Don't be that guy.
I got no use for you.
Don't be that look at me guy. Let's make the news because I'm in a park under the lights at 11 o'clock at night
works,
in Indy,
baby.
man. Stop it, bro. Couple other notes real quick at the Combine, things you want to keep an eye on. Actually, one you want to keep an eye on, and another one that is, I think, a thing of note, really just a kind of a cool story. I don't know, Tyler, you are probably familiar with this guy because at your school's in the SEC. J.J. Pegues. He's a defensive lineman for Ole Miss. Right?
I, off the top, am not familiar with this.
Well, he's the big dude, 330 pounds, that they put him in the backfield and handing the ball on the goal line, stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Now I know what you're talking about.
He is
unit.
Check this out. He's doing D-line, fullback, and tight end drills at the Combine yesterday and today. He said, to hell with it. I'll do whatever y'all want me to do. I'm
Big
doing
fella putting in that work.
Big fella. And apparently he's getting a lot of run as a weapon. I don't know if I've ever seen a D-lineman get that kind of run, but apparently he's a freakish athlete. 330 pounds, doing D-line, fullback, and tight end stuff.
Like Jaworski Lane back the day for the Aggies.
Yes.
You remember him?
Yes, absolutely.
J-Train.
The other thing, real quick, thing of note this weekend, Isaiah Bond, Texas wide receiver, University of Texas wide receiver. Did y'all see him calling a shot?
He coming at Isaiah Worthy, ain't he?
He said, I'm going 4-2 flat or possibly 4-1. I'm breaking the record, no doubt. Would Worthy go 4-2-3? Was it 4-2-3 last year?
4-2-1, I believe.
4-2-1. So he's got to get 4-2-0. But boy, Isaiah Bond standing up there and calling his shot on the fastest man ever at the Combine. That's ballsy. I mean, he got my attention. I'm watching it this weekend. There ain't no doubt about it.
No, yeah. The receivers are fun to watch. The line, O-line is fun too. Some of them don't give a damn, and some do. That is a one coming up. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on the drive. I don't know. I just got a notification from Netflix. Watch the trailer coming March 2nd. How to have sex.
Like a how-to? That's probably good for some folks out there. It's nice of them.
Young ladies. Got to bring it. How to have sex.
I don't know what to think about that. A lot of things I need some help with. That's not one of them. Number two, you're getting notifications. I don't know what to think about you.
I'll be honest with you.
I don't think that you don't know how. I just think that there may be some.
I am intrigued to see what it
means. It's your scrolling history may be suspect.
I watch rom-coms.
Well, hey, boys.
There you go.
I want to explore this a little bit more as a trailer to watch for it.
That's more sexy traffic.
And more stuff come from the Combine, the 49ers, and you just said something in Dirty's Daily that gave me a thought about something with Shadur Sanders. We'll touch that coming up next.
Mo Karam Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, y'all. 281-222-2222. You can always contact them by email at mokaram@mokaramlaw.
6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 6 Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You were talking about the quarterbacks. You're talking about Shadur Sanders. You thought he could. He is somebody who actually that maybe in the top 10 could have improved some things if he worked out at the combine. Are y'all sure Shadur's going to go in the top 10?
No.
Is there a potential that we are looking at an Aaron Rodgers, Geno Smith? Who's the last quarterback that had to wait?
Johnny
went ahead of both of them, though, I think. Like, Johnny was like 22 or something like that.
Started texting that owner of the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah. Word on the street was Andy was going to pull the trigger if the Browns didn't.
Really?
Andy Reid at 20.
I never heard that.
23 or 24. Yeah. Wow. But I've been hearing that lately a little bit of there's a thought that there could be a Shadur slide. And I don't know if that is because sometimes it's hard. And this time, I mean, we look at it. They did it to Andrew Luck. They did it to C.J. Stroud. There's Bryce. There's a point where people start talking down on certain players and say these are things. So I couldn't tell if it was that, but I wonder if there could be a slide with him.
I think there potentially is. It took me a while to buy into Shadur Sanders, and I am one of very few that still appreciates, like I said earlier, the old school action of throwing the football. Nowadays, and the truth of the matter is there's a lot of guys at that combine right now that can't tell you the ins and outs of a quarterback throwing a football. All they do is see it come off his hand and they're like, well, I like it kind of deal, right? They can't tell you the whys, the hows, the strengths, the weaknesses.
He had a real tight spiral.
Who's that? Oh yeah.
Something generic like that.
Well, it's just what they're in. What everybody's in love with now is everything is overcoached from a rotational standpoint. And when you rotate so violently, then yes, you gain whatever your body's capable of creating from a velocity standpoint and a power standpoint. You're maximizing that joker out, but you risk your accuracy. You risk the ability to layer the football the way that a pro needs to be able to layer the football. And so I'm less impressed with the guy that is super rotational and just can throw it through a wall and throw it 80 yards, the Will Levises of the world. And I'm more into the guys that are technically throwing it right, that I know are going to be able to throw the ball with anticipation, throw a very catchable ball, can afford to miss by a yard, and a receiver can still get his hands on it and it doesn't break. And I think Shadur has the old school strengths, and I don't know how much they're appreciated as these guys watch it right now in today's football.
It's just something that started to be said, and he looks like a candidate of somebody who's over the next month and however long the draft is, of somebody whose so-called negatives or flaws will be really, really talked about.
Yeah, latched on to, yeah.
Because this is the thing that I've started to hear of late is what special thing does he do?
Yeah.
What's the special part of his game? That because usually they'll say if you're drafted in the top 5 like that, what do you do that's special? And that has started to come about, and then you can see it. Do we want to deal with that drama that may come with it between him and his dad, and that all of that thing? Do we want to? Also, he is a guy that is on the line that you can see either way of confident or cocky. Yep. And what he says. So you could see a lot of that becoming a big talking point. that can cause him to slide.
The things you can't deny is the production, right? And everywhere he went, that school got significantly better. And he left the school, 2 different schools, in a better place than when he got there. And so as you're talking, you know who his action and kind of really he didn't play with the same caliber guys. A supporting cast that he, who he reminds me of?
Who?
CJ. When you
smaller,
talk, not as thick, obviously, but when you talk about like the action, like a very compact, old school power snap delivery that he very accurate given the world he lived in. He was really, really good. He the way he throws the football, his action, the upright motion, the compact, the power that he can generate with a compact old school power stroke is very CJ Stroud-esque. And so I don't know. I don't know. I don't see him slipping, but it because he's not a guy that's going to get up there and get into a pissing match with Cam Ward. Like, he's not going to be able to throw it as far and as hard as Cam Ward does. Just it's not going to happen. But I would be willing to bet you that from a layering and a touch perspective and a timing anticipation perspective, he's probably better than Cam Ward. So I don't know. It would shock the hell out of me if Cam Ward fell. It wouldn't shock me if Shadur Sanders fell a bit.
Yeah, that's and people are so quarterback needy that they will. You would think that they will go after quarterbacks, but we'll see. That Will Levis year, though, I mean, like thought he was going to sneak in, and they made him wait. I'm with you. I think it's hard for him. There's so many teams that need a quarterback, and you can see his skill set to be one that gives you a chance. It's hard to see, the Jets and the Raiders and other teams just passing on him. Hell, somebody texted, imagine if he gets to the Niners at 11. It's hard to see that many teams just pass on.
Boy, I would think if he gets to where the Raiders 7,
6, and then the Jets are 7.
Boy, if he gets to 6, I mean, him and Brady are. He spent a lot of time.
They're close.
Spent a lot of time.
Brady has talked him up for 2 years.
That will be the talk of if he gets to the Raiders and they don't pick him, that will be the talk of. Well, he clearly has problems because Brady didn't go get him. And as needy as the Raiders are, that would, if he slid past that would shock me.
Yeah, we'll see. That's going to be one to keep on. But you start this week. It was the what does he do that's special type of thing, and that's an interesting thing. All right, coming up, the biggest news of the day that involves the Houston Texans. There is a very, very, very prominent free agent that has been connected to the Texans, has been connected in terms of strong interest from the Texans. We'll let you know who that player is. And just
to all my fellow Coors Light drinkers out there, you're drinking the world's most refreshing beer and you look damn good while you're doing it. It's Friday, y'all. It's one of them. It ain't a football.
Motorola.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to the Yin Yang twins, who was able to get after it. Really helped me through some college years. I know for you that was more Little League.
That was my warm-up music at Baytown East.
Yeah, it feels like it was.
Me.
There you go.
You old asses.
Yeah, candle room, bar down.
There you go. There you go. But this news here today, and I feel like there is a mixed feeling from Texans fans on this, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch as well on this. Jordan Schultz reports this, he works for Fox, that the Commanders and the Houston Texans have had significant interest in trading for 49ers wide receiver Debo Samuel, with talks progressing in recent days, sources tell NFL on Fox. Jordan Schultz, other teams include the Steelers and Broncos, but nobody has been as aggressive as Houston and Washington have been here in trying to acquire the services of Debo Samuel. I feel good about this move in a bunch of ways. Like when I say move, just that they are in talks or aggressively pursuing this. I feel good in multiple ways, but I not that I'm surprised, but I think it is interesting that there are some people who really aren't fans of this move. Both text line, YouTube, Twitch. I think Reggie. I heard Reggie talking about it on In the Loop. Not a huge fan. I personally, I like the thought of Debo Samuel.
Yeah, I love the thought of Debo Samuel. I'll be.
Love it.
Yeah, no, I absolutely. I understand why some folks may be skeptical. I understand why some folks may have a little pause for cause, if you will, or cause for pause, I guess. Look, I mean, there's stories out there of being 20 pounds overweight and that strained the relationship between him and Shanahan. There's obviously a couple years ago where there was some drama around his usage and just how much he was being used versus I'm sure how much he was being paid and so things haven't been peachy keen in San Francisco his entire time out there. But there's a few things here for me with Debo Samuel being a Houston Texan potentially. I think number one, he was one of the faces of an organization that from a physicality standpoint were as good, if not better than anybody in the league from a physicality standpoint on both sides of the football. Give me some of that. When you look at what he brings to the table offensively from a weapon perspective, I'm going to assume that he's okay with going back and probably wants to go back to some of the ways he was being used a couple of years ago, running back / wide receiver. That weapon, those guys don't come around very often. There's a handful of them in the league. They don't come available very often. They're hard to find in the draft. When you do find them, it's a huge gamble. Give me the guy that's proven and got pelts on the wall. Thirdly is I don't subscribe typically to in Nick Caserio we trust. I think that's almost like an out, right? I don't like.
I'll just trust him.
Yeah, I just trust D'Amico. Like I just trust Nick. Like okay, you don't have a take. You don't have an opinion. You don't care, which is fine. But let's not put it on Nick and D'Amico. Like I hate that phrase. I'm gonna use it. I think it's very fitting. When you look at Debo Samuel, yes, there are concerns there with Debo Samuel. Nobody is more concerned about the diva actions a couple of years back and how it's impacted his play. Nobody's more critical of players, especially skilled players that are trying to play at 20 pounds overweight. You want to talk about injuries? Gain you some weight, and you can get injured real quick, right? Nobody's more critical of that than me. I'm leaning heavily into D'Amico Ryans here. If this becomes a real thing, and I'm not even talking about the Texans signing him or trading for him, but a real thing where, hey, the Texans are involved. They're trying to pull this thing off. I am leaning heavily into D'Amico, I trust. D'Amico was in that locker room. D'Amico knows what Debo Samuel's all about. D'Amico knows whether he can push the buttons that'll get Debo Samuel back into shape and get him playing, the way he was a couple of years ago. And I think if anybody can get the best out of Debo Samuel, it's a guy in D'Amico Ryans that's been there. So this is one time when I'm going to lean heavily into, hey, D'Amico, I trust, baby.
Yeah, text line coming through. Signing Debo Samuels would fill a need for the Texans and allow them to look for wide receiver later in the draft. Sign me up. I don't think I don't think Debo is washed.
I don't either.
Right? I think, I'm not saying that Debo is the guy that was, just one of the top overall weapons in football. I'm not saying he's there. But boy, man, I still think, Clint, he is a guy that, defenses have some concerns about. And when they see him in motion, there's a bit of a freak out. What is he going to do? How are they going to use him? And I don't even necessarily go with, hey, he can touch it and he's capable of hitting his head on the goalpost immediately. But he is a guy that touches it, that on a screen, on a handoff, on a toss, on a slant, that he can get big chunk plays, field position changing plays. He can get 25, 30. And to me, the only you got Nico and Joe Mixon from also as well. Those are the only two guys that can do that. And Joe's aging as well, so you wonder how much is that on the offense that can do that. And I'm sorry, he knows the system, has played in the system, and just a creative type of player, if you're going to be creative with him, that you can use to get him. I think Cooper Kupp is a good football player and would be a good fit as well. I do think Cooper maybe a little further away from his prime than I think Debo is. And I definitely believe that for Stefon Diggs, real or fake.
Well, real or fake.
I think that's why I couldn't remember his name earlier today.
You thought it was the other guy, right?
Yeah,
look, you want to take this thing a step further. You want to talk about the ability to take some pressure off the offensive line and C.J. Stroud. This move immediately gives you a second option out of the backfield to Joe Mixon. And I'm not saying you turn around and hand it to him 20 times a game. I'm just simply saying he gives you an option there, like a much better option than 33 and who was the other back? Damian Pierce. Like a much better option, like weapon in that role right there. He gives you like a legit, like NFL wide, no matter who you're playing, threat in the screen game. And those are ways to take pressure off of C.J. Stroud and off of the offensive line. It's not going to happen just by an offensive line coach teaching technique and fundamentals. You got to have a scheme, and you got to have the players that fit that scheme. I just think Debo Samuel is this one right here. I'm more excited about this one than I should be.
I love listen. I'm going to be completely honest, fellas. I am watching Debo Samuel. Highlight right now. My man just took a 4-yard slant on 3rd and 8 to the house, and he got hit by 4 or 5 people, and still got into the end zone.
Bad MFer.
My favorite part of this overall is Clint, that they are clearly letting it be known, letting it be reported that not just there's interest, there is significant interest. And that at least makes me believe, they are serious about filling this void. Filling the void of second receiver, and so serious about it, they are willing to give up pieces.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to maybe towards the top of the list in who they would want to give up. And I like that part. I hope they have this same mindset when it comes to the interior offensive line as well, that they'll go to the top of the thing.
Yeah.
That to me is my favorite part of it all for the Texans is Debo Samuel is arguably the top free agent receiver on the, like, there's an argument he is at. If there's tiers,
he's not a free agent, but available.
Available. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If there's a tier of receivers available, I think he'd probably be in that top tier. And I think it is a really good sign if you're a Texans fan how serious they are about filling that.
Yeah, look, and we'll take it another step. We'll take another step further. I mean, you were talking about a red zone threat, like the ability to catch that little screen game, that little quick screen. Line, the ability to toss it to him on the goal line, the ability to motion him into the backfield and hand it to him downhill. Like all of it is just it's a weapon. Like we are conditioned from the Bobby Slowick days to all receivers can do all things, and we're back here handing jet sweeps off to Xavier Hutchinson. No offense, Hutch, but damn, I mean that ain't the idea right there, right? I mean you're talking about like specialty players, and this is one where he helps you tremendously on several fronts where you need help. And he's a unicorn. There ain't but a handful of them walking around, and I don't like taking the risk in the draft to try to find one.
Yeah. All right. People rolling through here. Do you maybe think Debo could put on a few more pounds and he could play offensive line? No. But as Clint said, he can help the offensive line.
DeMeco Ryans knows whether he can address that weight issue or not, or if that is a problem.
Yeah. Like I said, man, they are serious about filling that void. And that is to me exciting if you're a Houston Texans fan, that they are. Maybe it's not him. Maybe it isn't Debo. Maybe it doesn't end up being Debo. But I could feel good that it probably won't be like, hey, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring in Noah Brown to be the second one. We're gonna bring in Robert Woods to be the second guy. No, it looks like they're going to really clock. Jose Altuve, he debuted in left field. You'll get to hear from him himself as we have audio of what he felt like his day went like. The biggest story in the combine has come to an end. We'll give you the latest on that, and now also the domino effects off of that move being solved. There's more coming out from that too. All of that coming up next.
Really, really happy.
What does DeMeco see as priority number one?
People love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock, and hopefully you're off work on a Friday. It's cookoff. That's cookoff. Cookout is getting started as the rodeo gets going. Hopefully you're out having a good time. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a little bit later on. Hey, Moneybags had it last night now. Moneybags had it last night now.
That turns me on.
Was that 5 for 5 for you or 4 for 4?
4 for 4. Perfect.
I'd have gone with the live. 5 for 4 as he got down with it. So we'll see if he can make a little bit more money, close the day out. He was down to 53% going into last night, but he stepped up big time. So we'll see if T-Mill can make you some money on T-Mill's best bets a little bit later on. But here is the latest. The latest is it is 5 o'clock, and the Astros were on the diamond in Florida again, but this time was a little bigger than others because the much anticipated debut of Jose Altuve in left field, his new position happened. We talked to Sean Pendergast earlier. If you missed it, 340, you can go back and listen to that. But Altuve played, and he played 6 innings in left field, and not a damn thing came his way. Here is Jose Altuve himself speaking of his first day.
I didn't get any ball, not a single fly ball or ground ball or line drive, but it was good to be there.
You feel like you got anything out of it?
I felt like I was expecting a fly ball every ball. It was good to know your position, get to see, where the center field is playing and all the stuff, but hopefully next game is going to be more action.
Was that disappointing at all, just not to get tested?
Yeah, for sure. I was expecting like one of those really high fly balls, a line drive or something, but like I said, maybe next game we got it.
All right, yeah, nothing came his way. That's what Sean expressed to us. That no ground ball. Hell, I wonder if a foul ball ever came his way. I mean, nothing.
Hey, they're going to mess around, and Altuve's going to get bored out there and say, no, I ain't doing this, man. Put me back on the infield where I can at least get a little. At least I can throw the damn ball around the horn.
Yeah. He's out there. He went out there to go warm up his arm.
Bored as hell.
Up there warming up his arm before the thing started. So, 6 innings.
I'd get bored as hell out there by myself.
I was a second baseman. Hell no.
I got to be in there in the mix where I can talk to folks and touch leather every now and then.
You talk to the people in the stand.
That damn outfield, it gets lonely out there. I bet that is an adjustment for old Altuve.
I remember Manny used to go out there and just go take a pee break up in there, and he walked through the wall over there in Fenway and just go use the bathroom and chill out there.
Oh, Altuve's usually kind of chatty there in the middle infield.
Yeah.
Out there by himself.
He's probably out there talking to himself.
I was at a game at Minute Maid one time when I was like probably 17, 18. It had to be before that, younger. Anyway, Michael Bourne was out in center field playing for the Astros. And mid-game, like mid-inning, I'm like walking around the outfield out there at Minute Maid. Daikin now. And Michael Bourne is looking straight up at the stands where the fans are, and he's having a full-fledged conversation with, I believe it was like his cousin or something.
Oh, his cousin came out.
But like between pitches, I mean, this guy's yelling down to him like, hey, you coming over after the game? Like, come to the house? And Michael Bourne,
making plans for afterwards.
Straight up, Michael Bourne's turned around looking up. Yeah, I think we're going to get out there. I'll let you know, though. I got to talk to so-and-so. It was wild.
I'll be asking for some nachos. He owed a couple of nachos and peppers. Have cheese all on my jersey and stuff. But we didn't see nothing. But clearly we are going to see more of that. But they tried it. Ain't no lack of trying, Clint. 6 innings. They put him out there 6 innings.
Put him out there. Was he 0 for 3 at the plate?
Yeah, nobody gave a damn.
What's going on here?
Yeah, they didn't give a rip. But Paredes, one of the people who was kind of pushing him out there, Clint, he was 2 for 3. He went deep, hit a home run, had a couple of RBI single as well in this game. He did well. I think, to me, everybody was talking about Altuve, and obviously that made a lot of sense. But we got our chance to see Hunter Brown for the first time. And he is going to be an absolute vital piece of this team. He has to, at least to me, in my opinion, for this team to really be in the hunt, it feels like to me he has to at least pitch to the level he did last year, or even go ahead and take a step further than he did last year. And he was good. 2 innings, no runs, had a little trouble, as Sean said, walked a couple of guys, or walked a guy, struck out a couple. But he looked good his first time out. But that's another guy they're going to have to really rely upon this year.
I'm real confident with Hunter Brown. I'm real confident in Hunter Brown. I did not see him pitch today, but I did listen to. There's a video out of his remarks afterwards from the locker room, and he just seems like a dude that's mature beyond his years. For what it's worth, and he just seems like a dude that is a true pro. And I just believe in the dude. I got confidence in the guy. Now he may get me, but I feel like it's Woodward him too.
You should, man. I mean, it was a long sample size of him. Towards, it felt like May on, June, maybe June on, where he was clearly front of the rotation type guy.
Yeah.
Like I feel like you kind of got an idea what you're gonna get out of Framber for the entirety of the year. There are gonna be some moments that he frustrates you, as we talked earlier this week, but you got a feeling what you're gonna get. But you talk about him, June, July, August, September, like he was front of the rotation worthy. You feel like you got it. You definitely feel like you got as good a 1-2 punch as anybody in the division, but you feel pretty good about your 1-2 punch if those guys pitch to the level that they have been. By the way, Abreu, good run in there, got an inning in, and then Orris Whitley again, 1 inning, no earned runs, got in, got out.
Oh, Forrest coming in there.
Real boy.
Oh, Forrest going to do some work, huh?
He lives.
Yeah. Yeah, good for Forrest, man. I'm happy.
If anybody deserves a good year, it's him, man. If anybody deserves
when you say good, define good.
Just get in the league, man.
Like getting to the mound.
Stay in the bigs for a while and for a year and contribute a bit and feel good about yourself. Man, he's been beat down for about 42 years.
I know he's been beat down, but I just
want to see something good happen for the young man.
I would too. And for him and others in that bullpen, it's open. It's damn sure Abreu and Hader. We'll see if he's able to.
One of those really high fly balls.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the big story of the combine, Matt Stafford. He was connected with many teams, Clint, and that thing is over. Today, the Rams and Matt Stafford come together and restructured his deal, and he is going to stay with the Rams. They have already signed their left tackle, who was potentially a free agent or going to be on the market. They bring him back in on a 3-year deal. And, Clint, this is one where Matt Stafford, according to reports from Jordan Schultz of Fox, this is him turning down more money and more guarantees and more years with other teams. The Raiders and the Giants made aggressive financial offers to Matt Stafford, including multi-year deals with significant guarantees, and the Rams were going to fall short of those numbers. But they remain together. As this in this report, it also says that without relocating his family, it gives him the best chance to win a Super Bowl. Another Super Bowl is staying with L.A. So I'll be honest, Clint. You are around this league. You've been in the league. You've covered the league. Tyler, you've been covering the league as well. You've watched the league. I am a bit surprised, Clint. We don't normally see this get this public and player go find yourself a chance to go and set teams that agree to give him more money and better deals. And what happens is he ends up going back to the team that was going to let him ride. That one you don't normally see. I thought he was good as gone from the Rams.
I did too. I thought the Rams were ready to move on. Look, it's nothing like letting somebody go out there and flirt and date and then tell them that you want to keep this thing rocking and rolling. So The Rams did it, though. I mean, I'm interested to see. The reports are that the offers from the Giants and the Raiders are somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 years for $90 to $100 million. So you're knocking on $40 to $45 to $50 million a year over a 2-year period. I'm interested to see what L.A. ended up keeping him in L.A. for.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly, it sounds like he took a team-friendly deal, but I wonder what that team-friendly deal looks like.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision that he made there. I agree with it. To me, would you say his age? Was he 38, something like that? Coming to the end, I think for him, as you know, man, it is hard, especially at the end. I would imagine to lose. I'd imagine that was a hard year for an Aaron Rodgers to lose and to be around people that don't have it all together, like especially if you've been used to it, right? And he has seen both sides of it, and you know you got Sean McVay that you're on the same page with, and you got a chance. It's hard to leave that, even if I can completely understand.
Well, it's probably hard to leave it too if you've already played in Detroit and experienced.
Yeah,
I don't mean to keep messing on Detroit, but the truth of the matter is he's already been in a dysfunctional organization. He's already been in a situation where he wasn't winning many football games. He's already been in a city that I would think, from a quality of life, pales in comparison to the way he can live in L.A. Being from Highland Park. I mean, let's be honest. He ain't never wanted, even before he made the money, wanted for much. So, I'm shocked that the Rams, turned back and made a deal.
All right, so that's the latest there. As a big story of the week, where is Matt Stafford going to go? Well, he's going to stay right at home in L.A.
5 o'clock fire.
And with that means other teams need to change course of what their plans are. And now reports are that the New York Giants, who were involved, probably the biggest name we started to hear in terms of aggressiveness towards trying to acquire, Matt Stafford. They are discussing veteran quarterback Aaron Rodgers.
Fresh out of the Poncha Karma.
Him just jumping over locker rooms and going from the Jets to the Giants. And I know Aaron wants to start if he plays, and we'll see what kind of options he has there. This doesn't sound like a good thought to me for Aaron Rodgers. Partners come together if that's the route they're going to go.
Yeah, I don't. Again, man, I just don't know how Aaron Rodgers looks at that as a situation that he wants to get into. I know
especially leaving the one he just left.
Yeah, well, I mean, you outlined there. I mean, there is, from a talent perspective, there's some pieces in New York where you could see some things coming together, especially if you get the quarterback right. And I'm one that I believe Aaron Rodgers can still play. I mean, Again, it goes back to the Aaron Rodgers antics, right? I mean, is he going to be completely bought in, and is he going to take this thing seriously, and is it going to be more of the trips to Egypt and the off the field stuff that, again, is like you just got to understand who you are, and if fair or foul, like Aaron Rodgers is going to get picked apart, so you can't miss mandatory stuff to go to Egypt. Like, you just can't. If you're not going to be taken serious, and eventually it's going to leak into the organization. And it's going to be problems the minute you don't play lights out. And let's be honest, these organizations that you're entertaining, it's going to be hard for you to play lights out at your age with the dysfunction that is.
Is this what the Giants got to do, though? Is this what, I'm talking about Dable, the GM, them to keep their gigs? It feels like they are. You need to have a good year or you're going to get fired. And do they need to get a veteran to win games, right? Like, it feels like...
I think they need to get a veteran to win games, but more importantly, I think what they have to do is they have to draft a guy and show a clear plan of how to we get... Again, I know Aaron and Aaron's past, he's been one that, hey, man, I ain't going to be Jordan Love's mentor. I'm not here to help him. But if Aaron Rodgers is playing and he's playing good football and he's in your system, that in itself will be a healthier environment for a young quarterback to come up in, right? The thought of like right now the Giants, they got Tommy DeVito as the only quarterback on their roster under contract, right? They got an exclusive rights free agent deal with Tommy DeVito. I mean, that's going to be dysfunction on top of dysfunction on top of dysfunction. And in the background, you're going to be trying to figure out when this young quarterback is ready to play. Meanwhile, everything on the field is an absolute mess, right? I mean, your best bet is to try to iron out all the wrinkles on the field the best that you can and put a product out there that this young guy that you draft, number 3 overall, can look at and go, okay, I see how that concept works. I see how this concept works. I see how you want me to work as a pro. And then whenever time comes, boom, you plug him into a somewhat healthy situation. Tommy DeVito in New York is not going to be a healthy situation.
Yeah, they feel much more like Chicago when Matt Nagy was there, and they're sitting there. All right, do we draft a quarterback, or do we get a veteran because our jobs are on the line?
Yeah.
Now they drafted Fields, and it didn't go well, and they got fired anyway. And because the Giants are obviously sitting there where they could get one of the quarterbacks.
Well, that's why if I'm ownership, Ron, I would rather see them. I'd say sign your veteran, whoever it may be.
But I want to get.
And the worst case scenario is coach and GM. Everything's dysfunctional. Coach and GM are dead men walking, and they're forcing a young quarterback out there to play like that. Nobody wins in that situation, in that scenario. So I would think that if I'm ownership and I want to get this thing right, I would think that signing a veteran, whether it's Sam Darnold or Aaron Rodgers or somebody to push out there, and hopefully you can get some level of health rolling here, and then let the young guy that you draft come along as he develops.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. But Aaron Rodgers could just stay in New York. We'll see if that happens.
All right. Move.
Yeah, don't have to move. No, same place. All right, coming up, C.J. Stroud. We've heard a lot. I heard a lot about him and his play and a lot of the stuff around him. One thing that I think we need to discuss with C.J. Stroud going into this offseason is this. We'll do that coming up next.
Thanks, y'all.
Yeah. Coach D'Amico gave a little insight into what a meeting with the Texans. New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Welcome back into The Drive.
What's so funny?
This guy.
I want to laugh.
This guy
chatting it up in here, man.
Chatting it up with our great cleaning staff here, as he does every time, and it's a
solid scent.
A bit of language barrier that is improving,
but a good musk.
Does the scent hit you as soon as hard as it does me?
Yeah, it hits me. I walk past her often out there.
I mean, it's a strong. Woo.
She
in a good way.
She is so happy all the time.
Yeah. She is.
Fantastic mood, and why not?
She always comes in the studio like she's been standing out there talking about us or something. Like there's something. She's been hiding or something.
I know she talk about me.
She always got a big old smile on her face when she opens this door.
I know she says,
"Hola."
That nasty bastard. All right.
They'll warm up to it.
Now they will. Clint, if I know CJ. I know CJ, if he read a lot of what the text line and YouTube and Twitch sends in over the year, I'm certain CJ would look at this and be like, all right, yeah, okay. But damn it, there's some things y'all missing that I need to improve on. There's some things that I didn't get right. There's some things that I did differently in a negative way from year one to year two. And I know he's probably watched film already, Clint, of games from last year and whoever he works with, his staff, and is already in the lab or on the field, so to speak, things. And that's the conversation I'm interested in having, Clint, is yes, the offensive line stunk. And really stunted his growth throughout year two. Yes, there were a lot of injuries. Yes, clearly that tyrant that he had to deal with. I guess clearly from reports we're hearing, Bobby Slowick.
Anybody else's fingers hurt?
Yeah, how? Clearly there was issues between those two, and that didn't go smooth in year two. Hell, maybe it was year one, too, it was just hidden. But I am certain he sees things that are under his control that he knows that he wants to come back in year three and not have those as problems. What are some of those? I know there are some things in my mind that I looked and watched and saw and were like, dang, man, that to me is a real difference to me that he could have controlled from year one to year two. But for you, what do you see out there?
Well, look, I think there's a few things, Ron, and I think one is something that C.J. Stroud needs to work on every offseason just to stay on top of his game, and that's just he is a heavier-legged, heavy-footed, slew-footed guy that if he doesn't work the micro movements, the quick twitch movements, the quarterback-specific movements within the pocket, and doesn't grind on them in the offseason as well as in the regular season, quarterbacks don't. We talk Jaden Daniels a lot. Like Jaden Daniels, he needs to work that stuff, but he's always going to have the quick twitch. He's always going to have that extra step. He's always going to have the ability to micro move and make guys miss. Like that's not necessarily CJ's strong suit. And hell, we've heard him talk about that's what he's working on consistently throughout the offseason. So first and foremost, just to survive in the NFL, you got to know what your weaknesses are. And C.J. Stroud doesn't have many, but that's one of them. So physically, he's got to be grinding on those on a daily basis. By the way, all of this stuff is just as big a responsibility for Gerard Johnson and Bill Lazor and anybody else that's responsible for C.J. Stroud. But mechanics, specifically the footwork side of things, needs to be grinded on, not just hit on and freshened up, and it needs to be grinded on constantly with C.J. Stroud, or you're going to start the camp slow, or you're going to start the season slow. Now, if we jump into things that I think were in the film that we saw in his play this year, specifically, right, I think he has to be training. Again, this is tied to the footwork and tied to the mechanics, but he has to be training in a chaotic atmosphere, in a chaotic space, in a chaotic pocket. Otherwise, like the luxury that these guys have at the NFL level is if C.J. Stroud wants to plan to work mechanics and techniques Monday, Wednesday, Friday with Gerard Johnson or whoever's legally can be out there with him, he has access to 10 or 12 people that'll come out there and booms in the pocket and makes throws. It was clear this year. The pressure that he was under affected his ability to be that ball placement specialist that he so eloquently labeled himself when he came out in the draft 2 years ago. Like that, hopefully he doesn't deal with the same level of pressure, Ron, but the truth of the matter is the greats in this league, they weather the storm and don't lose their accuracy and don't lose their ability to make game-changing type plays when they're getting hit like that. If he plays 10 seasons in Houston, 5 of them, he's going to get hit a lot. He's not going to always have a perfect atmosphere around him. So working in a chaotic space in the offseason, I mean, week to week and grinding on it, I think is very, very important for C.J. Stroud, because when those moments come, you can't lose your one superpower, which is being unbelievably accurate to all levels of the field under pressure. Like that can't leave you in the most critical moments when you're under pressure. And so they've got to work that day in, day out. You can't wake up in camp and go, all right, man, let's get this. Let's get the offensive lineman over here. Yeah. Let's get some full speed reps in a team type atmosphere. No, it's too late at that point. It's too late at that point. So he's got to train in that chaotic space. And I think the last one is clearly the most important. Like, he's got whatever this offense is going to be. And I don't care with all the communication issues and all the pressures. Don't care. Doesn't matter anymore. Let's move forward. C.J. Stroud has to have the ability to handle an NFL offense and have complete command of it.
God bless, brother.
He's got to be able to, one, have the know-how, and two, have the guts to go, no. Whoever the center is, redirect. The mic is 45. Slide this thing left, and whoever's over here to my right, Debo Samuel, you're hot off that nickel defender. Let's go. Snap the football. Like, he's got to have. You just threw in Debo. I did. It turns me on a bit. Like we can't keep talking about last year was this fault, that fault. We got to have a center that can. No, the reality of it is, I don't care who's young. I don't care who can or can't communicate. C.J. Stroud should trump it all. He should be the guy that ultimately says, I got this. Y'all do what the hell I'm telling you to do, and we're going to be all right. C.J.'s got to be able to take control and command of this offense to that degree. Yeah.
And I would imagine that may be a change coaching staff, like the decisions.
I hope.
Yeah. You think he's ready for that?
Boy, I would think so. CJ is he has been a high-level processor. We've seen him even this year when he was under a lot of pressure at times. I mean, there was some elite processing. Like, there was some stuff going on that most second-year guys don't do. I mean, his ability to win by processing at a high level is as good as a lot of vets in this season. But it's impressive. I would be shocked if he doesn't have the ability to get up there, direct traffic, and snap it and roll. I would be surprised.
Yeah, as I said to you, man, my big thing for me was I watched him from year one to year two, and you would think it would be the reverse of what we saw.
Yeah.
Like, the big thing for me was, man, consistently just take what the defense gives you. Just take what it gives you, and too many times it would go from either like things that seem small but get you off schedule, which ultimately become a big thing, where it goes from 2nd and 10 when it could have been 1st and 5 or 2nd and 5 and a broken tackle. It could have been more, or interceptions or turnovers to me. So that's the big thing. Year 2, which is weird that it was a reverse of year 1, that take what they give you, especially when you should know by the middle of the season, maybe the Bears game. That was game 2. Maybe 3 or 4 weeks in, you knew, like, this offensive line is struggling, and I got to help them and help myself, and I can't just hold the thing. And, I want to see him get better about that decision-making under stress and what to do of like, take what they give me so I don't put our offense in a rough place. So that's that to me were the big changes there. All right, let's make people look cash. Coming up later on, Mills' best bet, and the big story of the day with the Astros. We'll talk about that and finish that off as we finish up right here live on the Drive.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner. Thank you so much.
Early returns on new Astros prospect Cam Smith. Pretty good.
Big story was Cam Smith. Looks the part.
special people.
Get a free #1 Generac dealer, GeneratorSuperCenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Hopefully everybody is... Well, what's this? This feels like some... And I understand Tyler thought it'd be more important to go hang out with his wife or something. But 72, man, this feels like a good patio.
Oh, yeah.
It's like get out there. I'm ready to wreck it too, man. I'm ready to get me a margarita. I know I shouldn't.
Well, margarita ain't gonna hurt you, man.
It probably will.
You'll be all right.
I can't remember the last time we went and got some drinks after the show.
Yeah, man.
You've been MIA, man.
It has. Yeah, he has been. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that Rockets game too, huh, boys?
We tried. We've tried. 3 years for me.
We've tried.
Only sent y'all 8 games for options.
We've tried 3 times to get you to go out. You just You're like, oh, sugar.
Super believable.
We got we got Tyler and Megan's Christmas card, which they went to the next step and made theirs a magnet. And we got
she didn't mean to do that, which is funny. That's a whole nother story. Go ahead.
We got it on the Christmas card that's still out. We have another wall which we affectionately call the Wall of White. I
forgot about that.
We did it again, guys.
That's what the whites used to
Another
do.
year of only Christmas cards from white folks. But Tyler's, we put it on the fridge. And Lauren, my daughter, shout out to Lauren, by the way, big game last night. Lauren caught it. Ate you, baby. Little softball, caught her a pop fly.
At a girl, Lauren.
Baby. There you go.
At a girl.
That's right. I see you, Dubon, old pop fly gal.
Yeah. Too bad the first base coach was really in tune. Back. Okay,
went Chris Berman, huh?
Yeah, she went 2 for 3. Had a nice little double in the outfield. But Lauren came up to the fridge. She goes, "Dad," and that's how she talks. "Dad, which one's Nala?"
Oh, I love that. He better have shown you, Lauren.
Did you know?
Oh no, I don't.
What?
I know. I know which one is sugar, but I didn't have Nala. I said it's got to be one of these other ones.
Holly and Nala are a toss-up.
It's got to be one of these. I didn't have it. I said, "Good God."
That's my girl.
Right here. It was being held up. You were holding up somebody's art project. It's what you were holding up.
Your daughter was asking about my daughter. That's sweet.
Yeah, well.
So.
Not yet. No, not yet. No, not yet. No, man.
Damn it, no.
It was funny. No, man. No. Hey, get out there. If you're out there, go get you a nice little drink. 72 degrees patio, probably wind, a little blowing a little bit. Your little outdoor time. Have a good time out there, and do your thing. Coming up behind us, as you know, a little Texans All Access. Greg Cosell saw him down at Radio Row, and one of the best when it comes to is in particular quarterback conversation and talk. But he will join the fellas tonight, and they'll look at the Texans defense as well. Vandy and John Harris will have you at 6 o'clock as soon as we get done, and then start your weekend off right. Listen a little live and local, 7 to 11. Area 45, Bijani, Creighton. I already saw Santiago walk through with a real focused look, like he ain't playing no games on a Friday night. So that's coming up behind us, and we'll make you a little money coming up here with T-Mill's Best Bets. I want to come clean, and I know it's probably not fair. My biggest issue with Jose Altuve, who, by the way, today, if you missed it, played 6 innings in left field, and the baseball god said, no ball coming close to you. Didn't anything get hit to him. As he said, no fly ball, no line drive, no ground ball, no nothing. I got beamed to it came to pass today when I'm watching videos. Is he just don't look right out there?
Little fella in left?
He just looks weird. It just looks weird. I saw some people texting this earlier. No, I don't think it's that it looks like they brought a kid out of the stands and put him back out there in left field. I'm not disrespecting him like that. It don't look like that. No, it just looks like you look out there and you said, oh, that guy's a second baseman. That guy's a middle infielder. It just looks funky out there to see him out there. When I saw him run out there, and I was just like, man, where the hell's he going? The whole time. I know it's not fair, and I know it shouldn't mean anything of what his performance will be, but that for me, that is my biggest. That's my biggest hang-up. Now, the arm thing, we'll see. But that's my biggest hang-up is just the way he just don't look right out there.
Well, I think not even talking about just the size, obviously, of the left fielder and the glove. I mean, looking like a little leaguer out there with a big monstrous glove. Like just seeing Altuve go anywhere but directly to second base out of the dugout is going to be weird for most folks.
I feel like some people have. I feel like more people have adjusted or ready for it.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've adjusted in a major way. At first, I was like, "Ain't no way in hell."
Well, I mean, but now we've been forced to adjust because they're serious and not just serious. Because we go from thinking, all right, maybe this is because Brett into all right, man. Hey, man, we'll play some games out here. We had Will Kunkel on that one time. We'll play some games out here and be a way to kind of get him out of second base to, no, man, that's your left fielder right there, Jack. That's your guy. So, yeah, we've adjusted. I've just not adjusted to seeing that joker out there. That is a weird sight. But I have, you know what I have come around to, though, fellas, and I'm sure Tyler's already here, is I don't think he's going to be a train wreck.
No.
I don't think that. I think he'll be fine. I don't think he'll be a train wreck. And it is hard for me to get to a space, Clint, where I see and be like, all right, hey, he just can't play out there.
Right.
No. It's killing the team that he can't. Now, I don't think he's going to be a Gold Glover. I don't think he's going to be great or anything. But I think he will make 90+% of the plays that he's supposed to make.
He'll be great with Jake over in center. And you see, yeah, I'm with you. I knew I'd get a little reaction out of you there, bud.
I just want that's my thing is stop saying stuff like that, man.
I agree. I mean, setting the kid up to fail.
Let's just stop saying stuff like, hey, man. Like Jake's gonna be Kelly Lee from Bad News Bears, and he's calling off everything like he's got all of that. No.
I don't think he's going to be a mess. In fact, I think the speed can actually, assuming he can stay healthy, I think the speed is going to be fun to watch. My only concern, if you will, is, I think deep fly ball to left. There's a chance the guy at first is going to take second. Like I wonder if am I overthinking that? Because I'm dead ass serious, by the way. I'm not joking. Like balls hit to the warning track with a guy at first base, somebody's going to take second. Like that is does that become a problem? Is the arm issue that big of a deal? Am I crazy to think that?
That could be the train wreck. That or not the train wreck part, but that could be the
shortcoming. That's the issue. Yeah.
Man, we're going to take two.
Well, a guy at first base, a deep fly ball and into the corner or at the warning track, and a guy at first takes second. Maybe I'm crazy, and that's never going to happen no matter who's playing left field. But that's the concern is, do we start giving up free bases because we're just
first to thirds, like hard, because they're already going to do it to Jake. So aggressive first to thirds potentially. We'll see. Maybe the arm is. That's my thing is we've seen him. I don't know. I distinctly remember him just airmailing everybody against Seattle on a cutoff play, trying to throw it to third and throw it into the stands. I just remember that from a couple years ago. So we'll see. All right, let's let's do the thing. Let's make a little cash. Let's make a little money. And baby, he's hot now. He was at 53%, or 6%, but then he went 100% last night, 4 for 4 after coming off of 2 straight days of going 2 for 5, 4 for 4, and now he's hot, folks. Now he's going to try to make a little bit of money. He's so hot, he's getting 4 out there tonight.
Yeah.
4 out there. All right, go ahead.
That's right. I got 5 best bets for you.
Can I be honest about something real quick?
Please.
I am not 100% sure, and I feel like this is going to come out stupid. I'm not 100% sure what money line means.
It means you just pick them to win outright.
Oh, is this outright?
But the odds are different for each one.
Just say outright.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Money line. Got it down. All right.
Yeah, man. No shame. But I do have 5. I have 5 NBA bets for you on a Friday after going 4 for 4 last night. Once again, as always, if you miss any of these, because I list them quick, go to my Twitter at @TMillRealDeal because I post them there too. 5 best bets. First, I got an under. Like I've been telling y'all, these over-unders might be where I've been best here lately. So under tonight between the T-Wolves and the Jazz, under 226.5.
No Anthony Edwards. Nice.
Yes,
that
is correct. Suspended 1 game. Next, I got the Atlanta Hawks plus 12 versus the Thunder. The Thunder have been choking lately, just completely crumbling all on their own. I like Atlanta plus 12. Then I got the Lakers money line tonight. Like those odds a lot, plus 170 versus their the other LA squad, the Clippers. Everything all right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Then I got real quick 2 player props. Trae Young with that Hawks team. I have points tonight for him. He's going to need to do it if the Hawks are going to be close against the Thunder. And then James Harden, the turd himself. James Harden, as he faces off against the Lakers, under 22.5 points for James. Might be my favorite one of the night. What do y'all like, or what do you don't?
The money line one I'm a little nervous about because I don't know who's all going to play for the Lakers. I don't know if they're on the second of a back-to-back, so I don't know if LeBron and Luka are going to play. I know Rui is out. They're both game time decisions, so I don't know about that one. I like the Trae Young one. That'll be good. I don't know about Oklahoma City. At some point, I really like the Wolves one. As I said, no Anthony Edwards. But that Hawks one, yes, you're right. They blew that 25-point lead against the Timberwolves.
Cost me a parlay.
And they somehow lost to the Nets. I don't know how that happened. They had a close one against the Nets. I don't know, boy. I think they might get the Hawks. The Hawks feel like they've been playing. They feel like a real close to Cancun type team.
I